why are there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located on the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself, now! Have you visited Mill to Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now! As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zipline, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas, but note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape when trapped at high altitude. You might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll's skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile. Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 Skill Introduction. Today, let's take a look at Play Zone Analysis. Play Zone Analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play Zone Analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand, while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play Zone Analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Nusa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be of great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hey there, fellow PUBG Mobile players! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has this skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the Vehicle Airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that, when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 km by 1 km tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away, as long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking. They will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these two mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated one new vehicle and two new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a two-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the Ferry Pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive GIFs are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
And your guys are cute.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. Yes, you are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship Fall 2022, where we are here to find out in the next 4 days the kings of the South Asian region and the top 3, of course. They're going to be heading for the Global Championship, and of course Sam Fix is joining along with me for the first game would be Blotter. So Blotter, we have been casting the Pakistan region. Now we're gonna witness the best out of South Asia. So how excited are you?
Definitely, I'm looking forward to the matches, of course, because you perfectly mentioned, right? I mean, all of these teams, they've gone through the grinder. They've showcased the best of the best performance that they could, and now it's time to up that ante a little bit more, right? Because it's the South Asia Championship altogether. So you want to be able to, of course, represent your country at the same point in time, be the best that you can in these games. And so I'm definitely super duper stoked, and let's see. Let's of course hope for the best team to win.
Fingers crossed is all I can say. I mean, 10 teams from South Asia, then 6
exactly.
from Pakistan. And once they sort of merge in together, we know what we're in here for. And it is going to be some intense action, right? Spanning across 4 days, like I just said. 6 maps to be played every day. And we were talking about the prize pool also. That's pretty massive. We're definitely going to get back to that. And it's just been those days, you know, once you've just got over the hungover from the Pakistan region. And I'm sure our fellow caster Necro, he's also trying to get over from what happened in South Asia. A lot of surprises, but this is all we're in here for. It's the $150,000 that is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the first position receiving $40,000, the second getting $28,000, the third getting 18, and so on. And it just does not end here. The top 3 teams head on to face each other and against the best teams, not just in the region but across the globe in the Global Championship. And how do they do that? They need to earn all these points. And yes, my friends, of course it's pretty much similar. We have seen this happen for quite some time. It's almost been around 2 years. First position getting 15, so on, reducing. And what really stands out in this point structure is that one elimination and you get 1 point for that. And a look at the contenders. Blotter, why don't you walk us through it?
Absolutely, as we do have all the 16 teams that are going to be, of course, playing right here for these games. And we do have i8, T20 Quirty, Quantum Rage, Moon on Long 2, TUF, Magnus, Red Side, High Voltage, I mean, DE Warriors, DW right there, as we can see, along with Stalwart, IHC, DRS, Elementrix, MABETEX, Skylightz, T2K, and VENOM Legends. Now, these are the teams that we're going to be looking at. These are the teams that are going to be playing against each other. By the same point of time, yeah, it is going to get real chaotic, that's for sure, right? Because every single day we're talking about 6 games that are going to be played. So the equal opportunity is going to be provided to all the 16 teams. But how and what exactly is the storyline going to be like? Well, we're definitely going to find out in just a couple of hours.
Yes, now let's take a look at the Warriors in front of us, right? Every single one of them, starting off with the winners of PMPL Pakistan. That is going to be Agonxi8 Esports, of course, led by Uzim Ghost, IQ Reviews, Blade, and Trinda. Then we do have T20 QWERTY. We've got Khan 420 Boy, Voltrox, Gravity, and Wolverine. They did manage to redeem themselves. As we move along further, we've got Quantum Rage, we've got Spark, Goku, Sirius, JD, IO0, and Senior, and so on. And Magnus Esports, one of the favorites from the Pakistan region, did not fare pretty well in the finals. Did crumble down to the pressure a little bit, but still somehow managed to make it to the SA Championship. Of course, we also do have Regicide along with them, then followed by the winners of PMPL Fall SA High Voltage, formerly known as Vibes, and well, they are vibing with some high voltage in them. And then we've got DE Warriors. So again, one of those teams to really look out for, you know, coming out of the PMCO to be the winners. And they are definitely going through this Cinderella story that they're having. Doc, Sneaks, Nirzed, East, and Archer. I think this is one of those teams I'm really keen to watch out for as to how they perform. Now addressing the elephant in the room, Godlike Stalwart, Pika, Actions, Cry, Top, Senator. I mean, the name speaks for itself. And not really far behind, you've got IHC Esports, a glorious past, but now they are on path of redemption. You've got Demo, one of those new players, or call him Demo, along with Zol, I see. Did not see a lot out of Cautless during the SA Championship, in fact the SA Fall Split rather, but we've got MABETEX Esports as well, and this is again, looks like the former team of Team Seal, playing under a new banner. Let's see how they perform, Lotta.
Absolutely, mate, and of course, not down low on the list, we do still have Skylightz Gaming, where of course Mafia Ninja, Nima, AJ, and Mr. Burrow is going to be joining in along. Of course, we want them to bring in the best performance. We want them to showcase the masala play that we always talk about, Fixes. But at the same point, again, these big behemoths that we do have in the lobby, right?
Right.
Haven't really had the best of the fall split, right? I mean, you talk about Godlike itself, you talk about Stalwart. I mean, the way I8 actually went up and down in terms of their performance. So a lot that is on the stake, on the line for so many of these big names and big teams as well to showcase their prowess and their play.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, considering how, you know, these teams have been playing so far, it's going to be such an exciting affair, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to love every single bit of it. But now we're going to draw a few comparisons between these two regions that we had, the SA and the Pakistan region. And what better than having the champions, you know, just weighing up against each other. Of course, High Voltage, one of those squads against Team Agonxi8. Now, taking a look at the damages and the eliminations, definitely I8 has that upper advantage. But mind you, Blotter, I mean, SA lobby isn't too easy. So again, nothing taken away from the Pakistan region, but again, when you talk about the Mongolians coming in, you've got Nepal, so it really spices things up a lot.
It definitely does. As we move ahead through the of course clips that we have on our screens, I8, the perfect plays that were showcased from the side of this team, even if they were left with just a one-man army, as we saw IQ, he was able to, you know, stand true and tall for his team and of course walk away with a lot of points, and in fact chicken dinner as well, as we saw from them. On the other front, we move on towards High Voltage. Now High Voltage, they are a very high fragging team, and they definitely do deliver that sort of performance every single time they jump into the lobby. But again, everything that has been done in the past is off the past, because now it is a brand new start. And again, in this lobby, these teams know what they're up against, but in the battleground, you have absolutely no idea which side the fight is going to be moving towards, and how exactly are you going to be able to fare out in that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been you know, watching all the teams, at least from the Pakistan region, especially I8, the kind of a storyline that they had. Now, starting off this event, they did not have Crypto. He went on to play in a different region. Then comes IQ, who had to fill the shoes. And boy, oh boy, did he do that really well? Yes, indeed. But then again, there was a phase, right? I8 started off with a banger. But then came a phase where there was a little bit of a dip in their performances. That is where the eyebrows were raised. I mean, is I8 good enough? And then in the finals, they come in and prove their critics wrong and go on to win the championship. But then again, we've got to bring comparison between the two teams that did come out as runners-up in their own very region. But this is a very good contrasting comparison, to be honest, because one side you've got DE Warriors, a team before this we never even heard of. You know, they came in as the winners of the PMCO. But then again, when you're comparing against T2K Esports, now this is one of those teams that we have known and loved for so long, right? One of the pillars of PUBG Mobile Pakistan Esports, so as to speak. And, you know, Gravity, this is one of those lads that we really need to look out for. His synergy with Voltrox has been picture perfect and has ensured that they ended up second, despite not having the best of the runs during the league stages. But when you draw that comparison against a team like the E-Warriors, I mean, they're the new kids on the block. They have nothing to lose, but everything to win. I'm so very excited, Blotter, to really see them in action.
Absolutely, because again, we've heard a lot about it. We've seen a lot from the side of DE Warriors as well, and that indeed has, you know, propelled them to the position that they're in the lobby, and fearsome position is what they hold. But now that is something that they're going to have to redefine in this new lobby of the 16 teams, because of course, as we are talking about these teams, well, they have, I'm sure, been looking at each other's performance. Now, talk about the consistent play that was being showcased by both of these teams, right? Yeah. We do have till the 8th match going on right there in the graph itself. A big difference that has been created for DE as well as from T2K, but as you perfectly mentioned, right, it was actually the end during the finals itself, during the grand finals itself, where both were able to just outshine the competition, bring in really good, immaculate plays, and again, the consistency clearly showcased them putting themselves in the top of their leaderboard, so to say. But again, all of that will be put to test right now, because it is going to be a brand new start. All the teams starting off with 0 points. So a very important day. In fact, day number 1 is going to be the most critical as these teams fare out against each other.
Of course. And, you know, before we start off with the festivities, it's vacation time in the world of PUBG Mobile, and just happening a few months later here in the real world as well. Of course, you can charter into the new map, the latest map of Nusa. And we know 1x1 map, it's a very small one, but you know, the action that really happens around the science center, I mean, that is where the scientists are. But imagine a scientist with a few weapons in their hands and going after this, wiping each other off. Talk about saving humanity out there. But again, you know, I'm really excited for this, because we do have some surprises for you that we will be announcing in few more days as they come. It's still 4 days of event, and yeah, I would love to see some Nusa gameplay in action, and if that happens, my heart is gonna be lifted. But again, coming back to the discussion that we were having, right? SA region, the Pakistan region finally merging. I'm gonna get that masala that I was, you know, looking forward to, because you know, you've got the different styles of play. On one hand, you are weighing in the Pakistani aggression that really comes in. On the other, you are talking about the tactical, the mental play that is put on forth by the SA teams. And never mind, you know, they are also one of those teams, or a few of those teams, that can really amp it up when required. But now is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule in front of us. Of course, we're going to start off with, as usual, our favorite map, Erangel. Then moving on ahead, it is going to be Miramar. Then again, we will have Erangel. Then we have a little bit of Sanhok to spice things up a lot more. And then we're going to have Erangel and Miramar to end this day. And we do have 16 teams, so there are going to be no groups over here. All these 16 teams are going to be playing out with each other. Now, talking about the map of Erangel, Lakshay, I mean, considering the fact that these two teams have played in 2 different regions, right? These teams, right? So now we might have a few drop clashes, for which I'm really excited about. Because DE Warriors, they're one of those teams that can tend to drop towards the military base, you know, along with I8. But there might be also chances where they might head over towards Primos. Then you've even got places like Yasnai that has been contested. We've got places like Rozok that could get contested, and that is going to be really fun, because Magnus, they drop around school apartments, and we've got high voltage dropping around Rozok. So these two teams might also collide.
Well, again, that is what we want to be able to see, right? Right off the bat, in the first game itself, we want to be able to see some action-packed performances in the first few minutes of the game itself. And you perfectly mentioned, right? When it comes to today, day number 1, match number 1, well, those drop clashes are definitely going to be seen at the same point in time. Well, it also kind of boils down to fixes the approach that teams are going to have, right? Because these are players who do not want to back down. I mean, they're not going to be like, all right, you know what? We're not going to jump into this to this drop location, because this other team can go ahead and take that swing for themselves. But we know that itself is going to be creating a lot of rivalry as well. Now, moving away from that towards, well, again, you know, it is time for prediction. It is time for the chaotic question to be raised and answered. What team would you want to see walk away with the chicken dinner in this first game?
I think Godlike Stalwart for me, because you know I feel they want revenge, because ideally you would have expected them to win the SA fall split, but they weren't able to do so. But maybe this might be the moment where they sort of redeem themselves. So for me, Godlike Stalwart. But what about you, Lakshay?
Well, I've been hearing a lot of good praises coming from the side of the E-Warriors, so that's where I'm going to be sticking my beans towards and hoping with fingers crossed that they do get my prediction set up right in the first game. But yeah, chaotic game is what this Erangel is going to be, because of, again, you perfectly mentioned, all 16 teams going to be playing throughout the entirety of the day, no groups, of course. That means that slowly but surely by the end of the day, the teams are going to get well versed against their opponents and will be able to actually predict certain movements that can be anticipated in terms of those the first elimination points that we talk about. But all of that will be answered as we get busy with game number 1, which of course will be on Erangel. But all in all, what do you think actually? So when it comes to, of course, Pakistan lobby, we've seen that they were very, very aggressive in terms of the approach that they bring to the table. And of course, in the background itself is what I mean to say. On the other front, from the South Asia, we've seen that teams do, of course, have the aggressive play, but also are a little slow paced in terms of their approach. A very strategic approach, rather, is what I should say, coming in from their side. So what do you think between these two different sides of the coin? Where do you think this first game is going to be drawn out towards? A very aggressive one, or perhaps a tactile, slow approach to the entire battleground from these teams?
You know, to be honest, I think the first game is going to be a little bit slow, because that is where, you know, the teams are going to be charting the waters, you know, just testing things out. Who plays where, who drops where, because we are in for surprises. It is a mystery that we are venturing into, and it is obviously going to be the fact that, you know, teams will try and hold the center of the circle right from the very start, because this is again one of those patterns that we also witnessed during the third week and even during the grand finals of the Pakistan region, where we saw that the Pakistani teams were also kind of hesitating to take those early on fights, rather trying to focus on taking the center of the circle. Now this is where, you know, the confusion really arises, because, you know, that's where the you know, people do have questions. Hey, Fixes and Lakshay, I mean, I did manage to win the entire thing, but they tend to drop down way down south. But you know, the way they enter, their timings had been picture perfect. And initially we used to, you know, consider I8 as one of those squads to be, you know, kind of completely just mowing down the entire lobby. Then they had that little bit of an adaptation where they realized that there are teams that aren't really scared of them anymore. There are teams that do not really hesitate in picking up those fights. And that is exactly what they did, right? They were very tactical with their approach, but once it came down to taking it, they went on for the fights and did manage to, you know, win those. And as a result, they were crowned the champions. But again, when you are comparing it with the SA lobby as well, I mean, with the kind of teams that we have, talking about high voltage, I mean, they're the old dogs, right? Along with that, you know, even if you bring in the comparisons of Godlike Stalwart as well, we know how aggressive this squad can be. And along with that, I8 sees so many names. They have the potential. It is just about, you know, how the zone forms. Let's say if we're having a certain circle, I'm pretty sure the teams are going to rotate pretty early on, and we're going to witness few early fights. But if it is a default Gatka, or let's say maybe a Yasnaya circle, then things are going to go with their own sweet.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about that, the contestations that we've already spoken about are going to be tenfold more important for the teams to be able to make an early rotation and get themselves pretty much set up with a decent compound, and of course have a very synergistic approach in terms of where and how do you want to be approaching those fights, because that is something that I've seen from the side of Quantum Rage, who loves to go towards Yasnaya. And they have a very tactile approach in terms of how they, even though they come from the Pakistan lobby, they will only take fights once they are sure and they know that this fight is going to be going in their favor. Otherwise, they have been at a very backseat approach in terms of their aggressiveness. But again, that does not mean that they do not have the prowess to be able to bring down their opponents. Now, that is something that, again, like you perfectly mentioned, is going to be focused on where the zone is going to be dictating these teams to be rotating. And of course, will we have the military based zones that we of course do talk about quite a lot. If we if we are going to be able to see one of those, then again the drop contestations definitely are going to be there. In fact, the teams are so aggressive that automatically we're going to be looking at a very bloody lobby, that's for sure. But all of that again will all be focused on what the PUBG gods are going to be doing to these players and these teams based on how the zone is going to be dictated. And of course, in all of that, I really do want to be able to see also what are those teams who are going to be taking a very backseat approach, a very laid-back approach in terms of not being too early in terms of making the rotation, rather sticking into the blues and working towards a very, very late rotation. I want to be able to see what are those teams going to be and how exactly are they going to be changing their play by the end of the day.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see because honestly, there will be a few teams that would want to have a rather slower start, right? Because then again, there are a few teams that are playing the Asia Championship for the very first time. Now, that is where we sort of bring in, Magnus Esports, a team that has a lot of potential, that really outperformed during the league stages of PMPL Pakistan. But as we went along to the finals, now that sort of a performance was kind of not reciprocated. There might have been a lot of other reasons for the same. We could really argue that people didn't know how they used to play. But then again, that does not really bar the fact that the players, the way they wanted to go in, the aggression, that killer instinct was sort of missing. Now, this is where this sort of happens when your confidence is a little bit low. So now for teams like Magnus, they are in a precipice, right? This is where they either decide to be on the top of the mountain or they decide to take that fall. Because, even for teams like DE Warriors, now they haven't really faced off against teams from Pakistan. They do not really know what to expect from their side. Now, this is where all the confusion, all the drama gets created. Now, you never know, it might also come out from the old dogs themselves, because again, Godlike Stalwart, they missed out from that first spot. Maybe they might be doubting themselves. Maybe a little bit of a steady approach could fix the things that they were really missing out on. IHC, this was one of those teams that started off with a hat trick in the grand finals and eventually did not go on to win this entire thing. So that is again also one of those contentions out there, because not only you have to get the chicken dinners, but at the same time you have to be consistent as well. But as we take a look at the statistics coming out of Godlike Stalwart, I'm kind of a little bit surprised with the numbers of eliminations. Of course, Top's just doing top things, but then again, when you look at action, 16 eliminations is not an apt justification to the kind of a player that he is. But when he's not stepping up, you've got your teammate Pika with 28 to his name. But again, look at action's damage. So he sort of has covered it up. And then you've got Scry, the survival master for his team. No matter Godlike Stalwart being in whatever situation, he makes sure that he gets those, position points at least for his team 100% secured.
Exactly, and you want to be able to have at least one player in the team who's going to be, keeping a keen eye towards that sort of performance in the game and in the lobby, which in turn will definitely be a rock-solid player to, of course, rely upon. But at the same time, again, when it comes to the performance itself that we anticipate from the side of Godlike Stalwart, well, a lot more could have been said and done, but it did not. It was just not the case. It was just not their day, perhaps. But again, now today they're going to have to redefine in terms of the old dogs that we talk about, right? I mean, these teams, these players, they are known. They're known across the world for the performance that they bring in the PUBG Mobile realm, so to say, right? And that indeed has kind of shifted a little bit, right, compared to what it was. And now what we are looking at in terms of the storyline itself, it's shifted a little bit. So I really want to be able to see, have the old dogs actually matured and moved away from the game altogether? Or what is the reason why these big names are not able to bring the big plays that we want to be able to see from them?
I think it's the hunger, it's the drive to try and go and win it all, because you need to have that. I think that is exactly the kind of a run that teams like Deadeyes or Warriors are on, right? They're on a warpath. They want to prove themselves. Indeed, they have proven themselves, right? Have gotten into the big leagues, have played against the best of the best teams, and when it mattered, they actually did come #2. So again, they have that little bit of a morale being boosted but at the same time, at the back of your heads, you've got that little tingle of nervousness out there, you know, where you start questioning, you know, it is the Pakistan teams. And now, again, we've done all our research around the teams of the SA lobby. Now, when Pakistan also really comes into the mix, now, when we have teams actually trying to block off our rotation or are dropping off right at where we are, that is where the trouble arises. For all of them, that is where they have to know how to deal against this potential threat. And the first day, it is all going to be like a learning curve for all these teams. You know, what are they going to do? What do they have to offer on the table? And this makes things so much more exciting, because not just only $150,000 is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Let me remind you once again, for all the new viewers that have tuned in, it is also those coveted spots and the slots for the PMGC that is on the line. That being said, let's just head into Erangel. It is match number 1 as the flight path trajectory quite even. Plotter going all the way, just dissecting the map into 2 halves from Sanhok military base all the way, I believe, towards Severny.
Well, let's see. Where exactly is the zone going to be, of course, created right here on this map. And along with that, it is definitely a good start to the day itself, because again, it is dissecting the map in equal halves. It's allowing all the teams to have their own easy drops for themselves. And for now, as we do have, of course, right off the bat in the first minute of the game itself, we've got Stalwart along with DE, who have gone down towards, of course, the military base itself. Not going to be in close contestation as of now. But interesting choice coming in from I8. As we can see, they're still on the flight path and they're still in the plane. So perhaps a very different gameplay that can be anticipated from I8 this time around.
You know what I'm thinking? I think they might just be going down towards maybe those areas around Katka. Because if my memory serves me right, that is where they kind of used to drop earlier when, you know, in the southern region, their drops were contested. Now, we were talking about Deadeye's warriors not refusing to, you know, leave a military base. Now, this is where the entire equation for I8 sort of changes, right? Now, there is even avenues where they can really go towards the Georgopol areas, maybe the northwestern Georgopol city. That could really come in handy. But then again, what we have to do over here is T20 Regicide around farm. Now, this is what really makes things a lot more interesting, right? We've got that southern circle up for ourselves. Now, this is where, you know, they're not going to be pleased just leaving off their drop, right? Because ideally, you would want a southern one, but you're not getting hit. And now, look at Elementrix. They're also rotating a lot down south.
Well. This is going to be a chaotic game for sure, because again, I mean, we can clearly see that about 20% of the map itself is, or rather the zone, my apologies, itself, is in the water. And the entire military base is part of the zone. So does that mean that perhaps in the first game itself, we are looking at a military base zone? Well, this is going to make things a lot more interesting, definitely, but chaotic as well, because these teams are going to have to make those rotations, and there's only 2 to 3 different ways that you can enter the military base, of course, right? You've got the No Reply Bridge, you've got the Ferry Pier Bridge. Apart from that is the waterways itself that you could make your way through, and that's exactly what it seems like R3G is going to be doing right there, where we do have R3G's Nocto and others making a rotation through the water itself. And of course, it is going to be a 2-man split coming in from the side of that team. So let's see the rotation that, of course, the side is working towards, if that will be allowed or not. Because as they do try and make that rotation, there are so many other teams. Like if you talk about the No Reply itself, we've got VENOM, we've got DRS, who are just keeping a keen eye towards the bridge. And of course, the stalemate could very well result in the teams that will try and get that rotation through the bridge itself, through No Reply Bridge. On the other front, as Fixers had mentioned earlier, from Ferry Pier, we did see Elementrix, and well, they are looking very groovy right now. They've got nothing to worry about, because as of now, from the Ferry Pier area, there's absolutely no team that is going to be dropping any clashes for the rotation being showcased from EX right now.
And now when you really talk about a team like Elementrix, we know what sort of a rich past that these lads had, right? Now, I think it was time for the old dogs to step down and lay path for the new rising stars. And that is where we do have the others also coming into play. Like you're talking about Precious, but we're just going to talk about them a while later, because we do have a fight amidst us. There's going to be Skylightz up against Quantum Rage. Now, Skylightz, another team, one of the most dominant teams in the entirety of the SA. Now, Mafia Ninja, Nima, AJ, and Mr. Boro. Right in front of them, we have one of the most consistent teams of Pakistan, that is Quantum Rage. No matter any sort of casualty, even if they take, towards the end, they somehow have managed to secure one of their players alive in the final few circles, hence earning them those valuable position points. So this is going to be a really interesting battle, because Skylightz Gaming, ideally they do not prefer taking fights early on, but once, you know, push comes to shove, they're one of those teams that really do not prefer backing off. And turn, he's in a really precarious spot, because the moment he steps out and wants to leave, can get taken down. As we can see, Mafia Ninja already cooking up that grenade at his direction. Does it land? Oh, it misses a miles away.
Well, again, a very important conversion is right here provided for Turn, of course, with the AKM in his hand. Same is the case from Mafia Ninja as well, as he's got the UMP. But at the same time, now the stalemate that these two teams have resulted in with this fight being drawn out and extended a bit too much. Again, for now, they don't really have to worry about much, because the zone is going to be in close proximity for them to be able to make that rotation. But if they do not get an opening here, either Turn or, of course, Mafia Ninja, then this can turn into a lot of problem. And with that, a perfect nade coming in from AJ from the backlines is going to result in Turn going down. And just like that, the first elimination of the game is going to be drawn out and showcased right here from the side of Skylightz Gaming. A very synergistic approach, definitely showcased right there from Skylightz as they got the conversion. And at the same time, now it is going to be the player Turn who will, of course, be the first one to leave this lobby. At the same time, Skylightz, they are on the move now. The stalemate situation that they were a part of a minute ago has now resulted in them walking away with 1 defeat points to themselves, and they're just going to easily back out of that. Not going to be overextending the fight, not going to be pushing their luck, which is definitely a good decision being made right here from Skylightz Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Skylightz, again, one of those teams that really know their corners, right? They're very well versed with the nooks and crannies around this entire city, and they know how to deal with a threat if it comes in front of them. But at the same time, DE Warriors are firing upon a few bullets at the players of T20 Regicide. You've also got the players of Team Magnus right around them, some of them having taken quite some amount of damage, as Team Magnus decided to rotate pretty early from Pochinki, their homeland, and they do understand that it is the southern areas that they have to play around with.
Absolutely, as we do have, of course, the Warriors on our screens now. They have a lot of information about the rotation being made from the side of Magnus, as Magnus's players were also sprayed on upon, and a little bit of a health was definitely brought down as well. But at the same time, now we have to see, with the DP in action, of course, will this be able to draw out, well, no trouble whatsoever at all, as Magnus is going to be able to get out of that. And with that, we've got another trouble brewing right here for the players of Elementrix. It seems like where it is going to be T2K Regicide, who have been able to eliminate their competition, and of course that in turn results them looking very much in control of this compound. At the same point in time, the best part for, of course, Regicide is this is a good start to the game that they definitely hoped for, and that's what resulted in them having a very good control of this compound. And they are at the zone, in the zone itself on the military base. They are at the southern edge of the map itself. So a very good controlled position that Regicide have right now. And along with that, of course, the defeat point already provides them the motivation that you need to be a part of this game, and that's exactly what Regicide have been able to create for themselves in the first few minutes of this game. Now again, like I said, they are looking very, very comfortable in terms of the placing that they are at on the military base itself. But let's see now, how long are they going to be able to hold this area for themselves? How long before their compound is going to be contested? On the other front, we've got VENOM Legends player making a rotation from the main island, I believe. Yes, it is. It is from the main island, from Milta Power, as we do have VENOM Legends players slowly making a rotation through the water towards the military base. Now, that is something that VENOM Legends, for now, are looking very comfortable in. But as soon as they reach the military base, that is what they are going to have a little bit of trouble in the name of, I believe, Stalwart, because Stalwart is around in the vicinity. So we'll have to see if at all there we have it. Perfect. Now this makes things that much more easier to describe because we've got Stalwart who are at the right side of the military base itself. Now VENOM Legends, if they would have decided to go straight in, then definitely they would have had a little bit of trouble against Stalwart. But right now it seems like VENOM Legends are playing it safe. They've got a 2-man split in the water as they make that rotation, and perhaps the way that they're making this rotation itself could very well mean that they are going to be jumping in from the southern side of the military base. But along with that, I mean, Fixes, this is perfect, picture perfect start to the day itself, where indeed it is the military base zone that we are going to be looking at. Now, all these teams, I was talking about it in the pre-game segment as to what teams are going to be the ones who are going to be working towards a late rotation. Well, so many of them are working towards a late rotation. We've got I8C along with, of course, I8 who are making a rotation all the way from Georgia Pole this time around. And on the, well, eastern side of the map, we still have Quantum Rage and Skylightz Gaming still in close proximity at Yasnaya as they are being taken over by the Blues. So now, this is the moment that these teams now are going to have to start pushing their rotations as quickly as possible, because again, military base, there's only that many areas that you can hold and contest, after which all the other teams who are working towards the late rotation are going to be caught out in the open. They won't have a lot many areas to defend or even call home, and that is where again we can anticipate a kerfuffle perhaps showcasing for those teams, for those late rotating teams. But we'll see how exactly is this going to fare out, because right now I've got my keen eyes set up towards I8 and I8C as they are making that rotation from Primorsk and Quarry. TUF is waiting on that bridge. Elementrix is already set up pretty good. So what other opening is left for I8 and I8C? I wonder what exactly are they planning on doing once they reach the edge of that military base?
You know, I think it's going to be all about the waiting game, to be honest, because they will have to let I8C pass. There's no chance on earth that they can go on engaging in this particular fight, because I believe, you know, heading off towards Primorsk, finding a board, that's going to take a lot longer. I just hope they have enough healings to work around with. But, you know, that being said, at the same time, you know, taking a look at the circle, it looks like, you know, it could really go T20 Regicide's way if, you know, the circle kind of shifts a little bit down. But I really love the kind of an area that team Elementrix has occupied for themselves. But taking a look at Team Magnus, they're kind of situated at the southeastern peripheries of the circle, which sort of makes it a lot more interesting, because, you know, this is not how Team Magnus likes to play. But again, you know, these are dire circumstances. Again, we have been talking about the SA lobby being quite different. And look at Drolin. Quite literally, his buggy is on flames. Any moment, you know, a single bullet and it could just blow up. Wow. As we are speaking, T20 QWERTY right beside them. And shots are being taken at Drolin's direction. Finisher having taken some massive chunk of damage as well at the same time. Now, Team Magnus, well, their armors have been penetrated through. Drolin also having fallen down. T20 QWERTY knows exactly what to do, and they are heading for the push.
Well, they definitely are, as Magnus, again, the rotation that was made from the side of this team, it seems like they are running out of options right now. There's no way they're going to be able to provide that cover or revival on their teammate. At the same time, when it comes to the approach that is being showcased from the side of course, Voltrix and his team of T20 QWERTY, they are going to be approaching this compound with just one thing in mind, and that is to be able to eliminate the competition in front of them. And that's going to be in the name of Magnus Esports. Now, Magnus Esports, they are trying their level best to be able to equalize this playing field, as they have been able to bring down Voltrix as well. So it is a 3v3 situation between these two teams right now. But the flank angle that's been created from Gravity from T20 QWERTY, that is an eye-opener in this fight, because if he's able to connect with this Carl in his hand, this could be the end for Magnus, because they have been covered, they have been surrounded, and there's no way for them to be able to run out in the open. And of course, that means that they are going to have to fight it till the end. But again, the position that we do have from the side of T20 QWERTY, and now with the numbers advantage also going in their favor, this is looking like a one-sided fight in favor of T20 QWERTY.
I think, you know, T20 QWERTY, they were just trying to buy some time to get that revive up. And now once they're back to their full strength, this is where they go in for the push. And this grenade, it's going to be devastating. But 420 boy has taken some massive amount of damage. Ooh. Is it from elsewhere? I'm starting to ponder what could be the case. Where did that grenade come in from? But Zen, he is surviving on a sliver of HP. Now with the zone also trying to close in, Now this is where they have to fight against time, and this is where T20 QWERTY will go in for the push. Now Team Magnus, there you go, Gravity getting that perfect grenade being launched at Zen, getting the damage being dished out, will go in for the push. Finisher comes out of his compound, cannot survive for a lot longer. Gravity needs to patch himself up as Khan steps out and gets that beautiful knock as T20 QWERTY just go on sweeping the entire compound as Team Magnus become the first team to get eliminated, Lakshay.
Ouch moment indeed, definitely for the side of Magnus. That fight, it was just not theirs. And the perfect synergistic approach that was showcased from the side of T20 QWERTY resulted in them, of course, walking away with, well, all 4 elimination points. Alongside that, now it seems like we do have MABETEX taking on shots against the players of DRS themselves. And DRS are at a downfall as they have perhaps lost out on the opportunity of converting this game in their favor, because DRS, again, the numbers have dwindled down for them. On the other front, for MABETEX, again, this is a really good start to the game as they have 2 elimination points for themselves. They have DRS surrounded pretty much. There's no way DRS can make a move out of this precarious situation that they find themselves in. On the other front, talking about the zone itself, the zone is going to be constricting itself towards the military base, yes, but now more so towards the center of the military base, where again, we do have Red Side, who we saw earlier, in a very good contestation. But at the same time, for DRS, it seems unlikely for them to be able to walk out of this, or rather get towards the closing half of the game, because they are left with just a 1-man army right now. And the 1-man army is going to try his level best, but it seems like the Blues is going to be damaging quite a lot as well, as now that perfect nade has been able to kind of equalize the playing field for DRS. But sadly, there's no conversion, there's no reason, or my apologies, there's no way the conversion can be converted into a point for DRS, as he is at the receiving end towards the lower half of this edge.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at this circle, I mean, it has Godlike Stalwart written all over it. I still have the memories of the first PMGC matchup in which Stalwart Esports, that is what they were known back then, did manage to get the chicken dinner in a similar fashion. But TUF, in a little bit of a kerfuffle over here, IHC, they finally decide to strike, you know, going after TUF. Now, we were talking about that bridge skirmish starting to begin. Indeed, it has. Now, Thought spotting out Alex. A beautiful picture precision spray comes in, and he goes falling down. Icy also taking quite some damage. Godless not at the best of HP, as Icy has also fallen down as Edgar decides to strike in. TUF did have that advantage, which they really capitalized on, as Demo just trying to bob and weave, but will not escape the clutches of Thor as lightning strikes, and IHC, they are in tatters.
Absolutely. As now the zone constricts once again. This is a very, very difficult conversion right now, especially again because the zone is towards the military base. Teams don't have lot of area available for them. The only way to move ahead is to be able to eliminate your competition that's in front of you.
Indeed. And T20 QWERTY.
And this is definitely not.
Really precarious situation. A lot of VENOM Legends right below them. Gravity did spot him out. He is gonna strike, and there you go. The knock comes in. Along with that, the finish as well. Now we've got Ripson inside that little bunker. He's been hunkering down on that spot for quite some time. Now all by his lonesome. T20 QWERTY, they need to secure some ground, because they have to ensure that their angles are cleared at least. Now just smoking it out through. Maybe they are deciding to go for the push. Now Ripson, he knows that he is against it is a situation where he's against the world. And he's got to do whatever it takes to try and get a few finishes for his name, as the leaps comes in and the push goes out. Ripson almost managed to take down 2 players of T20 QWERTY, as VENOM Legends also bite the dust.
Ripson definitely getting ripped apart right there with, again, just a 1-man approach from his side from VENOM. At the other front, it is going to be i8's players taking on a lot of damage right now from the side of T2K, where indeed i8's players have crumbled down. 2 of their players are already lost to the cause. Make that 3, as IQ is the only final player remaining and surviving and standing for the side of i8. But for how long? Because again, for T2K, this is the opportunity that they definitely would love to be able to eliminate their competition, and that they have done so gracefully. In doing so, we are left with only 11 teams, 29 players in total, and look at that zone. The zone definitely keeping it close to DE, and it seems like DEW are very much in contestation for this game, as we do have IQ, the final player of I8, trying to run away from this fight. Thankfully, he will be able to survive for just a little bit more longer, but again, there's not many areas that he can go to, and that in turn could very well be just another minute or two, perhaps, is all it's going to take for I8's IQ to be eliminated. But right now, moving away from that fight towards the players of Regicide.
Yep.
Again, we saw Regicide at a really good position in the like 10 minutes ago, and they are definitely capitalizing on that information. And right now, it's going to be the players of Elementrix definitely destroying the position of DW. Now, I was getting so psyched up because I thought my prediction was going to come in true, but it seems like that's not going to be the case thanks to Elementrix.
Thanks to Elementrix, and even I'm starting to, you know, doubt my prediction as well. But look at Godlike Stalwart. I mean, the way they just dealt the push coming in, and I loved every bit of it. But T2K, they are in a whole different league right now. The way they just fended off I8 in that particular situation. But now it has come down to this southern side. That is inside the military base. Now, this could be anybody's ball game. Now, this is where DE Warriors, they have spotted out the players of Godlike Stalwart, which makes it a lot more difficult. But then again, you know, staying at such an elevated position makes things a lot more interesting, right? The moment you start firing shots, that is the moment you give your position away. And if you're knocked out there, your flank's been cut off. So, DE Warriors, they will have to count their eggs. But at the same time, look at Doc. Seems like he spotted someone out from T20 QWERTY. The moment the smoke dissipates, that is the time that Doc decides to just break open. And Stalwart still just trying their very best to try and get an entry inside the circle as Action. Ooh, barely survives. But now they know exactly that they're being watched as Action. This was not required, but he did so. And Stalwart, the chances definitely getting more nimble as Cry trying to enter in through, and East is really making a good work out of him. Oh, there you go.
Well, East, he definitely has a lot of control in this fight. I mean, he's got so much information of his opponents that slowly but surely, one by one, he's just eliminating them. And along with that, of course, getting those very much needed points for his team. Now, Warriors, they are standing true and tall for. We have them in the kill feed again and again in the elimination, where they are taking control of so many individual players. Now, East, finally, it seems like his position has been caught upon from the side of High Voltage's Malik. And beautiful. That, in turn, is going to be the end of that position. Again, a perfect capitalization of this information from Malik, where indeed now East, there's no way the revival could be brought into him. He's done his job for now, and now it's all up to his teammates to be able to, of course, if nothing else, provide a little bit more of a... Yeah, there we have it. That was no way that revival could have been created, but of course, definitely a valiant effort from East right there.
I mean, at this particular moment, I mean, this was really coming, right? He did manage to get a lot of value, though. Trying to deny Stalwart's an entry inside the circle,
true.
That's really amazing. But at the same time, what he should have really done in that situation was, after getting those 2 knocks, should have kind of tried to change his position, because he knew his position had been given away. But trying to stake there, that is where that greediness really creeps in, and that doesn't really favor you. Things could have been done, 146 other things, but they decided to go with something else. But right now, Stalwart, look at Pika, the lonesome survivor. He's gonna get all those position points for him as Regicide decide to take over the police building over here. We've got to see how do they work things around. And look at that zone shift, favoring absolutely nobody. But Team High Voltage has a really good chance of making it inside the circle before everybody else. If they could just play around the fences and let all these teams down south fight it around, maybe, you know, the champions of SA could land a winning blow in the first game of the SA Championship. As Knock, he spotted out the players of Team Elementrix, has relayed all that information to his teammate Nocto, who managed to almost knock out one of those players of Team Elementrix. Indeed, Yetta falls prey to Knock as Orange. He's gonna retaliate back, decides to lob a few smokes, wants to get that revive.
Indeed, and for now, it seems like he is going to be able to get that revive on his teammate, where Elementrix is going to be standing with two-man army, but on the other front, for Regicide, this is definitely looking a really, really good game. They've got the numbers advantage, they've got all 4 players, and again, the nades, they just keep coming in. Orange, he's trying his level best from the side of Elementrix to be able to hold the ground, but again, there's not enough area for him to be able to, of course, find that cover, which in turn is definitely getting hammered on upon from the nades coming in from Regicide, and that in turn is going to be the end of course, Elementrix right there, where it was, well, none other than the Warriors actually stealing the point away from Regicide this time around, as the Warriors, they are still very much part of this fight. They are a 2-man split army coming in with 7 defeat points for themselves, 5 teams remaining right here. But again, like I said, Regicide, they have the numbers working for themselves. They've got all 4 players standing, and the only thing that Regicide do not have is, sadly, the zone moving away from them.
Indeed. I mean, if that happens, then they will have to come out in the open. That is where the smokes really do come in handy. But high voltage, they look to be in pristine control of the situation. Look at how they position their players. Look at where Jiggle is. He could be the one creating all that difference. He could be the one, if he just, kind of goes a little bit further, could really cut off the players of T20 Regicide if the zone shifts away. And look at that, just landing into their laps. And high voltage in such a prime position as Ring. He spotted out IQ, who's right out in the open, who has no idea of Ring's presence, will eventually get picked off, as does have the ghillie suit also to help him out. But IQ, I mean, did a lot for his team, did manage to get those crucial position points.
Oh, yes.
Managed to get that 5th position at least, still keeping them in the race, as DE Warriors right beside the players of high voltage. It is getting a lot more enthralling at this point, because now high voltage, their positions well known to the players of DE Warriors, but we've got to see what do they make out of it, because Regicide, they have to come in, and at this point, Ring could prove to be such a thorn for them, because all he's going to do is just try to fend off any sort of attack that comes his way and get as many finishes as possible. As Sneaks just sneaks upon the players of Regicide, and knock. He's got to pay a hefty price. T20 Regicide, they were doing so good up until now, just survived by the last player. That's going to be a Shad.
Well, again, I mean, high voltage has definitely capitalized on this precarious situation that Regicide were in. Jiggle, as you had mentioned earlier, was in a very good angle that he had kept, and that in turn resulted in, of course, Regicide losing out on the advantage that they had. Now left with only one final player, Shad, who is going to be finding a little bit of a cover behind, of course. But again, it is a 1-man army that Shad is left with, and all he needs to do right now is to die, perhaps, because the Warriors, they are very much in control of this fight. Even though they're just a 2-man army, they're just sneaking their way through from one team to the other as they bring down the domination. They already know where high voltage's players were, but T2K's Rig, now he has a very good position right here because of the ghillie suit. Also, at the same time, nobody knows where he's at, or my apologies, it seems like high voltage assassin has a little bit of an idea for that final play of T2K Rig, and definitely Rig is being sprayed on upon. With that, the Warriors themselves are not going to be allowed to stand true for long, because high voltage assassin has definitely assassinated right there, thus remaining one final player from the side of the Warriors. And now it seems like high voltage, as soon as the zone came in towards their side, they capitalized on that perfectly, which in turn seems like this game could be theirs. This chicken dinner could definitely be theirs, as we are left with only 3 teams, and high voltage with a 3-man army compared to, of course, T2K's Rig, 1-man army, along with the Sneaks from the side of the Warriors.
Oh, indeed. It is high voltage just came to lose, but at the same time, there is a stark possibility that this can happen, really. Because the way Ring is just creeping in on them, seems like the chances have sort of diminished. Now, with this grenade, kind of gives away the position of the players of T2K if anyone has spotted out the projectile, but that does not really matter, because getting that elevated position secures high voltage this amazing winner chicken dinner in the very first game, ladies and gentlemen, of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asian Championship, with a decent amount of finishes to their names. 6 is what they require, and 21 points is what they have earned. And hailing from Nepal, high voltage, they definitely are on high voltage. With the way they are playing, certainly proved to be one of the strongest contenders to not just win this thing, but also heading on to the GC. But this is again the first game, and I really loved the way they approached the circle, right? Just maintaining throughout the edges, just respecting the zone, taking the fights that they could have, did not even overstepped even in a single moment. They played it to perfection, and as a result of which, they managed to get this amazing winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and this was very much needed for the side of high voltage, because as soon as the zone moved away from Regicide in favor of high voltage, they knew what they had to do and they utilized that perfectly to get that chicken dinner for themselves. Definitely a good start for them. With that, we're going to go on that short little break. Stick around. We'll be right back with match number 2. Hello and welcome to, of course, South Asia Championship right here, all thanks to Oppo. But we're just done with one game, and what a perfect start to the day this definitely was. Along with that, Fixes has left the call for now, as now we're going to be moving on along with, well, my apologies, Fixes. I did not mean to say that you've left the call, but yeah, you are, you definitely are. But what I meant to say, I should have seen that. My apologies. But again, dude, definitely a good start to the day. I mean, it was the zone. Once again, we spoke about it in the pre-game segment as well. It is the zone that defined all of it. And this time around, once again, it was the zone that became the MVP. We're talking about MVPs themselves. Let's have a look at the MVP coming in from this game.
Of course. I mean, Doc 922, right? Dropping off straight at military base, and they did whatever was required. The kind of, knocks really do not, and the eliminations really do not reciprocate as to how much, instrumental he was for his team. Those 900 points of damage trying to fend off all that attack coming in from multiple directions. And, him doing that, it was something that was absolutely needed for the Warriors to shine. And what a start have these lads had, right? Again, you have to talk about even the heroics of Regicide, because honestly, they also rotated pretty early on. But now, focusing on the players that were really amazing in this game. Even Sneaks, the way he just dealt with that attack coming in from Regicide. Then again, East, getting up onto that elevated platform, and then dealing with the players of Godlike Stalwart over there, completely crippling them apart. And Rig, I mean, the sort of shenanigans he was up to with that ghillie suit, staying hidden and, getting maximum value out of being just a lonesome survivor. And then you've got Nima from Skylightz. They started off really well against that fight with Quantum Rage. And heading on also had quite some interesting, battle instincts against, I think, Godlike Stalwart. I think that is who they went up against with. And taking a look at match summary, we have a few more statistics.
Absolutely, as we look at the Sneaks right there with, of course, highest elimination coming in, with his teammate is going to be Doc with the highest damage and Doc with highest assist as well. Alongside that, it is going to be, well, the highest amount of healing done was from Wally from MABETEX Esports. Now, again, this in turn kind of, when it comes down to DE Warriors, one thing that I noticed from the side of this team, Fixes, is how each and every single player from DE Warriors was playing their own game. And again, it was nothing taken away from their team approach, which definitely worked out right. But again, East, he had a completely different say in the fight that he was taking all by his lonesome. Sneaks and Doc finally at the end, of course, got together to take on those shots and sprays, but still were playing a phased out game. I mean, they were not synergistically playing it together. And that in turn, perhaps, is what I noticed actually could be the reason why they were not able to get the chicken dinner. But nevertheless, whatever the case be, they are sitting on the top with 11 eliminations. We know who got the chicken dinner, that was high voltage, but only 6 eliminations is what results in them sitting on the second position compared to, of course, the Warriors up front.
Oh yeah, I mean...
Hold on, Fixes, does that mean I get a point?
No. Nope. Aves were called for the chicken dinner, and you barely made it there, right? I mean, I should be the one who was really sad because I really called it. This was supposed to be a Godlike Stalwart circle, and I think things really went down south for them. That first fight with Skylightz Gaming, something that they were not really anticipating, having lost out on action in that very situation. Now, let's take a look at all that happened in the Oppo F21 Pro moments, as we can see all the action ensue right in front of us. Now, Quantum Rage did not have the best sort of start, right? Did manage to lose out on Tantanata, and one of their players also did get taken down to the circle. And this is where, you know, Stalwart decided to go in for the push, but in the process of doing so, did manage to lose out on action, which was not a good news for them. And even TUF making things worse for the players of IHC, not really giving them that entry inside the zone, causing so much trouble for them. And that is something that they really could not recover from. But high voltage, they were witty and cunning as a fox. They knew exactly what to do. Not a very high elimination game, but the smart way to approach. Now, Deadeye's Warriors on the other side, you know, this is one of those teams that, you know, it was their home ground. They knew how to play around that. They had a very beautiful spread around that little laboratory and across that observation tower. And as a result of which, they managed to get 11. Missed out on the chicken though. But still, you know, nothing to really worry about. Still at a very good position right now. And heading into Miramar, it is going to be a really fun game to watch. Because so far, it has been an SA domination. Pakistani teams, Regicide, have kept the helm, you know, somehow strong. But now let's move on to the schedule and find out what awaits us in the next game. Of course, we all do know that. It's going to be Miramar.
Absolutely, and now the second game of the day will be played on the map of Miramar, of course, where indeed now I am going to be joined in with Necro to move on ahead and take us through the second game of the day. Along with that, Necro, how you doing, mate? And of course, what do you have to say? Was the first game to your expectation from this lobby?
Of course it was. I mean, yeah, now I'm taking over, man. Fixes. I'm gonna take over, okay? I got this, buddy, okay? But yeah, as you said, you asked me, was the first game to my expectations? Of course, I am a lover of military-based circle, and that's what we exactly saw, the military island circle, and it was played perfectly as well. And I think so. I agree with a lot of points that Fixes made over here. We thought the Godlike Stalwart will probably have much more dominating performance, but unfortunately that was not the case. But at the same time, if you do think about some other teams that I had expectations from, which is of course going to be Team Cordy as well. But now, Blotter, time to make the predictions, man. And which team you think is going to take this one home, buddy? I'm going to throw you under the bus. You're going first.
Oof. This is a tough one. This is definitely a tough one because, again, on day number one, we definitely want to be able to see some really good plays from all of these teams. Yeah. But indeed, it is, like Fixes mentioned, turning into more of a SA lobby. And Pakistani team have not yet been able to get the kind of performance that I anticipated from them. But hey, maybe game number two on this Miramar could be that changing phase that could be anticipated. So I'm going to go with I8. Fingers crossed, if at all they can get it or not, well, we'll find out.
Okay, so you're going to go with I8. So you're going to go for a Pakistani team here. You're really expecting a lot from that region, right? So, I mean, I've been looking at the South Asia region for a long time. So I think my first pick over here is going to be from one of those. You know, I want to stick to my comfort zone. And, look, it's going to be quite tough to pick one, but I am really thinking of going with DW here. I think so. They are quite solid on the map of Miramar. We've seen them perform quite flawlessly a lot of times in Miramar as well. So I have a lot of expectations. But yeah, as you were talking about the Pakistan region in general, which team you think can definitely be the one to pull off an incredible chicken dinner here?
Well, so if we were to just look at the stats that have been created right now in this lobby itself for Pakistani teams, I mean, I8, they were left with, thanks to IQ, that's the only reason why they were able to push themselves in the top 5, of course, in the previous game. So yeah, talking about just the stats from today itself on this previous game that was showcased, it is looking like a tough question to answer or raise because for now, like I said, the Pakistani teams and the entire Pakistani lobby that are part of this match itself, well, they are yet to get their feet dug in. They're yet to get warmed up, is what I can say. On the other front, for SA, all the teams. I mean, they're doing phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
The way the rotations were being made, the way the fights were being taken, the synergistic approach that was showcased as well with the team that was remaining with only a two-man army. Like, for example, we can talk about the E-Warriors themselves, just a two-man approach, and that resulted in them working towards 11 eliminations. So, yeah, definitely I'd say that they are a little bit better set up for this, but let's see if that'll be the case for game number 2 or not.
I mean, Blotter, you asked me how am I doing. I want to ask you, how are you doing on this wonderful day, man? Tell me. Let me know.
Well, again, looking at all these faces, I definitely am stoked to be able to see them jump into the map of Miramar, bring in a lot of chaos and destruction and mayhem. But at the same point in time, we know that all of it is going to be focused, or rather based off of where the zone is going to be.
Exactly.
And where the zone is how we know that it is going to be a slow-paced approach from this lobby or not. But at the same point in time, again, it is the map of Miramar. It is one of the biggest maps in, of course, the competitive scene that we know of. And that in turn results in a little bit of a slow start to every single game on Miramar, right?
Yeah, that's what we call the podcast hours. You know, that's where we share some stuff about life. We talk about some life. We talk about some incredible stuff and maybe crack some jokes as well while we're at it. But yeah, the planned flight path, it definitely seems like it is going to be quite good and favoring the majority of the team. So that's going to be good news for a lot of them, because it's traversing exactly through the center of the map, dividing the map into 2 equal halves. Of course, the planned flight path right on top of Picado, of course, starting it off all the way from southern side of Los Leones, ending towards La Cabrera. One team that is going to be quite happy over here, of course, Godlike Stalwart. They like to drop inside San Martin. Skylightz Gaming too, who like to drop inside La Cabrera. So I do want to see what sort of capitalizations are we going to see. Now, in the previous game, I was expecting for a lot of drop clashes, but that was not the case. A lot of teams have decided to improvise on the fly.
True. In fact, yeah, that's so true, because the teams have actually changed. Like, for example, if we talk about I8 for that matter, on the map of Erangel, everybody knows that they are going to be going down to the military base. But this time around, they changed their strategy. They changed their tactics completely. And that clearly does indicate that, there's a lot more, a lot more that we can anticipate from these teams, because the contestations that were anticipated have yet not been cleared. But look at the zone this time around. Going to be majorly moving towards, of course, the northwestern side of the map. El Pozo pretty much in the center. Skylightz Gaming looking very comfortable. Same perhaps can be said for the players of Regicide as well. And talking about Regicide, they actually did have a pretty good warmed up match number 1.
They definitely did, yeah. Regicide were able to stick around to each other with a really long time inside the military base, and I did see them in the final few moments too, unfortunately, where they really did need to cross out in the open. I knew that's where things are going to be screwed up, of course, because you have DW in the front, and then you also have the players of High Voltage trying to hold you off, and then you have T2K on the other side. There's no way. It's a complete death trap to try and step inside, or to try and step outside, actually, off the cover, and that's what exactly happened. Regicide fell prey to that entire trap. But now, if you do focus inside this game, one thing I've noticed over here, T20 QWERTY, and if I'm not wrong, they like to drop inside San Martin. So this is going to be quite a different approach coming in from their side. This time they've dropped all the way down south, Blotter. They have changed the drop location completely. They do not want to mess around with a team like Godlike Stalwart. Makes a lot of sense too, because right now the momentum definitely should be favoring the players of Godlike Stalwart. And as you were speaking about the jitters, this can definitely be a clear indication of that.
Indeed. Along with that, it seems like a first blood situation right here on our screens from the side of course, DRS. Yante right there with a picture-perfect approach in this fight, as he was able to bring down his opponent from the side of Quantum Rage. Now, talking about Quantum Rage, in the previous game also, they were not looking good. I mean, it was Stuntanatan who was the first man to get eliminated from the lobby. And that point in time, they had a fight against Skylightz, which resulted in, again, their numbers just dwindling down. And this time, once again, Quantum Rage not having the perfect start, as they are losing out on Senior, and it seems highly unlikely for them to be able to give the revival to their teammates. So Quantum Rage are definitely faced with a dilemma that maybe this lobby is a bit too much for them. It seems like no matter where they go, what map they go on, they are finding themselves in the crosshairs of their opponents.
I mean, it's funny how they've been quite consistent in the Pakistan region, and now they've already started this tournament off with a complete handicap mode. In the first game too, as you said, they started off with a handicap.
It is still consistent, right? Though
I mean, I guess, yeah, they're still consistent. They are somehow managing to stay consistent. That's what Fixes mentioned, right? He said they always do have that one player who's able to sneak in that final zone. So they have apparently cracked the code. We can't just judge a team right off the first game, right? So I'm going to let it pass by. I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to be like, okay, it's just the first game. Maybe they're trying to get rid of the jitters. As you said, facing teams from South Asia, I mean, which the teams that I'm talking about are, of course, the ones that I was looking at, DEWs, Skylightz Gaming, Godlike Stalwart. I mean, these names are, of course, some of the names that anyone would be scared of, right? So it makes a lot of sense, too, when you're going to be stepping inside the lobby. Things are going to be quite tough for them, too. I'm not saying these teams are scared, but you at least need a couple of more games to shake off those jitters, because they have never faced against each other.
Exactly. I mean, so I guess we can actually talk about this from both the angles, right? From SA teams as well as from Pakistan teams, because they've seen each other's gameplays. And in fact, I mean, these are such big names that they have, in fact, played against each other as well. But every single time you jump into the battleground, it is going to be a different approach that that is going to be forced on you. Again, it could be based on the zone. It could be based on how you've rotated as a team, or maybe a two-man split coming in from your side itself, which again kind of evolved the battleground every single time. And this time around, like you perfectly mentioned, they need, or both these regions actually teams, they need a few more games. In fact, perhaps day number 1, by the time we reach game number 3, is where we can say game number 3 or 4 perhaps is where we can say, all right, now the teams are well versed against each other. They've gotten decent amount of understanding against each other, and then from game number 5 onwards, perhaps we can see them go on ahead and get those points for themselves, because right now it's just a few teams that are jumping up in terms of creating those opportunities. Regicide, definitely one of them. I mean, the E-Warriors, we saw with just a 2-man army also, they were looking very, very good and consistent approach in terms of the aggressiveness that they've been able to showcase. So overall, again, like you perfectly mentioned, it's just a matter of time before these teams are going to start popping off heads on day number 1 itself, I believe.
I mean, it's funny, right, how Regicide really likes to drop inside Montenegro, and there could have been a potential drop clash with the players of IT. Now, there would have been a drop clash if they decided to drop inside Montenegro, but even Regicide decided to change the drop location on the fly and go towards El Pozo. So all the teams that have came in from the Pakistan region, they're leaving their initial drop locations at the bat. The problem here can definitely be is that if you're going to leave your primary spot, are you really well known off the fact that how to rotate from the secondary spot? Have you practiced that well enough? Because, of course, if you are speaking of primary things, that's what you're accustomed to doing the most. But if you do switch things on the fly and decide to go on the secondary drop location, it really does come down to if you have practiced that enough as well.
Indeed. And you know what? Another thing that can be brought on in this same conversation, Necro, is that maybe it's just mind games. Right? I mean, this is game number 2 of the day. After this Miramar, we are going to go back to Erangel. Perhaps on the second Erangel of the day, we can have I8 go back onto the military base. But maybe some mind games that they're trying to play out against their opponents. So again, it is all out in the open, because there's just not enough games that have taken place between this lobby against each other to be able to, iron out the clauses as to why is this change being showcased. But definitely, I mean, right off the bat, we can definitely see that it is the Pakistani teams more so that have actually decided to change those drop locations, as you mentioned as well, and which in turn, again, it's kind of working. Let's see if that will be the same for game number 2 or not. On our screens, we do have, of course, MABETEX Esports. Now, they had a decent game number 1. Definitely want to be able to see a lot more from them. But let's see if the Miramar game is set up for them or not. On the other front, I mean, Godlike Stalwart. One point in time, this team was anonymous with, of course, Miramar and the performance that they brought on to this map. But this time around, it seems like tough cookie to crack, as they have already got one of their players knocked. It is Action. Not entirely sure who was the player who knocked him down, but Action. Well, thankfully, he is going to be able to get a revival. Here comes Top to be able to, of course, still hold on all 4 players from Stalwart.
Speaking of tough cookie, I remembered something that happened in yesterday's dry run, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, jokes for another time. As we have the next circle popping up in front of us. The chat's going to be so clueless. They're going to be like, all right, what are these guys talking about? But yeah, something incredible happened.
That's so true.
Behind the scenes. If you guys know, you know. I mean, you guys are not going to know anyways, but yeah, it's just, I feel bad for you guys. But anyways, as we do have the circle popping up on our screens, of course, it's going to be shifting a little bit to nothing side. Inside the Crater Fields, of course, and Crater Fields can definitely be the prime spot, but again, it is tilted to another side a little bit more. So the high ground areas near Crater Fields can definitely be heavily contested. Now, in the past, I've seen this similar type of circle, and Skylightz Gaming is usually the team that decides to take the control on the high grounds, and that's what exactly is happening right now as well, as they do like to drop inside La Cabrera. This circle is favoring them, or at least they're having a bit of advantage.
Definitely do. I mean, you perfectly mentioned from the side of Skylightz Gaming, they already are set up with exactly what you said, which is going to be on top of the mountain, with a two-man split that too, which means that all the other teams that are making a rotation, well, they are going to be in the crosshairs of Skylightz, that's for sure. Skylightz Gaming will have the information. Now, what we need to be able to see is that information being utilized and converted into points, because right now, we are 10 minutes into the game, and of course, we've been able to see quite a lot of knocks that have taken place, but no elimination as of yet.
Yeah.
Even though Quantum Rage's player was knocked down, it seems like the revival was brought to him as well, as we are remaining with 64 players. All the players in the lobby are still alive. So perhaps only a matter of time before we can be a part of some fights. Right now, we do have IHC, who have made a rotation from the southwestern side of the zone, and it seems like right in close proximity is going to be the players of Regis side as well. On the other front of the map altogether, we've got Laser from Venom taking shots against none other than Quantum Rage once again.
Now again, this is going to be quite an interesting affair. Skirmishes are now definitely deciding to pop up inside the game, as we have one of the players from the side of Quantum Rage falling down too. You mentioned this fight coming up. Now, VENOM Legends, they've had quite an interesting journey in the PMPL South Asia. So I want to see what sort of a conversion are we going to be seeing inside the championship over here, because VENOM Legends, they have a lot to live up to, that's for sure. And if they're not going to be able to do that, then of course the fingers will be raised onto them. Quantum Rage for now, again, that's going to be another man who goes down. I mean, they were able to recover the man who went down previously, but this sort of a start is really going to shake their mentality a lot inside the games. Quantum Rage now down to a two-man squad in which they only have Sirius and they only have Senior alive. Quite a tough affair, actually. Cyrus and Senior, don't exactly know what these two players are going to be able to pull off, because again, two-man squad, being able to survive inside a map like Miramar, which is going to be quite exposed in the later phase of the game. So yeah, the chances are quite low, that's for sure.
Absolutely. As we do have VENOM Legends themselves now being sprayed on upon from the side of DRS Gaming, where Killer YT has easily been able to convert that into a knock, but it seems like a elimination point will not be provided to him just yet. But again, I mean, it clearly is indicating of the fact that, you know, now teams are slowly getting closer and closer against each other, which in turn is resulting in, of course, fights that are being drawn out in the open, as Necro mentioned a couple of minutes ago as well.
Yeah.
But all of this now will be in the hands of DRS. Now, DRS Killer YT, he was able to spray to perfection, but again, seems like a Laser from Venom has been provided a recovery as of now, and it's going to be Rifts on him, who now, after having given that perfect, crucial revival, seems like he is under the bus as well, because Killer YT, he's got a very good position right here. The smoke is the only thing that's keeping VENOM Legends players alive, but for how long? The flank angle needs to be created from Gangsta, but it seems unlikely for VENOM Legends to be able to reciprocate the same kind of aggression that DRS Gaming is bringing to the table, because VENOM Legends are at a lower end. They are at the bottom half of this hill fight that is definitely favoring Killer YT as of now. As we move away, it is going to be the zone that actually will be forcing both of these teams to kind of take a backseat approach in this fight and focus on getting into the zone first.
As you said, taking a bit of a backseat approach. If you are inside the circle, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense to take a bit of a backseat approach. You don't really need to engage inside the fight. unless if you have a prime spot just like the players of Skylightz Gaming. And as I said, this is what they really like to do, and that's what they've exactly done. Instantly contest those high grounds near creative fields, and if they already do have the high ground, one thing's for sure, they will have a lot of vital information to work with. Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja against one of the players from the side of Regicide who was getting a little bit too close. He will be shut down for now, but again, that threat's being silenced. Want to see for how long that's going to be silenced. On the other hand, you have teams like DEW as well now finally engaging inside some battles themselves. High Voltage is going to be on the receiving end. Praveen goes down and completely out from the game. High Voltage, not a start they wanted. Now down to a 3-man squad. DEW is not going to be a team. It's not going to be a thorn. That's going to be way too easy to get rid of.
Absolutely, but the best part right now for Assassin is the fact that his position on top of this mountain, his position is so very crucial. And if he plays this card right, he can very well be the sore thumb standing out or thorn standing out against the players of DE Warriors. And not only that, in fact, Stalwart as well. As Assassin, as soon as he starts again spraying and mowing down those opponents, his position is going to be compromised. So he's going to have to be very, very careful as to how and when does he approach that fight. But along with that, Skylightz Gaming, AJ with the mini in his hand, letting the mini 14 do all the talking right here, as he definitely has positional awareness of Magnus Esports' entire squad. Alongside that, we have DRS Esports taking down the players of TUF one by one, where TUF, it seems like, is probably going to be the first team, right, to get eliminated.
Yeah, not so tough after all. Even the wall of death is closing in now from the back. You cannot decide to just stay over here for a long time as the next circle have popped up. Again, just centering on up on the majority of the team. Skylightz Gaming once again having the prime spot. It's going to be tough to take it away from them, especially for teams already on the high ground. It's going to be next to impossible, at least on the map of Miramar, to take it over. We've seen that happen once in the past in the PMPL South Asia, of course, fall split, where the players of DEW just shut down Godlike Stalwart. They were holding a high ground, but the possibilities of that repeating once again, replicating itself, is quite low. High Voltage against the players of DEW. This exact fight happening once again, where DEW find themselves in a big disadvantage, and Assassin having all sort of positional advantage. Of course, a lot of info to work with as well. Now, the information can definitely be quite vital. It's up to him how he wants to convert it. It should be delivered to his teammates, too. Assassin, he's taking things really slow. He does not want to go down himself because he knows if he gets down, if he gets taken down on that high ground, it's going to be next to impossible to get the fallen player back up. But right now, another fight's happening on somewhere else. It's going to be the players of I8 just inflicting pain and hurt on T20 Cordy as Khan falls down. Not a great news.
Well. They rise once again. The players of course, I8 right now. Agonxi8 are looking like they want to be able to get decent points from this Miramar game. They've been able to make a rotation from the southwestern side of the zone. That is where they are at as of now. Alongside that, High Voltage, again, a perfect approach right there, where Assassin drew the attention of the Warriors, and indeed his teammate just completed what was needed, and that in turn has resulted in the Warriors again at a receiving end, as they have been brought down to a 2-man army, as one of their players was already knocked down, as we saw, Doc. And it is going to be very, very difficult for them to be able to get that revival. Along with that, it is going to be Quantum Rage getting eliminated.
Oh my god,
T20
so
Quoty,
clean.
seems like I8 are having a lot of problems as well now. DEW. Jeez, this is not what we anticipated from the side of this team, but it seems like High Voltage got the better half of that fight.
I mean, they started off with a big advantage. They already had one player knocked out. DEW, they had all the advantage. I mean, not exactly all the advantage. The positional advantage was not with them, but still the players of High Voltage, with the way they played, the micro adjustments, those movements, those positioning, it's just way better, man. One thing I really love about High Voltage is that tactical nature has been their sort of like the main forte, and they have stuck to it since a long time now. At this point, T20 Cordy, they're getting approached by I8. This fight can definitely be quite interesting, but I8, they don't last for long.
Ouch. Ouch, and they turned into a 1v1 between those two. But eventually it was I8 who got eliminated right there. But yeah, as you were mentioning about high voltage, definitely loved the tactile approach that they brought in that fight. Alongside that, we do have Skylightz Gaming, who again, I mean, they're reigning and supreme with the position that they're at. They've got so much of information, and that now in turn is going to be resulting in them finally starting to take on those shots and sprays against the players of Magnus Esports, where Faster was not dropped down, as Mafia Ninja is just waiting to capitalize on that elimination point for himself. As we are left with 10 teams remaining, 35 players in total.
Here's a little replay of how things really did just go south for the players of DEW. They try to make a play. They try to sneak up on top of there, but again, Buggy makes a bit too much sound, and the players of high voltage, the positioning as I was talking about, the tactical approach in that fight, just played to perfection. Absolutely perfect. Even T20 Cordy, of course, having a little bit of high ground over the players of I8. Things really didn't work out even for them. So a lot of unfortunate moments indeed. When you do have a northern circle like this, high ground's definitely going to be the main priority, and the teams that have gotten their hands on the high ground will, of course, have the main advantage. And that's what exactly is happening so far, too. T2K now just pinning down the players of VENOM Legends. They're out in the open. VENOM Legends nowhere to go. They will also be running out of those smokes soon enough. The smokes will start to fade away. 2 players go down. It's all down to Fragboy now. Even Laser falls down. Fragboy is going to be the only man left alive. And also the Wall of Death is chipping away a lot of damage. He will not be able to out-survive the zone.
Well, with that, we've got Stalwart taking on shots against the players of high voltage as high voltage get eliminated. Along with that, it is going to be VENOM Legends' final player who is trying his level best to, Fragboy, trying his level best to be able to hold the ground, but sadly will not be the case as this team of VENOM Legends also get eliminated. 7 teams in total do remain. Skylightz Gaming, they are doing a lot of work right here in this lobby. They've got a lot of information against their opponent teams, and that in turn is bringing them a lot of elimination points as well. But T2K, we just saw, T2K is very close to where Skylightz Gaming is. And if Skylightz Gaming is not careful, they could very well be brought down from this high mountain of theirs.
Yeah. The wheels are not too sticky, after all. Just decided to completely fall off. But yeah, now T2K, this is where the problems will start to occur now. Once you do need to leave that high ground and traverse down towards the low ground, you are going to be facing so many problems. Because when you're on the high ground, you're of course taking shots on all cylinders, but also doing so you've already given your position away. So you are going to be the hot target in all the teams who are down underneath you. And that's what exactly happened. As soon as they needed to move down, T2K just got picked off easily. Easy pickings for the side of DRS, but now even DRS themselves need to make it inside the circle. It's not going to be that much of a long way. DRS should be able to make it in, or should be able to barely squeeze in, but the next circle, it shifts away. It completely takes a hard shift right on top of the players of I8C. Not exactly on the top, but Demo's found himself barely on the edge. So he will definitely be thanking his luck for that, that's for sure. But we don't exactly know if the next circle, the next to this, is going to be on Demo or not. For now, things are panning out quite interestingly, as even Skylightz Gaming, they're getting picked off. Nima is going to be the casualty here, but shouldn't be for long. Nima should be retrievable.
Well, this is looking tough. This is definitely looking tough for Nima right there, as we are left with only a few select teams, 5 in total. So again, a lot of positional awareness is being showcased right now from the teams. As Skylightz Gaming were on top, they were definitely bringing points for themselves. But now as they jumped away from that high mountain of theirs, it seems like they themselves have been sprayed on upon. And their numbers dwindling down. As we do have Godlike Stalwart taking shots and definitely bringing a lot of hurt to the rotating teams. From on top of the mountain, Skylightz Gaming still has an opportunity to be able to, of course, bring down mayhem towards DRS Gaming. But it seems highly unlikely. Where Skylightz Gaming, they are a little spread out. AJ, the closest one to DRS is Delta right now. But seems like they're going to be backing out of that fight. That's exactly what Skylightz Gaming... I did not anticipate them to do that, but that's what they've resulted in. And MABETEX to the face!
No!
Ouch!
Oh, no!
Oh.
MABETEX!
That's harsh.
MABETEX! Are we having a little bit of... what happened in the past? Or what's going on, MABETEX? Are we going to see any sort of improvement? Oh, the downfall on the side of MABETEX have been big time. Definitely something needs to be figured out, but right now, Godlike Stalwart top with the Mini 14 definitely is connecting a lot of shots. And now also mowing down the fields in the front, just trying to find a hot target through the smoke, but he's not able to find that one. DRS, the one man's definitely knocked out, but just because they're getting peppered down by so many bullets, they're also taking a lot of hurt. Now they will also start to burn through a lot of meds, and they cannot keep on doing so. Godlike Stalwart right in the front. And yeah, the nade's going to be sealing the deal on to Delta. Delta knocked out. Godlike Stalwart, they just have a perfect sprint for themselves. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. They're playing it to perfection. DRS out in the open, nowhere to go. One bullet connected. Pika finds that one too. Killer YT goes down. DRS on the verge of collapsing.
Well, and this is the moment that Skylightz Gaming shine in on their own armor, as they have been able to capitalize on the position of so many individual teams, as of course we do have the players of Stalwart now in the crosshairs of AJ right now. With the UMP in his hand, it seems like the days are numbered for the players of Stalwart. They were looking really good. They were looking very phenomenal in terms of the fights that they were taking, the sprays that they were bringing to the table. But now it seems like Skylightz Gaming, they've upped the ante and now going to be bringing the mayhem and destruction to the face of their opponents, with 10 eliminations already converted for Skylightz Gaming. The momentum is theirs for taking the game. The chicken dinner is theirs and waiting.
But look at Demo.
Wow.
Still made it till top 3. He's just waiting for even one more team to get eliminated, so he will at least secure the 2nd spot inside the game. And I'd say we'll have a good start. Or at least they should have the ball rolling in their court. Skylightz Gaming. Most of the players are exposed in front of Demo. If he wants, he can definitely react right now, but it'll just give his position away. And if he's not sure enough to take all of them out, then Demo will, of course, be taken out himself. I'm not down Demo's firepower. Of course, he has pulled off some incredible clutches in the past too, but relying on that clutch instinct is not a great thing all the time. So Demo as well is keeping his nerves calm, holding his nerves with the gun, but Demo will eventually be sniffed out, and Demo shut down IT out on the 3rd spot, but still, well done from the side of Demo to keep his position anonymous till the 3rd spot. Decent amount of points accumulated. Now it's going to be the Battle of Goliath.
Absolutely, as we do have Skylightz Gaming slowly making a move onto the 2-player army of Stalwart right now. Now the 4-man gang of Skylightz Gaming. Again, you pointed it out. You nailed it to the core. As soon as you saw the zone, Necro, you were like, you know what, Skylightz Gaming did it previously. Can they do so again? It seems that they definitely are, because this chicken dinner, there's no way Stalwart can do anything to steal it away from Skylightz.
I mean, this sort of a layout, let's be honest, right? Let's talk some logic here. This sort of a layout, Skylightz Gaming is just way too familiar with this one. They like to drop on the northern side, which is La Cabrera, and they exactly know how to play around the terrains. And that's why Skylightz Gaming are easily able to traverse around this area, and now they're just able to secure this one. Yeah, final nail in the coffin. The last man falls down, and Skylightz Gaming, an easy piece of cake for this team. They get this chicken dinner, and they make it look so easy, just like the champions at Skylightz Gaming. 2nd game of the day with a nice boost for themselves, and they've already taken the 1st spot in the overall rankings blotter.
Absolutely. 13 eliminations, 28 points in total right now from this game. Skylightz Gaming definitely just utilized it to perfection with the way the positioning was set up from Skylightz Gaming. It was immaculate.
Yeah.
And they had to get the game for themselves. In fact, for a moment though, I was a little worried about Skylightz Gaming, because the way they actually moved away from the DRS fight, it seemed like things are turning away from them. But what a perfect cover, and then again just bringing down a lot of players from their position, which in turn of course got them the chicken dinner. Along with that, of course, we will stick around. We're going to go on a short little break, after which we're going to talk more about this game and match number 3. Hello and welcome back once again right here in the SA Championship, where of course it's all thanks to Oppo. But alongside that, game number 2 has come to an end on the map of Miramar. We know who walked away with the chicken dinner, and Necro actually called it in the first minute of the game itself. That has to be Skylightz Gaming, and that's exactly what Skylightz Gaming did there.
But unfortunately, I didn't predict that, man. If I knew where the circle is going to be, then things would have been different. But unfortunately, I didn't know that, man. DW just got picked up by high voltage, and that was quite a... unfortunate sort of stuff, but now as we do have the MVP of the previous game, and it's going to be Action, okay, from the side of Godlike Stalwart. I mean, we did see Godlike Stalwart surviving for a really long time, so Action has to be the MVP, right? And speaking about Action, a little flashback for you, a little recap for you, Blotter. Action was the man who was at least suppressed throughout the entire PMPL fall split, and now it seems like Action is deciding to activate himself.
Oh wow! Well. What better time to do so? Because after all, this is the perfect venue to showcase that. And well, it seems like Action is definitely on the mark. With that, moving on towards the other players to focus upon, we do have Skylightz Gaming's again, Mr. Burrow, AJ, Nima. They're all there, along with, of course, High Voltage's Malik. Where, again, talking about High Voltage as well, I mean, we saw a very good strategy, a very baity strategy right there, as they were able to bring down the players of DEW.
I mean, they played that perfectly, man. This is why we always say, when it comes to tactical approach, High Voltage is a team to watch out for. And if you do want to learn something, you can definitely watch out High Voltage, that's for sure. Because inside these type of lobbies, still able to just outperform a team like DEW. It's not easy, man, and they used their brain to finesse potential, that's for sure. As you do have the match summary in front of us of the previous game, of course, Mr. Boro with the highest eliminations, then you have Action with the highest damage coming in, then you have Icy with the highest assist, and then Senior from the side of course, Quantum Rage. He found himself with the highest healing done. Now, Quantum Rage, we had a little bit of conversation before the game even started, or even the game started, as how they are having a little bit of unfortunate journey so far, at least in the first 2 games. Do you think in the upcoming games, Quantum Rage can definitely pick up the pace?
What I will say, though, is I honestly hope that they can move away from the first elimination at least, because this game also it was quite, and that's when I was talking about consistency. That's the consistency I was talking about.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely do keep my fingers crossed that hopefully in the upcoming game that does not end up happening for Quantum Rage. But talking about this game, of course, Skylightz Gaming, they were all over the place. They had a perfect control on top of the mountain. They knew where their opponents were, and slowly but surely, again, the synergy just proved their gameplay, which of course resulted in them walking out with that chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, again, we had conversations about Quantum Rage. We had conversation about decent amount of teams, but I still feel like one team that we're really missing over here is T2K. We haven't spoken about this team for a long time, and again, just to let the viewers know how they have, what sort of a journey they had in the PMPL fall split. Of course, the way they started the tournament was definitely quite dominating. And fun fact, I asked Unch, right, or even Johnny and I asked Unch. We were like, "Yo, which team you think is going to win this PMPL fall split?" And Unch is like, T2K is going to be on the first spot. They're going to win this one. Trust me, 100%. T2K got this. First week, we were like, damn, Unch is a god, man. He's a fortune teller. Second week rolls by, T2K is not able to perform. Third week rolls by, T2K is deactivated once again. And we're like, Unch, man, what did you say? I mean, T2K's journey has been really interesting. But again, all the jokes aside, hopefully in this South Asia Championship, they're able to pick up the pace, right?
True. I mean, we want to be able to see that happen, and nothing taken away from their play style as well, because in this game also, they were very much alive. They were very much moving and making...
Yeah, they were trying.
Making their presence felt, definitely, for sure. Right? And yeah, that's something that we want to be able to see from T2K again and again. And that, in turn, hopefully, by the end of the 4-day affair, we can very well come back to the T2K that you mentioned in week number 1.
I mean, again, so far, T2K's performance hasn't been bad at all. Let's be honest, right? First game, what? Like top 3? Second game, a decent amount of points accumulated. I would say 3 elimination points, and still, I mean, at least they didn't go away with completely low amount of points, right? At least they got some sort of points in their hand. So I would still say that's a sort of a consistent approach.
Absolutely. But now, as we move on towards match number 3, On the map of Erangel, we're going to be joined in with Fixus once again for Erangel. Now, again, when it comes down to this third game, perhaps Fixus, for this game number 3, we can very well anticipate a better performance from these teams because now they're a little warmed up in the lobby, right? They know what they're up against. They've already played one Erangel before. But this is a conversation that I actually touched upon with Necro as well. Do you think that the Pakistani teams actually, the way they changed the drop location on Erangel, perhaps that was just a mind play? Do you think that could be the case? Along with that, of course, let's also talk about the prediction and the team walking away with a chicken dinner this time.
You know, I don't know about the mind play, but of course I'm going to make my predictions over here. Considering how things are going on in the map of Erangel, I think I want to stick with high voltage. I really feel that they have what it takes to get another chicken dinner because the way they've been performing, I've been really impressed by all the kind of plays that they have been doing for quite some time. But what about you, Lakshay? Who are you going with?
I'm a little divided. I mean, there's Stalwart. But there's also Regicide. Regicide have had a decent Erangel in the start. They were looking very good in terms of the way they approached. The synergistic approach from all 4 members of the team was looking very much on point. Stalwart is a little... I'm going to go with Stalwart. It's just one of those things that if I keep on dissecting a little too much, then automatically... Exactly, yeah, the gut feeling says that's going to be Stalwart, so that's what I'm going to go with.
You know, Godlike Stalwart 100% does have what it takes to get another chicken dinner. In fact, the only problem that I have seen them having really is that little bit of a spread. Something that I8 was constantly doing in week number 3 and week number 2. And sort of has been the Achilles heels. The way, you know, they went on with the push against DRS. They clearly did not anticipate Skylightz Gaming to come in and reigning supreme from above. Again, isolating their players. That was a smart move that Skylightz Gaming really made. Anticipating and reading the situation really well. Now, had the players of Godlike Stalwart stuck on with each other and you know, just let the game flow, this chicken dinner could have been theirs because again, we know how good they are in those 4v4 battles. But again, talking about the discussion that we were having about the Pakistani teams, I really feel that they're feeling a little bit intimidated, a little bit phased by the lobby because I've seen every single one of them changing their drop location. It is as if they are trying to adjust or adapt to the SA lobby where they should be making it theirs. I mean, I8 leaving military base to D Warriors. I mean, that is something that I have witnessed for the first time, and them trying to go try different things. Even in the map of Miramar, we saw a lot of changes being made by so many teams. In fact, TUF, one of those teams that did in fact get eliminated pretty early on. Where did they start off with? At Puerto Paraiso, whereas they're supposed to go somewhere around Monte Nuevo, and you know, of course, being faced from a team like I8C, that's understandable, man. But again, you know, like Necro rightfully pointed out, I 100% agree with him. The rotation times, that are gonna matter, and had they chosen that, and maybe somewhere around Chumasera, they could have done a lot of things. And in fact, TUF loves going down to Chumasera. That is where they drop at, and that is where things really went down south. And talking about things going down south, we do have the flight path trajectory this time around, quite interesting because it is going down south indeed, and towards Quarry is where it is headed towards. But, you know, I'm down with the certain circles. I want to see some action happen around the northern areas. I mean, maybe a George Paul circle, or maybe something happen around Lipovka. I love every bit of that. That being said, again, you know, I8, this time, it's going to be interesting to see where do they head off. Are they going to their good old new drop location? Are they just going to let DEW just head over towards military base? Yes, indeed. They have done that again.
They definitely have, and you know, I mean, they need to stand their ground, simply put, the Pakistani teams, and that is something that is a little missing from the approach right now on day number 1. But perhaps that is all going to change as they get comfortable in this lobby. But right now, as you beautifully mentioned, they have let go of their military base. Now, some would say that it was high time for I8 to have done so. But with that, we do have the zone going to be drawn towards, of course, the center is going to be Gatka right now. And this is definitely going to be a little bit of a change, which is definitely a good thing that we want to be able to see from these teams as well. But alongside all of that, when it comes to the teams that are going to be in the center right now, we do have TUF. Right close to them is going to be T2K and Magnus around the corner as well. But I8C. Now, in the previous one, we saw I8C's final player demo just stand his ground. But before that, when his teammates were alive, IHC were able to accumulate 8 defeat points. So definitely a good play that was showcased from the side. On the other front, it seems like T2K have spotted down their opponent. That's going to be none other than I8 IQ going down. T2K Jane to the rescue in that fight, as we do have I8 off to a very shaky start for game number 3 of the day.
Oh, this is disastrous for I8, the way it has begun at this point, because now they literally were without weapons, and now they do have something to start off with. A few shotguns is what I believe, and Uzum, he's making a run for his life. No way on earth are I8 prepared to take this fight, or rather engage in. So let's see, T2K, what do they have to offer? Now, we've been talking a lot about T2K being very, very consistent. Even in the previous game of Erangel, we had Rig taking his team to the very 3rd spot, all by his lonesome. Losing out on IQ, that's not a good choice, but look at Blade. Does not have any meds to work around with, as T2K just kind of cluster in from both the sides, as Blade does manage to get a knock in, but Rig coming in with that beautiful retaliation, that trade-off coming in. Ghost position has been spotted out, and T2K just playing around with their prey, waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike, but Ghost comes out, makes that preemptive fire with that S12K, gets that knock, but no, T2K being very, very vigilant with their trade-offs, and there you have T2K. Oh, they have literally gone off to a really good start, whereas I8 really can't say the same for them.
Indeed. You pointed out so beautifully and perfectly, right? They were playing around with their prey, honestly. The amount of control T2K had in that fight, I8 were visibly shaken, which in turn, of course, resulted in I8 losing out on 3 of their players. Only 1-man army is what I8 is left with for this game. On the other front, for T2K, again, Necro was mentioning, we want to be able to see T2K bring themselves back to the way they did play during the week 1 of the SA Championship. Let's see if that same will be the case for T2K in this game or not. But of course, definitely a good start for them with 3 defeat points, and that too, a big name like I8. Now, we can go back to that same conversation. I8, was it really a good decision changing the drop itself? Because taking on fights at their home ground of military base, probably they would have been a little bit better equipped and prepped and ready for, compared to this Ruins fight, which again was definitely in ruins, because I8 is left with just 1-man army. That's going to be Uzum, and it seems like T2K are on the hunt. They will not allow that one final player also to be able to survive for long.
Yeah, I think that is what the intention looks like. But I think for I8, it had all to do with the flight path, right? They intended to go way up north, but the flight path literally ruining things up, and now they are left with barely any choice. The only saving grace, the silver lining over here, would be Uzum trying to survive. And if he can take his team at least till the top 5 or the top 6, something that I8 even did in the previous game, they still could be in the race, because again, now this is anybody's tournament to win, right? We are not seeing any repetitive chicken dinners so far. I mean, new chicken dinners have come in from the 2 games that we've had, but some things are constant. That is Quantum Rage being very stubborn, in leaving out on Yasnaya, and that is where they want to drop at. And I think this time things are a little bit different, because Skylightz Gaming know what they're dealing with. And it is smart for them to also, kind of have that little bit of a comfortable spot to, loot around. Because, again, you can never really, be complacent about the fact that Quantum Rage is also one of those teams that has qualified their way in. It's not a gifted slot for them. So you can never really undermine your opponent. And there could be chances where you could have casualties. So it's a good decision by the players of Skylightz just to back off a little bit, get their loot done. And once they are well equipped, and then they can start rolling. But for now, the way things have formed, again, it looks like to be a TUF circle. Now, TUF have not had the best of starts, right? In the game of Erangel, we saw them, going off for that bridge camp. Did manage to get a lot of players off IHC, but not an effective result was visible from their side. In the second game, however, they were the first ones to get taken down out of the lobby. So that was a concerning situation. Now, this is the game where they have to redeem themselves, where Uzum, he's out for a stroll in his bike just around the Suez. And I mean, at this point, what can he do, right? barely out of option, does not have any meds to work around with. All he can do is just try and hide, or maybe get a few sneaky eliminations for himself. But that being said, you know, so many of the Pakistani teams, but we'll leave that aside for now. The bicycle model X2. It does look like an MTB. Does it have gears? Does it have gears? Doesn't look like it. Or maybe it does. I mean, are you into bicycles, Lotte? Because I am.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. I definitely do enjoy a stroll pretty much every single night, actually.
Oh.
In fact, I just the other week have started this cycling, I don't know what to call it, but 100 days, 1,000 kilometers. That's what I'm working towards. Every day has to be minimum of 5 to 10 kilometers, yeah. I'm very much into getting into cycling.
I mean, I love it, right? Because sort of
and I'm loving.
Yeah, I mean, de-stresses you out, you know, gives you time to think. It's just like, you know, taking a walk in the park. And, you know, cycling has its own way. And especially during the winters, it's a whole different feel. And, I mean,
oh, yes.
We just live nearby. We could go on our own cycling soiree if you're interested. I mean, I could be your partner if that is suitable to you. But not enough
cycling
about
partner, mate. Cycling partner.
Cycling partner. Just a clarification. It's all platonic. But for now, I mean, considering how this entire circle has really panned out, MABETEX, they kind of seem to hold on to the center of the circle. Now, MABETEX, they were really doing well till the SG Storm really hit them, right? Just, you know, it was a manslaughter. Absolutely. Just driving over them. They barely had any choice. They barely had anything to work around with. But, you know, coming back to the discussion that I was really having, you know, T20 QWERTY also did manage to change their drop location to where Bablu used to land earlier, I think, in the map of Miramar. They went down towards Valdemar, did not really want to take that fight against Godlike Stalwart. And this sort of, you know, raised the points fingers at the Pakistani teams, as in, are they really scared? Because from their actions, that is what sort of is in front of us. Or maybe they do not want to take chances. But, you know, this is again, you know, playing outside your box. This is like, you know, playing outside your own turf. And that is for sure, for starters, not working out for them. Whereas the teams from SA, they're really just having a good time, because from the first two games, all we have witnessed is an SA domination all along.
Definitely. I mean, I think you hit the nail perfectly down to the core when it comes down to the way Pakistani teams are actually approaching today's day number 1 in the SA Championship. It is looking like a little lackluster performance coming in from their side. Also, at the same point in time, I mean, it wouldn't really be too far out to say that maybe they are a little backseat benchers, perhaps, is what I can say right now. But again, that could all be mind plays. That could all be an approach that has already been strategic in terms of they want to be able to understand their opponents in the lobby, and day one is just set out for that. But right now it's going to be TUF who have been, of course, spread on upon. It's going to be MABETEX bringing in those shots and elimination points in their favor, as we do have MABETEX's player also going down. Leo is down. That means it is a 2v3 situation between, of course, MABETEX against the 3-man army of TUF, where Thor, Joker Sir, as well as Saad are going to be able to just completely destroy their opponent, and MABETEX, just like that, get eliminated. Again, the approach that MABETEX had definitely was looking like they are in control of the fight. They pushed on ahead and got the first elimination, where Edgar was brought down to his knees. But then soon after, TUF just stood their ground and got them by the storm, as MABETEX has been eliminated. The first team to get eliminated in this lobby. 15 teams, 55 players still remaining. With that, TUF, 5 elimination points already converted. Definitely a good good start to the game for themselves, as the momentum is definitely looking in their favor.
You know, I really loved what TUF did, especially just Joker charging in and relaying all that information. Hey, 2 guys are over here, right above me. Just lob a grenade, and Thor exactly does that. Just blows them up. Now, the intention from MABETEX was clearly visible, right? All they wanted to do was fight for the center. Now, they were at the prime Gatka compound, which was there for TUF, you know, right from the very start, because that is where they kind of tend to drop around, and all they had to do was just wait for a team to clash. And of course, there was a casualty, and you know, Edgar being taken down. That is, of course, not in good news for them. But again, this is something that they can live with. 5 eliminations for 1 player being traded off, it is fine. It is still a-okay as long as the circle keeps on favoring you. In the meanwhile, IHC do have themselves stationed at the highest point right now in this particular circle on the Mount Everest. Now, they've got a lot of vision as the messenger himself, Sandesh, gets yet another knock. Now, this is where things get really interesting because he's also being peppered down at. In fact, his teammate, Legend, that Thor, doesn't seem to connect any of those bullets. As of now, Regicide in a little bit of trouble. But I'm pretty sure with this little, unwanted help coming in from TUF, Regicide can actually manage to recuperate and just move on. But now this circle is a little dicey to predict. Where does it go? Does it go towards ruins? Or does it go a little bit down south? Maybe towards the Pochinki Hills, where DRS are stationed at, because the previous game, the moment I saw the circle, I knew it was going towards that eastern side. And Skylightz Gaming, like Necro rightfully said, were very well in predicting it, took over the crater fields. The only thorn I felt was that fight against T2K that they had to engage in, and the moment they did that, they took control over that northern area. They had the high ground, for themselves. I think that is the point where they almost won 60 to 70% of that game. But that being said, now the circle has in fact gone a little bit up north. IHC does have an advantage for now, but the moment it goes down south, you know what is going to happen, right?
Exactly. I mean, IHC, they're going to have to make a rush and run for it. And that in turn is probably the position and time where indeed IHC, well, again, the other teams, the opponent teams can very well just bring them down, can bring IHC's rotating team down. But again, that's all speculation as of now, as we are yet to find out what the zone is going to be doing. But one thing is for certain, IHC, they've got a lot of information. Being on top of the mountain right here, they've got a lot of information for a lot of the teams around in the vicinity as well. They've got TUF as well as, of course, Regicide in front of them. But are they going to be taking on any shots as of yet? Are TUF or Regicide themselves going to be approaching IHC for that matter? On the other front of the map itself, towards ruins, we do have Skylightz Gaming with a 2-man split against the players of High Voltage. Now, High Voltage, I'm loving the approach that they've got right now. Again, we saw a very synergistic approach from their side in the previous game as well against the players of DEW. This time around, it's going to be Skylightz Gaming. But who will be the one who will get that early first initial knock? Jiggle has already pushed himself up front from the side of High Voltage. So he's probably going to be the one who's going to be, perhaps, if nothing else, baiting the players of Skylightz Gaming. But let's see if that will result in any fight as of now or not. On the other front of the map itself, we have Magnus Esports' players taking on a perfect spray and nades to the face of DEW, where DEW and Magnus are in a relentless fight, where indeed it seems like both of those teams are losing out on players.
Oh, indeed they are. And this is again happening east to Gatka, where DW are in a little bit of a pickle over here, as Talk 922 will cut on the loss and move ahead, or maybe just denied, as DW become the second team to get eliminated in this game, falling prey to the players of Team Magnus Esports. Now, this is where, it gets really interesting. This is what I was talking about. The moment you step outside of your turf, how good you are, that really shows your potential. But they were clearly not prepared for it, just, bashing in on the doors of Magnus and had to pay that hefty price. In the meanwhile, Stalwart, they're losing out on numbers, losing out on top. Now, that's not a good decision. I think they're falling prey to the players of DRS, who have sort of obstructed their entry inside the circle. Now just survived with action. I do not know how this is going to pan out, because they've already lost on Scry as well. Now teams can actually potentially think of pushing over action who's all by his lonesome for now. But that interesting battle between High Voltage and Skylightz, that is where I've got my attention at. Because if High Voltage get that information that Skylightz are scattered, they are playing a 2-2 split, that is where they can actually decide to push in. Because what they've really done that I liked about them is the fact that they've made sure they've cleared their backline. So they know there's nobody going to be poking them from the southern side at least, and they can have all their attentions on that northern area, where all they have to do is just try to push. With T20 QWERTY just being around the vicinity could cause trouble for Skylightz Gaming. But for Skylightz Gaming, now this is a really good thing if the zone shifts away from them. Now this is where Skylightz Gaming can provide that quintessential cover fire for the remainder of their teammates to try and get inside the church area. But looks like the circle's going to favor the players of T20 QWERTY, who've got some good, ridges to play around with. All they've got to do is just try and stay alive till the very end.
Absolutely. That is going to be very, very crucial and, of course, critical to be able to survive for as long as possible. Now, on the other front, it is going to be High Voltage who have been sprayed on upon. Malik has already been brought down. It is going to be Skylightz Gaming against High Voltage. The fight that we were anticipating has finally taken place. And it is going to be Skylightz who seems to be much in control, as the numbers have dwindled down for High Voltage, as they are going to be losing out on the player Malik and also leaving their position. And Coast alongside that, Regicide, their compound is being thrashed on upon from the side of TUF.
And boy, oh boy, are they prepared? Not letting a single soul pass. Regicide making quick work of things as Knock spotted out one of the players that is lying in hiding. Joker is trying to spray upon the players. Now has his positions compromised. Does manage to get that one knock. Could potentially get the second. Does indeed. Now at a sliver of HP. Can he heal up? No is going to be the answer as he gets cleaned up. As TUF bow down out of the server at the 14th position. In the meanwhile, Action, just a lonesome player, still managing to get a lot for his team. Gets a knock, but still no finish confirmed. Gives that important information to the players of High Voltage in Action. Still standing strong, at least for now. High Voltage in that ruins area. Not just breaking out of the cover that they have built for themselves. As Tantanatan just breaks open are the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now this is where the trouble really arises. If High Voltage decide to just, let Action do whatever he is trying to do and decide to go after the players of Skylightz Gaming, this could prove very vital for the course of getting this chicken dinner in this particular game, because AJ, he's got his eyes on the players of Quantum Rage and IHC. This is a perfect time for them to come downhill, which they are doing with a lot of panache at this point, because they have nothing really to worry about, nobody concerning them. Or maybe it is T2K and one player has fallen down.
Well, IC definitely has been dropped down, but again, his teammates are going to be right around the corner to give him that revival. For IHC Esports, this is looking like a very good conversion, but that is only if they can stop T2K, because T2K, they are equipped, they are prepped, and it seems like Sandesh is going to be pushing him front to confirm that elimination into a point for himself and his team, as 4 defeat points have been converted for T2K Esports, with all 4 players still standing, looking very much in control of this fight, as IHC, slowly but surely, as they push on ahead from the mountain approach that they had, now going to be out in the open. So many angles that they can be, of course, brought down from. So many teams around in the vicinity as well, as we were talking about Skylightz Gaming against the players of Quantum Rage. It seems Quantum Rage have backed out, and for now Skylightz Gaming is going to be able to live to fight another fight, but as of yet they have 0 elimination points. So it is now or never for Skylightz Gaming, because the zone is catching up to both of these teams, and Quantum Rage, they want to be able to, of course, define this moment for themselves and for their fans against the players of Skylightz Gaming. But will Skylightz Gaming fall down? Will they retaliate, or are they going to be focusing on getting into the zone? It seems likely to be the latter, as they are going in ahead to get into the zone. Same is the case for Quantum Rage as well. So GG play being showcased from both these teams, but now once again it is T2K who's probably going to have the last laugh.
Oh indeed. And now with this circle shifting drastically down south, it makes things so much tougher for all these teams that were just kind of hunkered down at that northern area. Now they all have to rotate at the same time. Gives enough time for the players of IHC to readjust and readapt themselves, as Team Elementrix, they have been wiped out from the server. As T2K, they have to deal with threat from multiple different angles, as Sandesh manages to find yet another knock, and this time he is just gonna bolster through the squad of Quantum Rage, already cooking up his grenade. If this lands into perfection, could just blow a few bodies out, but look at that, just being driven over. Quantum Rage showing no mercy, as Jane, he's being pushed at, or maybe not, or does he even realize that he's got bodies around? And at this particular moment, he is getting shot from the backlines. It is going to be Demo from IHC, again being that survivor for his team. IHC still having 3 players alive this time. Now the chances of getting the chicken dinner has gotten so much more stronger, but at the same time, look at Uzum, has managed to survive, has gotten his team to the top 8, but how deeper can he dig? He's crawling, he's scratching his way, doing whatever he needs to do to remedy the hemorrhage that they have had to deal with in the early game. But for now, the circle again taking a little bit of a northeastern shift, falling into the laps of high voltage yet again. But do they have enough numbers? That is the big question over here.
Again, we know the players of high voltage are cheeky lot and they definitely can convert, but hold on, never mind that because their numbers are going down. You were talking about how many players do they have? Well, it seems like not enough because they are getting eliminated from the players of DRS as well as T20 Query, and in doing so, it is going to be, of course, high voltage losing out on this fight. With that, we're left with 6 teams remaining. Magnus get eliminated on the 7th position with 5 defeat points of their own. In all of this, T20 Query as well as DRS are the 2 teams who are looking very much in contestation for this game, for this chicken dinner. But can they do so? Because IHC, even though the numbers are not favoring them, IHC, slowly but surely, they've made their presence felt and they are pushing on ahead against their opponents. Right now, DRS Gaming's rules, OG, a perfect nade being brought on from his side. DRS Gaming is a little divided right now between 2 individual fights that they're taking with 2 individual teams themselves. In all of this, the only reason I bring up IHC is because they're being so very subtle about their movement. And if DRS or, for that matter, T20 Query are not careful, IHC can very well pounce upon them. And that's exactly what happens right there, where Alex is going to be ripping apart Rips on from VENOM Legends.
Oh, yeah. And I love what IHC are doing. Despite, you know, having just 3 players alive, they've sent out Demo Solo, right? He has got that flanks covered, but hold on as DRS manages to get a knock onto its Voltrox. His position still not, you know, given away as Khan trying to fire a trade-off grenade. Does it land into perfection as DRS gets a better out of one of the players of IHC as 420 Boy trying to get inside the circle, going in for that push on the players of IHC as his plans may have been spoiled by the players of DRS. In fact, Killer just praying and prancing at his direction, making sure IHC will have to pay that hefty price as DRS look to be in good control over this lobby. Killer doing so much from the backline, supporting his teammate Gyantev over here as DRS. Now they need to get that revive onto its rules and still have that circle, at least for now. But where does it shift next? That's the big question, as Team VENOM Legends have also managed to, you know, scrape their way in to the top 5. But the big question is, how far can they go from here?
Absolutely, IHC get eliminated with 7 defeat points to their name. T20 Query just a minute ago were looking very much in contestation for the chicken dinner, but now not so much because DRS Gaming have put them through the rocker, and that in turn has resulted in T20 Query left with just a 1-man army. That's going to be, of course, 420 Boy, but his position has already been caught out from the players of DRS, and the nade parade is going to be the end of T20 Query.
Look at Uzum.
Which in turn leaves us with, of course, DRS. Oh yes, yes. There we have Uzum as well from I8. All right. He made it. Nice. All right. That's a good one. Now, see, this is what I8 does, right? I mean, IQ did it previously. This time it's Uzum. Even if they're not part of fights, they are definitely getting those placement points.
And if he's gonna steal a chicken dinner, I'm gonna lose my mind. And, you know, just to the audience knowledge, he had not even a single first aid throughout the entire game. Now just, you know, dropping all these smokes off, gave off his position away, and it is gonna be in the bags for the players of DRS. The real soldiers strike and get a chicken dinner all to their name. And in what fashion? You know, this time it was played to perfection. 13 eliminations is what they got to their name, and I love that little bit of a spread. And Killer, you know, showing that killer instinct, you know, providing cover fire left, right and center, being so instrumental in all those fights, especially in the downfall of IHC, where, you know, for a moment we felt that this could have been IHC's game. DRS looked, you know, unfazed. They just rattled their enemies apart. First, they dealt with T20 Query in a beautiful manner, and just when 420 Boy decided to strike upon the wounded players of IHC, well, Killer dealt with them as well, tried and also provided cover fire to his teammate Gyantev over there up top, and did so much. And towards the end, Uzum did survive a lot for his team, got his team to a very respectable position, I think, if I'm not wrong, till the top 2. And VENOM Legends also, they did have themselves dig in a lot deeper this time. Getting that top 3 finish is what they needed, but things have spiced up so much with this game, especially with DRS. Getting this chicken dinner is obviously going to shake off the points table a little bit. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to push for a short little break. We'll be right back after this. right, what a start has it been, and all thanks to our sponsors, you know, Oppo F21 Pro. I mean, amazing device. If you haven't checked it out, what are you doing? You know, I had my hands on that orange color and it looks sexy, to be honest. But now, talking about sexy things, this is a sexy player right in front of us, Kante from DRS. Did so much, was so crucial for his team out there with 5 eliminations, making it so clinical. You know how this conviction really light, you know, 562 points of damage, 5 eliminations, and look at the healing done. Did not really have to heal himself much. Got a lot of work done for his team, and this game was all about how the circle really shifted, right? Just when we thought that it could be a ruined circle, that is where the curveball was thrown. It went down south, and for a moment it felt like, you know, teams like IHC, teams like, you know, the even T2K Esports were in good control over the game, and to be honest, they were. But it all came down to folly when DRS just come charging in and sweep the floor with that chicken dinner and the player focus. Drolin finally proving to be, you know, living up to his name. Still waiting for fast run finishes to show up though. But Voltrux also from T2K Esports, those 2 eliminations. But Killer YT and Rules, I love what they did throughout the game, especially Killer. For me, he was the MVP.
He definitely was. The way he was taking on those shots and sprays and of course connecting them with precision. Killer YT was on top of those fights, and that in turn resulted in, of course, them getting the momentum that was needed for the real soldiers. But in all of that, again, I had very keen, what should I say, like for IHC, I honestly thought that they are making the perfect moves, but that was only up till the time DRS had not spotted them. As soon as DRS spotted them, IHC were done for. But along with that, of course, moving on to the match summary itself, we do have the real soldiers players, Killer YT, Rules, along with, of course, Killer YT once again coming in with highest elimination, highest damage, and highest assist respectively. And then comes in, of course, Ripson from VENOM Legends with the healing.
You know, I really liked how DRS approached this game. You know, dropping off at Milta and getting a chicken dinner in such a circle. We've got so many teams, you know, just clustered up from that certain side. But, you know, once we had the circle go a little bit up, they kind of entered in from the eastern one. And as a result, we see that matched rankings in front of us. VENOM Legends, of course, did manage to secure that second spot. Courtesy, you know, to get them getting those 6 eliminations. T2K Esports did not finish 4th, but, you know, had those finish points also along with them. IHC, not that lucky this time, but 7 eliminations, earns himself 13 points. But Uzum, oh, everything, you know, I need to bow down to, you know, showing that survival instinct out there. Without any meds, right from the very start, left to fend off all by his lonesome, still manages to secure an #2 for his team. You know, had things gone a little, you know, had things shaken up a little bit between VENOM Legends and DRS, there could have been that little sliver of chance where he could have walked off with that chicken. But, you know, despite that, it was a good game for the Pakistani teams here. Gotta say that, you know, T2K Esports, 6 eliminations, Magnus, TUF, all did manage to win their initial, you know, fights that did come upon them. You know, MABETEX trying to push in that their direction, they were dealt with. But Godlike Stalwart, even this is one of those teams that we have to mention, were dealt with by the players of DRS while they were trying to rotate inside the circle. And that is where I think DRS sort of had that confidence built up in them. So if they can take one of the strongest teams inside the lobby, they can do it all. You know, entering in from that eastern side, you know, we'll get a more vivid picture once we start doing that zone analysis, where we have to look at how beautifully DRS rotated, you know, dropping down at Milta. They initially just were kind of hunkered down at that southern side of Pochinki. They waited for a little while and waited for the circle to shift. In that moment, they did not take a lot of fights. And the moment they started, they realized the circle went further down towards that western side. They moved all the way from around Pochinki, from that school area, and entered in. That is where they were looking really patient. Now, this is where you see that entry point, right? This is where they took a fight against, if I'm not wrong, Godlike Stalwart. Did manage to take the 3 of their players down, and now they knew the backsides are completely clear. All they have to do is try and get in and fight it out once the moment arrives, and they did that with really nice fashion, and eventually walked off with that beautiful chicken.
Absolutely, and again, till that 15-minute marker that we're looking at right now, where the screen is paused, we clearly see that the players of DRS, they were playing a very slow poke game, a very backseat approach game, and this is when the zone actually favored them, as well as the rotation that they did, perfectly helping them out in of course the situational awareness that they had, which got them slowly but surely as we move on ahead from this 18-minute marker towards closer and closer to the chicken dinner. And for that, they had to fight their way through, but they did so perfectly. I mean, we saw those fights where we had IHC slowly making a move as well, but DRS, they were all on top of it. Again, not only them, but also T20 Quoty, I believe it was. Yes, it was T20 Quoty, where DRS once again was the only sole reason why T20 Quoty were not able to move on ahead. Even though T20 Quoty had 4 players, the numbers advantage was working for them, the momentum was working for them. That was only till the time they cross paths with DRS.
I think what T20 Quoty could have done better was had their players on a little bit of a split. And I can understand the intentions of Khan to have all 4 of their players together. But that sort of proved to be the Achilles heels, right? But it all started off with this, I8's players just being, pounced upon when they were really helpless. All the intention was to try and go towards that northwestern Georgia Paul side, something that, Bablu used to do back in the PMPL days, and considering the fact that they failed to qualify this split, I think I8 decided to take theirs, but the flight path trajectory not really favoring them, and as a result did lose out on all their players, in fact 3 of their players right early on, but still in the race right now. As we take a look at the overall rankings, the tides are changing constantly, and DRS have taken that first spot up, jumping, propelling themselves 8 positions up top. 40 points is what they have accumulated for themselves, as Skylightz have lost that little position, are still, in the race, just 3 points shy. IHC, back-to-back 2 consistent games, and now at the 3rd spot. Godlike has lost some ground with that 4th spot, early elimination. High Voltage, they're also losing some ground, but I8, alright, I mean, they have managed to keep up with the pace, and they are looking good.
Absolutely finding themselves on the 6th position. Definitely looking pretty good for now. On the other front, as we move towards the 2nd page now, this is where a lot of changes need to be showcased, and something that perhaps can be anticipated from the upcoming game, where we now are done with 3 matches. The teams are well versed with what to anticipate on the map of Erangel and of course on Miramar. But talking about the team sitting on the 2nd page, I mean, we've got big names. We've got DE Warriors, VENOM Legends, MABETEX, Regicide. These are teams that are going to have to really bounce their performance in the upcoming games, in the upcoming 3 remaining games of the day, for them to be able to, of course, be in close contestation to what's happening on page number 1. Because page number 1 teams, they are leading the charge. And again, as they lead the charge, the point difference itself is being created. But right now, we'll move on ahead towards game number 4 of the day, match number 4. And for that, we are going to be going to the map of Sanhok. So, Necro, welcome back once again to the mate. As we are going to be now jumping from the, from the most slow map of Miramar, because again, it is a pretty big map, to one of the most aggressive maps that one can anticipate, with 3rd parties and 4th parties that are brought on the map of Sanhok. So what is your anticipation going to be like from these teams on the map of Sanhok? Do we think a slow-paced game, or are we in for a rocking game where right off the bat, it's going to be so many teams just, going for the heads of their opponents?
I mean, that's quite an interesting question, Blotter, because again, Sanhok, you said it is supposed to be aggressive, but what's happening recently is that teams are somehow finding a way to play tactically more. So, even in Sanhok, the starts have been quite slow, so I don't exactly know what this sort of a Sanhok game is going to be like. Hopefully, there are going to be a couple of teams that are decided to push outside their comfort zone and maybe go for those early elimination points. The best part about today is all the teams that I expected to have a chicken dinner, they're having chicken dinner so far, but I'm still waiting for DEW and Godlike Stalwart. With that being said, time to make a prediction, Blotter. And which team you think will be taking this one, man?
Sanhok, alright, let's see. I'm gonna go with TUF. I'm gonna go with the team that I know can actually pull it off. DE Warriors, I have a lot of expectation from them, but throughout the games that, from match number 1 itself, DE Warriors' performance have kind of faltered down. I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that is. Definitely do anticipate for a big comeback from them, But for now, day number 1 not looking good for DEW.
I mean, I would say they're still doing pretty okay in the overall rankings, considering the overall rankings at the first day are, of course, going to be quite fragile. They're going to be quite sensitive. It's going to be easy to breach inside the top 5, of course, but it's going to be tough to maintain that top 5 position. It's going to be the similar sort of affair that we had in the weekdays, of course, in the past. But again, now it's just because it's a fresh start. So far, DEW are doing pretty okay. So my prediction over here, it's going to be Godlike Stalwart. I mean, before this game, they were on the 2nd spot, and after this game, they're on the 4th spot. So right now, Godlike Stalwart in the overall rankings are on the 4th spot, if I'm not wrong. So there's a big chance they might be able to pull it off because Godlike Stalwart, it's them, man. So far, we haven't seen them play those flashy plays, you know, but we never know what's going to happen in the future. It's the map of Sanhok. We know that one pump gun is going to be pulled out, which is DBS. So I want to see what sort of plays we're going to be seeing from that one too.
Oh yes, and along with that, right, another thing to bring up is going to be the fact that now, after having looked at Erangel, after having looked at Miramar, after having seen what teams have actually changed their drop location itself, now this is going to be another one of those very important games where, of course, on the map of Sanhok, they're going to be playing for the very first time, these teams. And so we'll have to keep a very keen eye as to what teams are actually going to be changing their drop contestation. If at all there will be drop contestations or not, first things first. And after that, if at all teams have changed their approach to the map of Sanhok. With that, the flight path is going to be on our screen in just a couple of minutes. The players are ready. The players are equipped. They are prepped. All they want is to just start the mayhem, start the destruction.
Exactly, and it will be started soon enough. Now again, the plane flight path is not going to matter quite a lot, but I want to see, are there going to be any sort of potential drop collisions even inside the map of Sanhok? Now again, we know Sanhok, they have quite a lot of small compounds that teams can definitely rely on, and there have been a decent amount of teams who prefer to drop in those small compounds again. But what I'm really looking for here is a drop collision, because so far we haven't seen any sort of drop collisions. Of course, and those drop collisions would have been resolved in the scrims these teams play. So are we going to be seeing any drop collisions in the bigger maps, in the bigger picture right now? That's my main question, because Painan was definitely looking quite uncontested before when I try to figure out those drop locations. And again, inside boot camp, Godlike Stalwart and Cordy like to drop. So that can definitely be a potential drop collision, but only time will tell us if we're going to see that or not. Oh no, it's not.
Only time will tell.
Cordy is not going inside boot camp, Blotter.
Well. Absolutely. Change, a definite change from the side of these teams. Now, I am still looking at the map itself, and of course, the teams have, spread out all over the map right now. The zone is going to be very comfortable as well for all of these teams. But IHC, the spread out that is being showcased from their side. On the other front, it is going to be VENOM Legends already, who are going to be starting off the destruction against the players of T2K Esports. Where it seems like one elimination pointer has already been converted from Fragboy, and you pointed it out beautifully, mate. It is the DBS, the Hulk gun that is just letting T2K Esports know that you probably shouldn't have gone down to this area, because VENOM Legends, they are very much in contestation, and in doing so, T2K Esports are at a backseat approach from this fight, as they are already having lost out on Voltrix. Gravity is going to have to, phase out of this fight and hopefully survive to be a part of another one later.
I mean, not so well thought out, that's for sure. I can see that. This drop was not so well thought out from the side of Cordy. And this is the exact problem I said too, right? When you're going to be dropping inside your secondary drop spot, are you that well aware? Are you that well known of how things are going to be over there or not? And Team Cordy definitely did get caught off guard by the players of VENOM Legends and already lost out on a big man, Voltrix. Voltrix being the first casualty. Team Cordy, definitely now their mental should be shaken a little bit, but that doesn't mean they don't have a chance anymore inside the game. They have 3 players still, and they will be equally harmful. But as we have Team Cordy again, Gravity is quite chipped out. Gravity cannot afford to be spotted out as he was swimming on the other side. It doesn't seem like the players of VENOM Legends do want any more sort of a brawl against the players of Cordy, so they should be safe for now. Godlike Stalwart inside boot camp. We expected a drop collision, but that's not the case. Regicide's quite close. Now, the way the players of Godlike Stalwart like to play in general, as soon as they're done looting boot camp, they'll instantly go for the hill near boot camp. And they'll try to get the high ground and pretty much just play around it, secure as much as vital information possible, and then later on move on if the circle takes a huge shift away from them. But right now, Quantum Rage against the player in the front. They have managed to find one knockout. IT, not a start they wanted.
Absolutely. It is going to be Tantanatan, who right now, from the side of Quantum Rage, has been able to, of course, bring down a player of IHC, but elimination point not yet confirmed. A big difference, or not difference, a change that can be showcased from the side of Quantum Rage's approach to the game itself. As when the day started off, they were the ones who were actually getting knocked out in the first few minutes of the game itself. This time around, now as the game has progressed on along, as the day has progressed on along, Quantum Rage are finding their pace. They are finding their groove, so to say, in the battleground, which in turn this time around was showcased against IHC. But again, no point converted as of yet, but definitely an aggressive approach being showcased from these teams in the map of Sanhok. Where once again, when it comes down to the map itself, we saw earlier, the entire map of Sanhok has been covered by all of these teams, all these 16 teams that are playing. So for now, each and every single team will have an opportunity to participate in a fight. But an elimination is yet to be seen as to what team is going to be bringing in a first elimination right there. Or eliminating a team. That is something that we're going to have to wait for. On the other front, if we are to talk about the center of the zone itself, we've got TUF, we've got Regicide, and we've got Godlike Stalwart. Very good positioning from all three of those teams, but being in close proximity to each other could very well result in a fight that perhaps none of them were anticipating. At the same time, my prediction, DUF would want them to absolutely nail it and get the chicken dinner as well as a prediction to me. But easier said than done.
Now, again, you were speaking about being close proximities, and yeah, these teams are definitely getting way too closer to each other, especially TUF and Regicide. I don't like how things are looking between them. Regicide, they're having a bit of a split between themselves. 2-2 split going on right now. 2 players in the front, 2 players in the back. TUF, they might just find the opening they really do need. Even it's sort of closing in on that central spot. MABETEX, they've done the same. They did decide to drop inside Pinan, instantly capitalize on that empty spot. And now they're on the hill. Godlike Stalwart, as I said, as soon as they're going to be done looting that boot camp area, they'll instantly try to take over that hill, and that's what they've done. High ground, again, is going to be the prime spot for the teams. And as I said, Blotter, sometimes even Sanhok can be quite slow.
Indeed.
Oh.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. Uh-oh. With that, it's Regicide. Knock from Regicide, who has been knocked down, actually. Not entirely sure where the shot came from. Was it T20 Cody? I think it might be No, never mind. Apologies over there. But definitely, Knock is going to be provided that revival. At the same time, though, they are out in the open. So Regicide has to be a lot more careful now. Or the shot could have actually come in from Godlike Stalwart as well. From the backlines. As you do have Stalwart on our screens. I mean, a very good spread out approach coming in from Stalwart. With a 2-man split is what we're seeing on the other front. It's going to be MABETEX who are also getting closer and closer to the positioning of Regicide, which in turn has now resulted in them capitalizing. And it seems like Knock, the man who is just brought up, is going to be the sole... Yep.
Yeah.
Sole person drawing all the attention of Leo from MABETEX, which in turn has resulted in, of course, that beautiful Molotov being utilized as MABETEX are looking at a comfortable 2 eliminations right here from this fight.
Oh man, these suppressed M4s are definitely doing a lot of damage on the enemy teams. And if it's far enough, it's going to be quite tough to tell where the bullets are exactly coming from too. So right now, at least the players of Godlike Stalwart have a bit of a knowledge where the bullets are coming from. They have spotted the players of MABETEX, but action out in the open. The spray's not going to connect way too far away. MABETEX have done a great job of neutralizing the threat that was in front of them. Regicide right now, handicapped big time. 2 players lost already. Of course, Nocto and Knock Knock went down, and now we only have Ushut and Vaz left alive inside the game. That's the only team next to Team Qwerty with a casualty. Godlike Stalwart still just continuing to pepper down those shots inside the smoke, thinking that maybe there's going to be someone inside that. Not the case so far. And we were speaking about Quantum Rage, Blotter, and Quantum Rage so far in the overall rankings are on the latter half of the board. But before that, I'm going to hold on to my word because on the northern side, you do see the players of DEW and Team Qwerty getting way too close to each other. We might just see a little brawl occurring soon.
Oh, this is trouble brewing for sure between those two teams. T2K Qwerty as well as DEW, as you perfectly mentioned, in close proximity at Houghton, I believe. And again, that's going to be far north of where this fight is, where, of course, MABETEX on our screens trying to spot down the players of Stalwart. Now, Stalwart, we did mention earlier as well, a very good spread-out approach coming in from the side of Stalwart. So I'm liking that fact, which in turn is pushing MABETEX to a bit of a stalemate in this fight. But again, it's absolutely fine because it is the information that they want to be able to retain. They do know that they are surrounded by Stalwart. They just don't know from what angles.
Speak of surrounding, right now the center of the map is definitely filling up with a lot of teams, Blotter. A lot of teams have accumulated right there. And the hot spot right now is being controlled by the players of Godlike Stalwart and even MABETEX. Soon enough, the fights should definitely start to pop up even more. Right now, teams are just getting well-versed. They're just settling down. They have found themselves that sweet little spot to play around with. There are a couple of teams who are still outside the circle, including IHC and even DRS, who will try to make it inside. But again, you cannot take over the seats that have already been taken, so that means blood should be drawn.
IHC are playing a very passive approach in this fight, or rather in this game. As of now, they definitely are not interested in taking on those fights. The only moment that we saw them was against the players of Quantum Rage. And right now, IHC are at outside the zone, towards the south of the map itself. Pretty much the only team that is yet to enter the zone. But talking about the zone itself, again, now things are going to get a little convoluted because 16 teams, all 16 teams are surviving. And slowly as they get themselves, get their presence felt into the zone itself is going to be constricting. And there's not enough open areas for these teams to be able to find a safe compound for themselves. Also, another thing to bring up is going to be the fight that we anticipated between the players of T2K Qwerty and DEW.
Yeah.
It has not yet occurred. In fact, they've gone their separate ways, both those teams.
Yeah.
So DEW, perhaps they spotted the players of T2K Qwerty and decided to actually play it safe and passive this time around. At the same time, again, I mean, this is what has happened over the years of Sanhok, right? Initially, it was the most chaotic one. It still is. It still is. I mean, we're just 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game. By the time we reach that 4th zone, 5th zone, automatically there are going to be fights taking place from so many different angles that it does get chaotic.
Yeah.
But yeah, over the years, definitely the teams have slowed down their approach on the map of Sanhok.
And speaking about Sanhok, right, there's another team that has really been doing good in the PMPL fall split of South Asia, and that has been the team of Elementrix. Now, Elementrix have quite an interesting journey themselves inside this entire South Asia Championship with how they made it in here. And one thing that has always just kind of brought a little bit of light for them when it comes to me is that Elementrix, whenever they really did need the momentum, they would always start off with Sanhok. They would get a chicken dinner on Sanhok, and then later on, they would just start popping off somehow. So Sanhok has always been a sort of a saving grace for that team, and they have been really good on the map of Sanhok. One thing I've noticed about Elementrix is that they're really, really good at defending things, but they're kind of shaky when it comes to aggressing onto other teams. Right now, though, there's a fight popping up, that's for sure. I8 against the players of Skylightz Gaming, as one player was a little spread out, and he will not be spared. Mafia Ninja taken out from the game. That's a big key lost already.
Absolutely. I mean, for the side of Skylightz Gaming, this loss is definitely going to be hindering their progress in this game, as they are left with just a 3-man army. On the other front of this battleground itself, we do have TUF taking shots against the players of Quantum Rage, where indeed TUF have been able to get decent points out of that fight as well, as now we have Quantum Rage retaliating, where indeed both the teams have definitely taken shots. But talking about Elementrix, well, Necro, Elementrix definitely coming into the kill feed against the players of Stalwart. Seems like this game could be the rise to shine for Elementrix perhaps, but on our screens we do have TUF Sard bringing on those shots and perfect sprays against the players of Quantum Rage. On the backlines, team TUF Sard, he has his teammates, he's going to be pushing on along with a vector in his hand, and this is going to be the most critical and crucial push of his... it did not fare well, because indeed it was serious from the side of Quantum Rage, who has easily been able to stop Sard in his track, and the DBS coming to the rescue for the side of Thor from TUF is going to be resulting in, of course, what a chaotic fight. Thor, the only player surviving, but finally, thanks to his DBS, was able to bring down the players of Quantum Rage, and Quantum Rage becomes the first team to get eliminated.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, one of the players really messed up big time. He whiffed the majority of his shots. He whiffed an entire clip on the player in the front, and then he just turns around and just slaps him in the face with a DBS. That could have definitely been a little game changer if he did not miss that many shots. But right now, high voltage against the players of Quarty, as they have managed to tap out one player, just handing out haircuts on top of this high ground they've found themselves in. Right now, high voltage, they are looking pretty okay, but still sort of on the edge. Not exactly playing in the centers. Thinking about how they can try to make things even better from this one is what I'm thinking of. I mean, the compound in front of the players of high voltage is quite empty, but right now, what they're doing is quite brilliant as well. Just trying to hold teams off at bay, make sure they're not going to be able to cross over on either side of the bridge. And on the other side of the bridge is a big threat too. If you're able to eliminate a team like DEW early off inside the game, that's going to be a big threat compromise.
Indeed, that is exactly what high voltage apparently seems to be working towards. At the same time, not only, of course, DW, but they've got shots against another team as well. So, high voltage, they have a lot of information right now. On the other front, MABETEX was just in the kill feed as they took shots against the players of TUF. But I believe TUF is down to a 3-man squad now. But again, teams are definitely playing it safe. They are taking a very passive approach in the Sanhok. 16 minutes in, and we're still looking at 54 players alive. Yeah, this is...
Even Sanhok now these days is sort of like a podcast hour thingy.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable. But one thing that we ought to talk about, and of course, viewers, you ought to believe it. Nusa. Nusa, I love that map. I absolutely love it. It is a small one, definitely much more smaller than Sanhok. But yeah, the amount of aggression that can be showcased on that map, it is mamma mia. But again, moving away from Nusa to the fight right now on our screens, it is going to be Magnus against the players of T2K in the same compound.
Yeah.
At, I believe, Paradise Resort.
Yeah, man. I mean, T2K and Magnus, yeah, really close to each other. The fight might just break down soon. And T2K, they really do want the smoke as well. They really do want this fight against the players of Magnus. I mean, T2K realizes Magnus in the front, if they're able to eliminate this threat, this can definitely be a big one for them. One player's all the way in the back, though. T2K only have 2 players in the front line, as 3 players of Magnus are here to defend this compound down. T2K really do want to take it over. Rig with the shotgun, of course, can definitely play a big game, and Rig have already found the opening. The one-pump man strikes again as Rig. With the opening being found, he can definitely now try to turn around the tides over here. The man advantage sort of just neutralized, And even Rig really wants to press on it, really wants to work with the sort of opening they've found, but they're not able to find any sort of another openings. Rig instantly being found themselves too. No, this is not a sort of party you really do want. Rig being taken down. Magnus are playing this really well. And now T2K, yeah, they're definitely going to be quite unsettled.
Oh, from the backlines, that too. From the backlines, it was Venom who was able to actually spray on down to the players of T2K, which in turn resulted in them having to walk away from that fight, having lost out on one of their players as well. That was Sandation. Now Rig lost to the cause as well. T2K were doing so good.
Yeah.
Up until the time the third party was brought in from Venom against this team. But with that, we're left with 14 teams. Smack in the center is going to be Stalwart, looking very comfortable and confident. As the zone keeps on restricting, the teams now are going to have to make a very tough call, as the rotation is going to be very important now. But it's all out in the open. TUF on our screens with 7 defeats, looking real good in terms of the aggressiveness. But only 2 players surviving now.
I mean, again, you can try to out-survive the wall of death too if things are really not working for you. Hopefully you do have the enough amount of first aids for that. If you don't, then yeah, playing a normal game has to be the way. Magnus, so far, at least they have managed to get themselves out of one tricky situation, but they might just run into another one if they don't scout out the areas properly. But right now, Magnus, they're playing this one quite well. Not really overextending, instead just playing safe and sound. But around them are definitely a lot of fights now are starting to pop up, as we have VENOM Legends too against the players of T2K. They're quite exposed, but unfortunately Laser isn't able to connect those shots. Could have been a big one too, but Laser a little too late to react on that. Instantly were able to sneak behind that rock. T2K, they've realized now they've messed up big time. They are just pinned behind that rock. The only things they can work around with if they do have the smokes to play. And they have deployed one. They can try and retreat back, but they don't exactly know how clear the backlines are too. So T2K, they're definitely pinned for now. MABETEX, speak about pinned. Leo is pinned behind that tree, nowhere to go. Around him is completely exposed lands. If he does have a smoke, yeah, that's what he exactly does. Utilizes it to cross on over. As I said, the wall of death is definitely going to be quite deadly, which will make him burn through his meds. But Leo, I'm not sure if he has enough.
No, this is not looking good for Leo, definitely. From MABETEX again, the Blues have already caught up to him. And in front, of course, IQ from the side of I8 is just holding that angle and position. And along with that, it is Leo who does go down. And it was T20 Regicide, actually, who were able to capitalize on that elimination point. Even though we had I8's IQ just holding on to that spray.
Oh!
The kill was definitely stolen away. On the other front, on the Paradise Resort itself, we've got Magnus finally being pushed on against the players of TUF. And talking about the circle itself, absolutely bang on point you are, Necro, because Elementrix, dude, how do you do
I told you, man.
Okay, it definitely looks like Elementrix definitely should be able to, you know, climb up and get this rise from this game itself for the day.
But even Godlike Stalwart is going to be the biggest thorn in the way, though. That's where things can get way too messy for the side of Elementrix. And as I said, Sanhok has always been the momentum catcher for the side of Elementrix, and they have somehow managed to find themselves in lucky foot, and the circle always just decide to pan on top of them if things are really not going well for them. But right now, DRS just putting that final nail in the coffin. Ouch. As Magnus, a team that was looking pretty good so far, is not looking good anymore because they are out the game. MABETEX to Apex down. He will be dusted soon enough. He will bite the dust. Wally is the only man left alive behind the rock, trying to pull something off. Bob and Weave on the other side. Shotgun's being pulled out. Goose really does want to shut him down, but Wally instead, in the mid-range, utilizes his gun perfectly, shuts the man down, and now Wally will try to save his team for another day. But he's the only man left alive, with only 2 first aids to work with. There are some fallen players in front of him that he can try and loot up, and that's what he exactly does. He should be able to wrap up a decent amount of first aids here, right? Oh, what is he doing?
Definitely should be, and with that, what a perfect conversion that was coming in from this mad dashing guy, Wally, from MABETEX, of course. As MABETEX Esports, the entirety of their dreams are set up on Volley right now from this game, as he's the only final player remaining and surviving. On the other front, Godlike Stalwart, the team that we've been talking about, Necro, who find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone itself, finally now are going to be starting to pop off some heads, as they do have 0 defeat points. But the only team that has a cover, a proper cover, a compound in the zone itself, that's going to be, of course, Godlike Stalwart. But from the backlines, Elementrix can capitalize on this opportunity where Godlike Stalwart are busy in a different fight. And from the backlines, as we can see in the minimap, the team in pink with a 2-man split is going to be Elementrix. They can very well pounce on upon this opportunity right here to bring down the players of Godlike Stalwart.
I mean, right now, I think so. Elementrix, just holding your ground has to be the play. And that's what they're doing so far. They have a little split going on too, but even if one of those players gets taken down, it's going to get so tough, pretty much next to impossible to get the player back up on his feet. Godlike Stalwart just mowing down lawns in the front. They know DRS is there, but it's just smoke all across the board. They don't exactly know where to fire, but they're still able to find those shots. They're still able to find those connection in those blind shots. And even VENOM Legends, they find themselves in a little bit of tricky spot. Elementrix is going to be the one up against him. Laser really does want to close some distance on them. Yuta Uta hasn't spotted out that player yet. Laser's still alive. Nades are being barraged in that direction. Laser's position compromised. Yuta Uta opens up the scope, but it's way too much. But still manages to put a full stop to that fairy tale, as they are now going to be eliminated from the game. VENOM Legends out on the 5th spot, as we have Elementrix and Godlike Stalwart in the prime spot. DRS outside the circle. DEW outside the circle, just going for a med strat.
Absolutely. The only two teams who are in close contestation for this chicken dinner, of course, is either Elementrix or it's going to be, of course, Godlike Stalwart. Now, Godlike Stalwart, they're going to have to move out of their compound safety and get out in the open. That's exactly where Elementrix is waiting to pounce upon the opportunity to take down this chicken dinner with them. But definitely a very good game for Elementrix right here, as they've been able to get all 4 players in the final moments of the game. Now we're left with, of course, these two teams who are going to have to start ironing out things between them. For Godlike Stalwart, only 3 defeat points.
Yeah. It's funny how I'm calling out these teams and they instantly just start doing good. I mean, Elementrix, this map has been the map where they start catching the momentum, and that's what exactly is happening. Elementrix, they're having a phenomenal game of Sanhok, and it seems like they might just dismantle the players of Godlike Stalwart too, as Precious has found the opening. Action's been taken down, and Action's a main key player for them because he likes to play in the front. If Action's taken down, things can definitely now be quite unsettled for the side of Godlike Stalwart. Scry's position compromised. The nades are exactly on the mark. Scry's taken down way too low. If Skry gets taken down here, things are going to be way too tricky for the side of Godlike Stalwart. They will need to get the pace back inside the game. They will need to claw their way back inside this fight in general. But Elementrix, they themselves too are now crawling apart. They themselves are getting crumpled down. And it seems like Elementrix will be eliminated from the game, as Godlike Stalwart, they claw their way back inside this fight. It's done. It's their game.
Well, for a moment there, Elementrix was so close to getting this chicken dinner. They had the information, they had the retaliation, they had the spray, everything on point.
Yeah.
Everything on point. As soon as action went down, there was an opening that could have converted into a chicken dinner for Elementrix, but hey, it is Godlike Stalwart that you're talking about, so it's never going to be easy to take that team down. The momentum working in Stalwart's favor, and that in turn seems like Godlike Stalwart are going to be the ones who will be walking away with the chicken dinner from this game. They did lose out on action, but they still have all the 3 players surviving. All the other 3 players surviving, of course, from that fight. And DRS, of course, the final player who set off on this mission to survive for as long as he possibly can with, what, 15 first aids is what I saw last time when we joined on to Gyante. Yeah. And now, even though I'm sure he knows that there are only 2 teams remaining, he wants to utilize... Oh, wow, what a perfect shot that was. Sadly, was not provided with an elimination point, but definitely a very good shot. And that in turn will result in, of course, DRS sitting on the 2nd position. But we know who the chicken dinner winner are. It is going to be none other than the perfect approaching Stalwart, Godlike Stalwart, with the chicken dinner for themselves. 7 eliminations in total, 22 points from this game.
Let's go. I open up my account in the prediction too, man. It's my first prediction right. Let's go. You know? baby steps, even from my side. But yeah, Godlike Stalwart, overall ranking is going to be on the 2nd spot. Just because the players of DRS managed to squeeze in the top 2, if I'm not wrong, they should be the one ruling the charts. But again, the difference shouldn't be much.
True, that's what I was also thinking about. In the overall ranking, they are sitting on the 2nd position. So yeah, there definitely shouldn't be too much of a difference between the 1st and the 2nd. Because anyways, we will definitely have a look at that. We will look at that when the overall standings are going to be brought on. And the storyboard is going to make things that much more clear. But yeah, now with game number 4, match number 4 done, now we can definitely say that the teams are well versed with each other. They know exactly what to anticipate from one game or the other, because there are still 2 more games remaining. But before we jump in with that conversation, it's time for us to go on a short little break. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome once again to, of course, the incredible SA Championship right here. All thanks to Oppo for making this happen. But at the same point of time, we are done with 4 games now. Just got done with the map of Sanhok, where again Necro and his mouth spoke what was going to happen. That's exactly what ended up taking place with Elementrix. Sure, I mean, they rose to the occasion, mate. You pointed it out. You said it that, you know what, Lakshay, this is what they do. And here they are doing exactly that on the map of Sanhok. So I think next time on, I'm going to go along with your predictions and see if all that works out right for me or not.
The funny part is my predictions, I mean, so far they haven't been that exactly on the point, but as soon as I see the circle and as soon as I see what team is on what position, I can definitely sort of draw the picture in my mind. I mean, again, it's not going to be 100% correct, but Majority of the times, at least that's something I've seen in the lobbies that I've casted in the past, right? But as you do see the player focus in front of us, and Volley, of course, with the most amount of elimination points, we did see Volley pull off an incredible clutch against the players of I8. And one thing I really do want to point out here, if I'm not wrong, the last man of I8 was just staring at Volley, right?
Yep, that is true.
Yeah, so I was like, wait, what?
I mean, it was because the Blues had already caught up to MABETEX's Volley, right? And I8's final player, I'm not entirely sure what he was doing, but I was that much more questioning Volley because I was looking at the screen and I was anticipating that Volley should probably now get the first aid. Thankfully, he did not. And that's what allowed him to actually take and spray down the final player of I8 because, it was a pretty close call right there for the final player Volley of MABETEX.
Indeed, man. Speak of close calls, I mean, Godlike Stalwart too, that final fight was definitely quite close, but they still managed to claw their way back inside the fight and somehow win it. Now, of course, Godlike Stalwart, I mean, they're Godlike Stalwart. Nothing much can be said. They are literally one of the best teams inside these South Asian lobbies. But one team that we haven't seen so far just rise up to the occasion, I would say DEW. And DEW, with the way they started off the entire PMPL fall split, of course, of South Asia, it was with a bang. And DEW in the overall rankings, as we had a conversation before this game even started, that they are doing pretty okay in the overall rankings, but they are not showing the sort of flashy plays that we saw in the previous lobbies, right? But maybe it's just because that those six Pakistani teams are creating a bit of problem for DEW, and they're not really able to find their way across that. They're not really able to find the domination, but I think so we should just give these teams a little bit more time. Even I feel like even from the teams that are going to be coming in from, of course, the Pakistan side, they also need a little bit of more time to get used to what exactly is going on inside these lobbies.
I believe so. I think, I mean, I had, when the day started off, I was talking about till game number 4, it's still going to be up and down. And then game 4 onwards, teams are going to get that much more versatile in terms of their approach and perhaps even consistent.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It seems like perhaps day 1 itself is going to be spread out for these teams, just understanding what to anticipate in the lobby. And of course, we still do have 2 more games remaining. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where indeed it was a little bit of a stalemate fight as well. I mean, the entirety of Sanhok extended quite a lot actually with these few moments in the first few minutes of the game itself. Once these were done, then we were in a little bit of a stalemate situation where till like the 18-minute marker, there was no fight taking place at all.
I mean, yeah, and I literally said this too. Sanhok these days has been quite a sort of a tactical approach. Now, we do know Sanhok being quite aggressive, a lot of third parties too. Third parties did happen as well. One of the fight was completely ruined where Magnus somehow or some sort of got a little bit of advantage because of that. And they were able to make it alive, but later on, instantly, Magnus got eliminated themselves. So yeah, third parties are definitely going to be the part and parcel of the map of Sanhok. Compared to all the other map, of course, third parties are going to be way much more in this map in general. But as we do have the damage graph in front of us, Godlike Stalwart with 7 elimination points, 1493 damage dealt, MABETEX as well in front of us. I mean, the teams that got eliminated too, they have quite a decent amount of damage wrapped up themselves. And as you mentioned, rightfully so, the fights were happening way too late.
Exactly, and that... I don't know if it's a precursor. It could be a precursor, I'm not sure. But it seems like the SA Championship, it is going to be an extended one. Every single game is going to be an extended one, right? With that, like we were talking about it, we've got 2 games remaining, Erangel and Miramar.
Exactly, man. And with that also, Blotter's going to be saying bye-bye to us for today. It's okay, Blotter. We'll see you tomorrow, man. It was great casting alongside with you. But now, Fixes is back in action. How you doing, baby? It's been a long time.
Indeed, it has been a little bit of a Panda Brothers reunion, I believe. But keeping everything aside, I was just watching the game, and boy, oh boy, Godlike Stalwart. I mean, you gotta give preps to Pika for what he did in those final few moments, because I really thought that Elementrix did steal it out of them, right? Just the moment when they did get that first knock, it was Pika doing everything that was required. We'll talk about that right now. Just a wee while, but now it's time for predictions. Seems like you've already gone one up. So, Necro, I'm going to give you that first call. Who do you think is going to be ruling Erangel?
Oh, man. Erangel, I'm really thinking of high voltage here, man. I think so. High voltage will have 2 today. So yeah, high voltage. Lock it in from my side. What about you, bro?
I think, I was initially thinking about high voltage, but considering that we haven't seen, back-to-back chicken dinners yet, at least in the SA Championship, I think I'm gonna go with Godlike Stalwart on this one, because I really feel this was all that they needed, to kind of gain that momentum to get a chicken dinner following in through those games, right? Godlike Stalwart, I think if you look at how their footprints have been in the past, right? They kind of start a little lousy. Once they get that chicken dinner, they start rolling, baby. And that is where, we get to see their true faces. And of course, I mean, getting back to the conversation that we were really having, Godlike Stalwart, I mean, they were kind of just positioned to that one spot, but I really felt that Elementrix messed that up, because building up all those smoky barriers for them kind of went against them, to be honest, because after getting that knock, they did not get any sort of follow-up. Orange was way outside the zone, his position was compromised, PK got a knock, and then he just goes in through, gets yet another one, got 3 of those players in those final few circles, and literally saved Godlike Stalwart from the cusp of getting eliminated. And regardless, I mean, it was all a game about circles, right? And I can perfectly understand why, Godlike Stalwart was in such prime position. The circles just favoring them massively, even for Elementrix, like you mentioned. And, I was taking a quick gander at the map feed, and I could really see, apart from MABETEX, who tend to drop around Painan, there was nobody who was really going to, obstruct their path or entry inside the circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Giving them such a good route to enter in through the little, small bridges that we have, and took control over the hills. And it was Elementrix game to lose at a certain moment, especially when that last curveball hit. But again, Godlike Stalwart just being very resilient, showing no mercy, did manage to come out as the victors.
I mean, again, as you said, with the position the players of Godlike Stalwart really found themselves in, they really need a sort of heroic play, at least from that one player. And Pika stood up to be the hero in that moment, and he pretty much just saved the day. Elementrix, the players, they were playing that pretty well. Let's be honest. They had them surrounded. They played that perfectly. And one thing we have noticed, right, no matter be the hills or no matter be the compounds, when you always need to move out from those prime spots, it's one of the most trickiest things to do. And that's why Godlike Stalwart sort of were crumbling down to the nades that were being thrown from the side of Elementrix, but Pika came in clutch.
He did indeed. But when we were talking about clutch, we're going to talk more about those clutches, because few of them were of course made in Sanhok itself. But right now it is time to take a look at these beautiful faces. Everybody just riled up for the game to begin, because we are talking about Erangel, and this is indeed the bread and butter map of all these players. Everybody well versed with all the terrains, and they exactly know what they have to do and how they have to play it around. So far, it has been an SA domination all along. Pakistani teams, they've been lagging behind, but somehow they are making their way. They're finding their way. But the big questions still remain. I mean, are they going to stick to those new drop locations that they have selected, or are they willing to take in those fights? For that, I'm really curious to watch, because what happened to I8 in the previous game, just getting clapped by Wally single-handedly. I mean, who peeks to an MG3 with an S12K just running in front? I don't know if Ghost was in the right senses, was in his right mind, but hey, I mean, Neko.
I don't know. That's what I literally said. I yelled. I was like, what is he doing? Like, it just didn't make sense at that time. I'm like, okay, what is exactly going on? And then the last man who was alive from the side of I was like, okay, he should be able to at least try and take him out, right? Because, of course, Wally was out in the open, and he was also looting the death crates. But then the last man just stands still and just stares at him for a while, and then decides to go back in the cover, and while he was trying to fade away, he got caught by the MG3. I mean, it was just completely a dunzo type of deal over there. So, definitely quite interesting approach from their side. But right now, as you said, are we going to be seeing any sort of improvements? Are we going to be seeing any sort of shuffling around again inside the drop locations? And that doesn't seem like the case anymore. DEW, they are going to be the rulers of the military base. Godlike Stalwart, of course, they will make their way towards Nova Rapnoi, just because the plane fly path's sort of far away from that spot, so they would decide to drop in the compounds nearby first, get the basic loot, and then make it towards Nova Rapnoi. What now we're really waiting for here is going to be the circle. Now, again, Fixes, of course, you and Blotter have been casting the Pakistan side way too much, of course, right? And you guys have known these teams a lot. And what do you think is the reason? Why are these teams really backing away from their prime spot they like to drop in?
overthinking. I really think, at this point they're doubting themselves because look at this. I8 have changed the drop location again. This time heading over towards Primorsk. I mean, it's probably the second drop location. Yeah, pretty much. And I do not know how they're going to work around with from over here, because had they gone towards Northwestern Georgia Paul, this could have been a much better game. Maybe early on, their intention is not to take a fight against a team like IHC, but T20 QWERTY, they have an infiltration in the form of DRS, who are already high and mighty with the kind of momentum that they're rolling in. Gravity all by his lonesome. This is, of course, a player to watch out for. You need to fear him. But DRS, with the way they are playing, are they scared? Heck no.
Of course not. Both these teams are quite solid teams, right? But again, DRS, I would still say they have a little bit of momentum favoring them. They should also have a lot of confidence favoring them in general. But if you speak about Gravity, he does have a perfect set of guns too to hold his house down. He has a shotgun and the AKM to play around with. On the other side, DRS, I mean, Delta does have a double barrel in his hands, and he's now sort of just making sure that he's clearing every single angle off the house. He has managed to clear the top lines, and now they have no clue that Gravity has dropped down. Maybe Gante has some sort of a clue, but he should be exposed soon enough. Yeah, what is exactly going on? I mean, the entire team of DRS is really close. And even now, QWERTY has decided to close on it. So finally, the cavalry is here. This should give a bit of more confidence for Gravity to try and make some plays. But what? He whiffs those shots and gets taken down by a pistol.
That is something that Gravity did not quite anticipate. But T2K, in fact, T20 QWERTY getting a trade-off for their own as they've managed to deal with Killer over there. But Delta having that double-barrel shotgun. Can he make good work of it? As 2420 boy does have that M16 to play around with, and sometimes can really prove devastating. As now T20 QWERTY cutting on their losses, but still would want to fight this out because they know DRS, barring those shotguns, they do not have much to play around with. But you also know, Necro, in these sort of situations, it is all you need, to come out as the victors. As 420 boy shifting onto that S12K, I think pretty much picked it out of Gravity's death crate out there. As DRS, a little phased right now, a little scared, but still very alert, very vigilant.
They need to stay alert in these moments, and as you do have the replay, the production just want to rub some salt on the wounds of Gravity, right? How he really did whiff those shots, but he was at least able to find the opening at the start. So at least he got traded away. I guess that sort of makes up for what just happened. But even the players at T20 QWERTY are really trying their best to sort of equalize the ground between them. And they have managed to so far as well.
Indeed, they have. At least, T20 QWERTY really making sure that at least they've come out on the positive side of this particular fight, getting those two finishes. Now DRS will have to tuck their tails and run, and that is indeed what they have done from over here. A little bit of a bloodshed right from the early start, but Delta seems to be stuck. What does he do? Where does he go? Has no meds on him, Necro. But still, that shotgun. I mean, I'm still going to count my chances with DRS, especially Delta wielding this. And in perfect crossfire position, because the moment, anybody from T20 QWERTY decides to push in, if a grenade doesn't come in, then that's a different story altogether. But I don't think T20 QWERTY have enough grens on them at this point. But Delta and Gante just counting on those shotguns that they have. Let's see, when does that push come in? Already taking quite a lot of damage. Voltrox, this is the time he needs to push in.
And hopefully he has the meds too to patch himself up, because they have just dropped inside this compound. And as he was patching up, perfectly capitalized by the players of T20 QWERTY. The last man tried to do something, but he couldn't. Too late to react, and T20 QWERTY will come out on top, and that's a big threat neutralized. DRS taken out from the game this early. And now that DRS is out, as I said, that's a big threat neutralized. One of the biggest names inside the lobby is not in the game anymore right off the bat. So that's going to give a big sigh of relief for some of the big names like, of course, Godlike Stalwart and even High Voltage. Because the High Voltage and DRS, I mean, I would say DRS too, they have similar sort of a play style just like the players of High Voltage too. They have a little bit of tactical nature. But one thing I would say that is quite different is that DRS, they really do not shy away from some of the fights. I would say they really do fight for the prime spot.
Indeed. I mean, nothing really taken away from them. But, you know, what really sets them apart, in fact, high voltage over here is that experience, right? Because when you take a look at the roster, they have played in the big leagues. And when it comes down to DRS, nothing taken away from them. I mean, we still know their organization is one of the oldest, but the players playing in, some of them are relatively new into the scene. And, you know, you have those little bit of hiccups. But again, you know, when you have that new blood, you get that little bit of an aggression coming in. And I think Gante has so far really impressed me. Especially when you get a knock with a P1911, really impresses you against an S12K. I mean, what are the odds of you coming out through? But again, you know, these are professional players. I mean, I would have never connected, but he, of course, did. But, you know, despite that, you know, T20 Quirties did come out strong. I mean, in the previous game of Erangel also, they did manage to accumulate quite a lot of points. But again, you have to talk about this circle, which is kind of a little bit hybrid this time. Has a little bit of that northern part also going in, but a little bit similar at the same time, where you have those potential chances of this circle ending somewhere around that ruins area. And Magnus are really quick to understand the gravity of the situation. Have made quick rotations out from Pochinki already.
I mean, speak of making quick rotations, yeah, as you said, they have made a quick rotation outside Pochinki. But even now, Godlike Stalwart, they are making quite a late one right behind the players at Regicide. Now, they can definitely be following their tracks, but Regicide has gotten a little bit of lead. Another thing that I've noticed inside the game was even Quantum Rage dropped down to just a two-man squad. Now, you said Quantum Rage has been one of the most consistent teams in the lobbies, of course, PMPL Pakistan. But over here, we're not seeing any sort of replication of that.
I mean, not yet. In my defense is all I can say. They have been consistent in terms at least they've been consistent, not the way we wanted all the Pakistani fans over here, but it's going to be such an arduous task, right? Especially when you are ego drop clashing against one of the best teams inside the region, that's Skylightz Gaming. And kind of puts you in a position where your rotations might get messed up, because right from the moment you drop, you know there's a threat looming right over your heads. And it is something already to deal with. And then again, it's the pressure, because, you know, for Quantum Rage, I think it's their first time playing the SA Championships. You know, it is the big leagues that they have come into. And, you know, the stakes are higher. So hence the pressure. I mean, when you're talking about teams like i8 crumbling, then Quantum Rage, I mean, we can cut them some slack.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, we can give them a little bit of breathing room here, because there are definitely going to be quite a lot of jitters. And as you said, yeah, perfectly brought up, i8, even they themselves, they are being quite indecisive. And for a team like i8 to be indecisive inside the lobby, that speaks volumes about the teams that have came in from the PMPL South Asia fall split, right? Because with the way this competition have been evolving, even the players of DEW, man, a pack of rookies that just showed inside the lobby, completely unknown, they were just dominating with their minds away. The firepower this team has is incredible. And they were the kryptonites of Godlike Stalwart for a long time.
And, you know, I think that is exactly what they needed, right? To kind of give them that boost, that adrenaline coursing through their veins. I mean, if they can take on Godlike Stalwart, I mean, who are the other teams? I mean, rookies, you call us? Yeah. And, they've proven everybody wrong every single time. I mean, the Cinderella story that they're on, we love it. We always love to see these underdogs just come in and surprise everybody. I would love to see them, you know, partake in the PMGC this time around, but that's still a long way to go. But the way DE Warriors are playing, they're definitely on the right path. All they have to do is stay top 3 by the end of this tournament, and will have themselves a ticket for the global championships. But right now, taking a look at the circle, takes a little bit of a shift towards that northeastern area, a position where high voltage are going to be really happy and proud of, but Regicide are going to be knocking at their doors, and that is something that they really need to anticipate, and seems like they have snuffed them out. And what was Prabeen doing? Was that a misfire?
You thought maybe it's penetrable or something? It's not
no, it's intentional. He's just trying to lure the players of T20 Regicide, or maybe just trying to, you know, shush them away, just stay away from my territory.
I guess, yeah, I think so. That can definitely be one of those things too, yeah. Jokes aside, yeah, I think so. That will definitely be the intention over here, that this place is already taken. Now, he knows when this is a sort of a circle, the place that they have right now, of course, the Rozhok High Ground will be quite likely by a lot of teams. So you really do not want anyone to come close to that one. And High Voltage so far holding it pretty well too. Now, look at the split the players of High Voltage have too, right? 2 players inside Water City, 2 players inside Rozhawk. That's a big split, that's for sure. And even if that high ground gets contested by a complete 4-man squad, it's going to be so tough to react from the side of High Voltage.
Oh.
What do you think of this split, though? I'm having a lot of questions right now.
Even I'm, trying to figure out what's going to happen because, I think one good thing that I can really process from around here is that they have their eggs in a single basket, right? They somehow are kind of anticipating the circle to shift down south. Because ideally, if you would want to go for a 2-2 split at this point, you would want to have 2 of your players kind of stationed a bit up north around the other side. So when the circle kind of shifts over there, you do have somebody providing cover fire to you. But I think High Voltage, they are really confident in their endeavors. But Regicide trying to just get in. But now, with bated breath, we just wait for the next circle to appear in front of us. And it is going to take a shift all the way towards that eastern side. So teams like Skylightz Gaming are really going to enjoy themselves. Now, Godlike Stalwart in the meanwhile also really have a good chance at this one because stationed at the apartments, now they've got a lot of room to play around with. But if they are a little bit complacent, if they're unaware of what Team Magnus is up to, they might have a run for their money right now.
I mean, the circle has screwed up the majority of the teams inside lobby, that's for sure. Even DUW, they're all the way down south near Pachinki. Now they'll need to try and make it inside the circle. Now a brilliant rotation is the only way they can decide to save themselves for another day. Elementrix 2 all the way on the offskirts. For teams that have still, or that are still not even close to the circle, at this point in time, making it inside the circle, it's going to be really tough, maybe even next to impossible, because the majority of the circle is already being accumulated, and of course, the borders of the circle are already being covered. So there are going to be quite a lot of Guardian Angels, but there's a fight going on as MABETEX, they have managed to find 2 players of Regicide, and both of them just crumble down. Regicide, they fall down like nothing. MABETEX, they're making it look so easy. And Regicide, even the 3rd man goes down. It's all down to that one last man alive. Nocto will not survive anymore. He is taken down as well. And Regicide, they just crack under a lot of pressure.
Just fell down like flies out there. I mean, this is one of those areas where MABETEX also have understood, they're better off fending off attacks than being the aggressors, right? Even in the Sanhok game, we did see the moment I8 decided to charge and press in on them, they were the ones who did come out swinging and won that fight. And at the same time, in this particular battle as well, Regicide did not have a lot of information maybe and acted, desperately. And had to pay a hefty price for that. As I8, it's going to be such a tough time, especially when you've got T2K right in front of you, and then you've got the players of I8C right on your tails. As Magnus decided to push in around that Hell region, where Quantum Rage are well stationed, 2 of their players just fending off the players of Team Magnus. As now, it all comes down to where the circle shifts next. If it's going to be an even one, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be in prime position to dominate in this game. If it goes a little bit down south, this could be Godlike Stalwart or maybe MABETEX written all over it. But if it goes towards the northwest, then T2K, this could be their time to shine.
The chances of it going northwest are definitely going to be quite slim, though, because, again, I mean, I cannot, honestly, at this point in time, you can never say anything. The circle has been quite interesting this time, right? And, yeah, there has been a lot of times where the circle has shifted against the odds, and there is a possibility, that's for sure, that it might just shift on the top left too, but we are just waiting for the next circle to pop up soon enough, and it will be. But right now, speaking of the teams that are currently in quite a decent spot, has to be I8. I mean, right now they're doing pretty okay, and even for them to make a rotation inside, they can definitely decide to take the water lines, but only if the circle takes a big shift away from them, things can be completely different.
Pika, he's just doing wonders. While you were speaking, I was just taking a quick gander at the map feed, and he instantly goes in and takes over the forest area. And now they're in such good control over the circle as Action. He's just going to deal with the players of Elementrix, a little bit of a showdown from the previous game. This time, however, in those early stages of the matchup, as Elementrix, having lost out on one of their players, and Godlike Stalwart seem to have spotted out the players of DE Warriors, and that's going to be really concerning. But for Godlike Stalwart, the only thing that kind of bothers me is that huge split, right? Pika, he's all by his lonesome. He needs some coverage. He needs some players to come to his position. Oh, indeed. Never mind. He's just, in fact, rather, just come back to his teammates. But what he did just previously was impeccable. I mean, just a solo player going in through all those teams and picking up such a beautiful spot. And then they realize it's better to have a concrete cover. And I think Godlike Stalwart have learned from their mistakes. I mean, better stick together and better fight together than have those splits and get picked off one after the other.
Still a Giga Chad rotation, though. Gotta agree with that.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Just because the circle now shifted down south, of course, some of the teams, the sort of game plan they decided to plan out inside this one has not really worked out. The circle is definitely not being friends with the majority of the teams, but some teams have found themselves quite a decent home in that one. Quantum Rage, with only a two-man squad, they have found themselves right in the smack center and quite a decent spot too. Now, all they need to do is keep their position anonymous, but if there is a threat closing up, then they should not back away from a fight, because that's the only way they can decide to shook it away. As we have the players of I8 just mowing down the field in the front against the players of I8. And oh, that's not a position you want to be in. They don't really have a lot of areas they can try and move around. They're sort of just trapped in that spot. I8, even they themselves need to make it inside the circle, so they cannot keep on taking this fight anymore, because they will just be wasting the time. So that's what they exactly do. I8 now on a rotation to make it in, but the players of I8 are guarding this bridge.
Yep, and Godless, he's going to make those godly moves along with Demo, and really can't understand the intention in trying to do so. They're really banking upon the fact that Icy and Alex, they're gonna pick a few knocks from around here, but Demo, he's playing with fire. Does he walk away with murder? Have I8 heard him? And indeed they have. Uzan just snuffing him out, and now, well, Demo, he's in a world of trouble right now.
What? Where is the cover fire from the side of I8? Demo eventually gets taken down. So yeah, at least for now is able to stay alive. But again, just because they have the positional advantage over the players of I8, and I8 just because they made quite a late rotation. I had to talk about this too previously, that Vince, you are going to make a late rotation. It's going to be so tough to find yourself a comfortable spot. But even High Voltage is now just ramming their vehicles in this compound or in this territory, as the players of IC have just pushed in, and IT have managed to at least take down 2 players. So at least for now, the threat's being compromised. But as the players of High Voltage have approached this fight, IC will have more threat to deal with. Assassin spotted out, some damage chipped out as well, but that's not going to help him quite a lot here. IC's all by himself to try and fight off, while his other 2 teammates are not exactly seen around him. They're trying their best to fight back. They finally decide to engage in a fight. High Voltage, they have somehow managed to put a full stop to IT's story.
Oh, and Ghost, he was just lying in wait. But High Voltage really spoiled the party for I8 over there. I mean, getting those trades out there, and, well, IC just charging in. And with no fear out there, did whatever he possibly could have done. But again, it was High Voltage that walked off with the final laughter. But Prabeen still knocked out. And Ghost clearly keeping I8 still in contention, as MABETEX did, really enjoy that spot that they were holding on to, because IC was applying so much pressure on the players of High Voltage just to get caught off guard by the players of MABETEX as he gets taken down. But the circle taking a certain shift, and we have seen the circle a lot of times. Now, this is where MABETEX really need to make a move, but they cannot move with High Voltage just lurking around them. And Ghost is going to play that waiting game. He's just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike. Just the moment that High Voltage are at the weakest, that is the time. He might just put the final nail in the coffin. But right now, are the players of T2K aware of Ghost's presence, Necro?
They probably are, as even Magnus, they're getting just charged on by the players of TUF. Now Magnus, they've just found themselves in a room locked up, just pinned down completely. Even Quantum Rage, they want a little bit of piece of this fight. Quantum Rage too deciding to engage, as this was the area that was being held down by the players of Quantum Rage, and now it's being taken over. Pushing up, Quantum Rage can definitely try to put a full stop, and they played this perfectly, just taking advantage, third-partying this entire situation. Quantum Rage, just with a 2-man squad. Now they're, of course, down with that one last man alive, but they at least are able to stay alive for a long time, as we have just that one last survivor. And his position, of course, compromised. That leg's being spotted. The spray's taken. Sneaks is not exactly able to land all his shots because, of course, one little pixel was only exposed. From the back, Fragboy tried to make some work happen, but, of course, couldn't, as he did get snuffed out. DEW, for now, they're just controlling this entire southern side. And they should keep on doing so as well. Godlike Stalwart, 2 on the south left side. Things are looking pretty okay, but now DEW, they're deciding to breach inside this compound.
All right, DEW, I mean, still do have a really good position to defend though, at least for this moment, because they have the mercy of the circle. But Sneaks, of course, did try to thread the needle over there, did not quite succeed though, but still dealt with the threat from the backlines in the form of VENOM Legends as the Warriors. Not really know what they're up to, but Bishal from Team Elementrix, being the last player surviving, does manage to get one out of T2K, as Sandesh and Jane will have to get that res back up. But Team DEW still anticipating a threat in the form of VENOM Legends and Laser. Somehow, he survives with a sliver of HP as Gangsta has all his eyes focused in on the players of Skylightz Gaming. We're in such a prime position. In the meanwhile, Godlike Stalwart yet to make a move, but look at MABETEX just shredding apart their opposition. And whoa, Sad did make some Giga Chat plays, did come out.
Oh yeah,
but Quantum Rage were quick to retaliate back.
I mean, that's what you call a heroic entry, and heroics of Sad really did find them that opening, but in the end, they just got third-partied. Definitely quite unfortunate circumstance in that moment, but just because the circle now shifted on the southern side, on the right side, of course, a little bit tilted, Skylightz Gaming, they found themselves in the prime spot, if you ask me. Godlike Stalwart, they can definitely try and make an entry inside the circle from the southern side, and that's what they're trying to do too. 2 players are in the front while the 2 players are still in the back inside the compound, providing that cover fire. MABETEX out in the open, nowhere to go. They will need to take this fight against the players of Elementrix, and MABETEX, they're just getting picked off. They're getting dismantled. Even Volley in the back is not going to be able to survive the wrath. Even Volley falls down. MABETEX eliminated from the game. Skylightz Gaming with the prime spot. They have everything lined up for them.
They indeed do. But again, they've got so many teams around them. That's going to be such a tough task for them over here to try and win this one out. But for Godlike Stalwart, I mean, I really love the kind of position they've created. The little opening, the control over the map. But now this could go all south with them just banking everything on that little wooden shack. I do not know if it's the wisest decision that they've taken. But now they're going to put all their minds into, you know, just thinking that all these 3 teams fight it out amongst each other. And they are the ones who would have the final laugh. But Skylightz Gaming being very wary about the presence of the players of DE Warriors, as Snakes has sneaked himself up onto the rooftops. Will try to lob that grenade. Does it land into perfection? No is going to be the answer, as Gangsta still lies in waiting. Still waiting for some of the players of the Warriors, maybe even one, to get out of cover, and that is where he strikes, but that's not going to happen in this game, as Nirzed just finds him and puts an end to his misery. Yeah,
Fairytale's not going to be going for any more, as VENOM Legends, they get eliminated from the game. I don't exactly know if you noticed that if you noticed what Doc did. Doc was just driving around on the left side of DEW, so now they at least know that the left sides are completely clear, and they are contestable too. So if DEW, they want to spread up, they definitely can, but unfortunately the circle is not going to allow that. The circle shifts in the front, once again, favoring the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now they are on the northern side, barely on the edge. For the players of DEW to reach in, they will need to take a fight against the players of Skylightz Gaming, no matter what. This fight is a must-take one. But how are they going to make this happen? How are they going to execute this master plan? Because Skylightz Gaming is not one of those teams that is quite easy to take away. Skylightz Gaming, they're well known for their defensive approach inside the games, and for them to defend this compound, it shouldn't be that tough of a task. They haven't been really consistent in doing so. Godlike Stalwart against T2K. Some skulls were being spotted, some haircuts are being handed out, and finally the push now is made. The fight that is really needed to take over here, that's what the players of DEW are exactly doing, making the push on the players of Skylightz Gaming, trying to breach and find some opening inside this compound, but no, DEW, they themselves are catching some return fire now. AJ's position was uncompromised, but now AJ's position's known too. He's trapped inside the bathroom, nowhere to go. AJ will be catching a lot of fire soon enough, and he should be the casualty here, but still the hesitancy from the side of DEW is something that's creating a lot of problems. Mafia Ninja just mowing down with the M249. Big magazines helping him out, just slaying the players in the front. And DEW. Oh, the hesitant approach didn't work out.
Oh, Stalwart. I mean, this was their perfect time to strike. But in turn, they were busy engaging against the players of T2K. Now we'll have to pay a hefty price. Now, this was that golden ticket, them entry inside the circle. Now, Skylightz Gaming, I do not know how they managed to survive that fight with Skylightz Gaming making so many mistakes, especially those smokes being deployed. But really good work and a very good defensive setup. Now, this is Skylightz Gaming game to lose over here as Godlike Stalwart have nowhere to run and hide. But T2K, Jane, the lonesome survivor for this team, he's just going to play for those position points. But in turn, has managed to secure a knock onto its top. Now, Skylightz Gaming really close on getting that chicken dinner as action comes out in the open, gets mowed down, gets obliterated. But those trade-offs are definitely there. Godlike Stalwart in such a rough situation at this point. How can they recover?
Yeah, it's going to be next to impossible, of course, to recover from this one. The wounds are quite deep as the bullets and pain are just shredding through everything the players of Godlike Stalwart are putting up against. And just because they're out in the open, they don't have anything to play with. While on the other hand, Skylightz Gaming, they have an entire compound they can play around with. And even if the circle moves away, all they need to do is just try and close in, and that's what they're doing. But look at Mafia Ninja all the way on the left. He's managed to wrap up, and he finds the opening once again. Another man goes down. Godlike Stalwart down to a two-man squad in which one player's way too low. They decide to patch himself up, but Godlike Stalwart, there's no way they're going to win this one. Skylightz Gaming played out of perfection, and they find themselves also in the lucky shoes where the circle was just gracing them with their presence.
Oh, and have managed to get another one for the evening. I mean, I was anticipating back-to-back a second chicken dinner, but
Me too.
with the wrong team indeed. Yeah, in fact, both of us. We still have a point up though. That's something good. But for Skylightz Gaming, will propel themselves after the second position as Godlike Stalwart will still keep the first courtesy to that second position. But 27 points, 12 eliminations for Skylightz Gaming. Quick rotation inside the circle. And did, just play the prediction game upright, up top, and worked out really well. However, really, I felt, there was an opportunity, that window for Godlike Stalwart. All they had to do was just lay down a few smokes, not take a fight against T2K over there, and just head in and be a third party inside that fight where DE Warriors had the entire attention of Skylightz Gaming to themselves and could have really taken them down. But again, could have, should have, would have is for another day. It is what it is. It is what you do inside the game, and Skylightz Gaming did come out supreme and now are in such a good position. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a short little break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with all these actions ensuing. I am really excited for what happens next, but we've got to talk about what's going on and what really happened in this particular matchup. But before that, a huge shout out to Oppo for making this entire event happen. And in the meanwhile, have you guys checked out Nusa? Because, I mean, I do not know. We haven't gotten time to enjoy our vacation, but you certainly can do in the battlegrounds, of course. But now getting back to what really happened in the previous game of Erangel, the MVP Nirzet out of DE Warriors. I mean, they were playing a picture-perfect game up until the last little fight that they took up against Skylightz Gaming. But despite that, Nirzet did come out as the MVP. 5 eliminations, 811 points of damage is really good for this player who's been making his way up the ranks.
I mean, DW, the circle wasn't gifted to them, right? They needed to battle their way through inside the prime spot, and they did so perfectly too. Just fighting all the way through, trying to make it inside the circle. They did so as well, found themselves in a fantastic compound, but in the end, as you rightfully brought up, they just were not able to win that fight in the end, which was quite a scrappy fight, and which shouldn't have been a scrappy fight. It should have been them coming out on top in that one, but unfortunately, a lot of hesitant approach coming in from their side. Even the players of Godlike Stalwart had a decent amount of chance to try and wrap up a lot of info and maybe try and crawl up a little bit more closer, but they didn't do so. As we have the player focus in front of us, and of course, Baron from the side of MABETEX with 5 elimination points and 750 damage wrapped up. Mafia Ninja from the side of Skylightz Gaming with 589 damage wrapped up. Mr. Boar is going to be there too, and then top with only 2 elimination points and 722. Now, one thing that is really surprising me over here, Fixes, is that if you see the way the players of Skylightz Gaming performed inside the grand finals of the PMPL Fall Split South Asia, and now with the way they're performing inside the South Asia Championship, it's a complete different approach. It's a complete change in the tides.
You know, of course, considering the rich past that they've had, it's kind of expected for a team of this stature to perform that way. But again, you know, this is one of those games. They really had all their eggs counting on the fact that, you know, the circle is going to shift towards the eastern side, right? Had the circle gone anywhere else, they were screwed. It's been their game. So, I mean, a little bit of that lady luck also really favoring the players of Skylightz Gaming. And one thing for certain, right? This is one of those teams that, like you said, you know, rightfully, that they love to defend and they know how to defend. And they made a few mistakes, which I really thought could be capitalized, but nobody did so. As we take a look at the match rankings, you know, Godlike Stalwart being a little silent. I mean, this is quite different from how they really like to play. Maybe it's the first day. Maybe they want to ensure that they have that first spot locked in and then just go all guns blazing. But for now, Skylightz Gaming, 12 eliminations, just defending, you know, with style and all that finesse, you know, just getting that chicken dinner. And the Warriors also just fighting their way through. We did get to see a lot of that action just happening around that squad house on that eastern side, in which the Warriors were the ones with the last laugh. But I do not know what TUF were up to, especially Saad just driving his buggy over there. We're going to see all of that, of course, in the open moments. But again, it was a very interesting game of Erangel, considering to how the circle really shifted. Because there was a point, Neko,
that's fine,
when we really thought that the circle might just end up somewhere around Rozhok, or maybe could go up north, but that did not happen. Went all the way towards the eastern side. But what a start, you know, Quantum Rage and T20 QWERTY just starting things off like that. I think it was DRS, my apologies there, and T20 QWERTY still managed to have that final laugh in that situation and carried forward to that little fight under the bridge where High Voltage really had the last laugh.
Yeah, I mean, that fight right there was one of the most crappiest fights you can ask for. The bridge fight that happened. I mean, I was wondering, where exactly is IT's backup? Pico is all by himself on the top, trying to hold the players off, High Voltage off at bay, while the rest of his teammates were still in the water lines. I don't exactly know what was going on, because of course they were not in the limelight there, but they were not able to provide the cover fire that Pico needed at that certain time.
Yeah, and you know, even in this particular, like you just mentioned, in those final few moments, I was really curious to see if Godlike Stalwart did have any smokes on them. Because if they did, there was no point of engaging against T2K over there. But that being set aside, you know, they still hold on to that first spot. But of course, with Skylightz Gaming, this time they're on their tail, because DRS Gaming did get eliminated pretty early on and have lost out on that first spot. But T2K Esports, they've also made some huge strides, you know, 3 spots up. Then even for DE Warriors, they've managed to recover as well, 45 points. Now, again, Godlike Stalwart, Skylightz Gaming, they're kind of building up that little bit of a lead but DRS, T2K, if they make a comeback. But what's really, making me sad in the top 8, not even a single Pakistani team is visible. And it is going to be such a huge denture for all their fans, wanting to see the Pakistani flag up top. And watching them have so much trouble kind of breaks my heart. Kind of, puts you down to a spot where you kind of ask yourself, did they get enough exposure? Was it the fact that there were just 6 teams and 10 teams out of SA, which, could be said unfair? But no, that is completely ruled out because they have a separate PMPL for their region. 6 spots coming exclusively out of Pakistan, where SA has been split up with multiple countries involved. But that being set aside, I think it's time to head into the final game of for the evening. It is going to be Miramar, where we close things out for the day. And maybe Miramar has always been Pakistani team's strong suit. Do you think there is any chance on earth that one of the Pakistani teams walks off with the final smile?
I mean, look, if you speak about chances, there always are chances for any teams, right? But if you honestly ask me, like me as a person, if you ask me which team I think is going to win, look, man, I really hate to say this. I love all the teams in here, but I think the Godlike Stalwart and DEW are one of the strongest teams in this map. Without a doubt, you can never rule them out.
I mean, even we can really put the other Mongolian teams out there. I mean, IHC did go off to a really good game in the previous map of Miramar. Almost could have won it, despite the fact they made a few mistakes out there, which was of course bashed at. But right now, Necro, it's prediction time. You chose Godlike Stalwart and DE Warriors. I will have to urge you to just select one.
I wish you could make 2 selections, honestly. That would be a good sort of a thingy. I wish.
I mean,
but you know what?
Made 16.
You know what fixes? You know what? I'm
Yep.
really gonna go with something completely different here. Let's go with Cordy. My pick is gonna be Cordy for this game. What about you?
I mean, T20 Cordy, especially after they have changed their drop location, I do not know if I'm going to be a biggest fan right now. But I'm gonna stick with the SA region. I think I really want to see some competition. Again, I really want to see DRS taking this one, because let's be honest, even in the previous map of Miramar, DRS still made it to the final few circles. And considering where they are at right now at the 3rd spot, them getting a chicken dinner is going to make things a whole lot more spicy up in the top 3, right? It could just be anybody's game. And for me, it's going to be DRS, T20 QWERTY for Necro. But again, I mean, we calm down, we're kind of beating around the bush, sounding like broken records. But this is where I think it's sort of an eye-opener for the Pakistani teams to understand that what they really went off with is clearly not working out. I think you still have 3 more days. You still have those 18 games to go, where you really need to go back to your drawing boards and figure out that, this little change in drop locations that they have took is clearly not working out. I mean, especially for a team like I8, I'd love to see them fight it out against the Warriors. I mean, of course, nothing taken away from DW. They're such a good team. But I8, they're most comfortable at military base. I would love to see them fight it out rather than then just trying out different spots and just messing up their rotation times.
Or maybe they should have another secondary drop that is already planned up for them and just never change that no matter what. Just stay there. Don't change it at all. Because if you're just going to be sticking to that one single drop spot, you will know exactly how to rotate. You will know exactly how to try and pan out those rotations, of course, and you will know where there is threat and where there is not. So you can, of course, things will be way much more easier. But as you said, of course, that has been their sort of like the main drop spot. But the problem is DEW is a really good team. And even if the players of I8 do come out on top in that fight, there's always going to be some sort of casualties in those fights. And I don't think so the players of I8 or even the players of DEW really do want any sort of casualties onto themselves.
I mean, that could just be one way of putting it, right? But again, what are they getting out of surviving for so long? Not a lot of eliminations, not a lot of position points. I mean, that #2, it was all Uzum, the single-handedly, taking on the mantle of the team, and he somehow managed to, put things through, took it to the very end. But you cannot really, just bank upon him every single time to survive. That's not going to happen. but you would want to have your chances stronger. I would love to see them at least try to take a fight in one of those games. I mean, you never know. It could really work out for them because, you know, since the inception of I8 playing in the competitive arenas, they've always dropped off at the certain side. And there were a few occasions where they decided to spice things up a little bit, change a few things here and there. But that was when they were going through a lot of trouble. But now, you know, right from the very start, trying to go in for a change, I do not know if I can digest that very fact. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to a whole new game where maybe I8 could find some ground as the flight path trajectory all the way towards El Pozo. And the same can be said for a team like TUF as well. You know, I love them looting at, you know, dropping off at Chumacera and just, you know, trying to take over the hills. Now, I'm really keen to see where the circle really pans out in this particular game because you know, that's going to decide so much of what's going to happen, who's going to have that upper edge in this particular game. Because we recently, you know, considering that trend, we've seen all those western circles, especially happening around the Creator Fields, eastern side of the El Pozo area, and this circle nonetheless is nothing different. But this time again, this could really massively favor the players of Skylightz Gaming. Yet again, La Cubrera right beside the center of the circle. So let's see what awaits us.
It indeed does. Yeah, I get what you mean now. It does. Yeah, I mean, if it is definitely an Oasis circle, that can definitely be quite interesting too. It's been a long time. We haven't seen one of those. But again, as you said, the circle is nothing. Now, if the next circle just shift on the left side, there's a chance the players of Skylightz Gaming can definitely win this game in general. But if the circle sort of decides to center on up near water treatment or even San Martin, then things can be completely different. That's where the players of Godlike Stalwart come into play, and that's where they will just start completely dominating the entire phase too. So it's really tough to speculate anything this early inside the game. But one thing we can say for sure, the players of Magnus did find themselves in quite a tricky spot in the first. But T2K, they're trying to work around. Magnus is quite spread out. And this sort of an approach can definitely lead to their demise. But T2K, too, they're not in the best positions you can ask for.
Yep. And, well, they could just be playing with fire. Maybe they're aware of the adversities that might come their way, but no matter what, I mean, they will have to figure their way out. And starting to ponder, where do they go from around here? Because Lost Leonis is so very well occupied by I8 and MABETEX. Do they have enough spot to loot? Maybe those little ruin compounds just northern side of Lost Leonis will have some depleting loot, though. They will, you know, of course, that scarcity is going to remain. And for all the reasons, but did have managed to find out that M4 need a few scopes and few meds, and they might be good to go as Legend. Still trying to find anything at all. Does spot a cool hairstyle though. I mean, have you ever considered, you know, just coloring your hairs?
Oh, I have. I have.
Which one?
All the time. I always think, but again, then I think so. I won't look good because, you know, I'm still not in the best of the shapes possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to the gym though. I'm on that diet. You know, I'm trying to get there someday. I will get a six-pack, man, someday.
I mean, we kind of just over that phase, right? Love your body, Necro. I mean, come on. I mean, at this point, yeah, of course, trying to stay healthy, I get it. But again, six-packs does not really, you know, has to be speaking about you. But again, you know, that's just your choice because I love them flabs. I like it swinging, jiggle and jaggle. But again, not getting back to the discussion that we were really having over here. I mean, about the circle, you know, completely up north and DRS, Godlike Stalwart. I mean, they could also have some prime position inside this particular zone. Even as a matter of fact, Team Elementrix could be the only Pakistani team that I find can have a good time over here is going to be Regicide, who have sort of exceeded expectations, especially that first game they really played. But after that, they've kind of fizzled out. Really haven't made a lot of strides, even so as to say for Team Magnus, because finisher and faster, the way they used to perform during the league stages, I mean, I used to consider this is it. They are now the best team of the Pakistani region, and come the finals, and they kind of crumble down to the pressure. And this is where you kind of feel, you know, all those nerves trying to hit you back, and now that has sort of amplified and they're still trying to get over the ghosts of the past.
I mean, speak of the ghosts of the past, man. It's not just that team. There's quite a couple of teams, honestly, that will be having nightmares, and one of those right now is definitely Quantum Rage. Now, if you speak about that team, they're just completely far away from the entire main sort of the map, and they're just all the way on the left side. They're near ruins. They don't want anything to do with any teams inside the circle right now. They're taking their time to loot. The Wall of Death is going to start to move in from the back line soon enough, so Quantum Rage will need to leave that spot and try and make it in. And one thing I can clearly see, though, Quantum Rage is really having those jittery nerves, and they're not doing anything to deal with it. What do you think?
I mean, Quantum Rage, to be honest, I have to agree with you. Sadly, though, because, you know, this was one of those teams that was not the flashiest of them, but always made sure had one of their players alive in those final few moments, right? And this all comes down to the fact that they've played in the Pakistani lobby so much, they know what the opposition is going to try and do. But then again, when you are, you know, in uncharted territory, you do not know what comes your way. Maybe, you know, a little bit of a copium over there, a little bit of an excuse you can really bring up over here is the fact that, you know, they haven't played a lot of scrimmages against all these other teams in the SA region. Could have been one of those reasons that they're facing so much trouble. Maybe a little bit more practice in this particular lobby could get their A game up and rolling, which is to try and survive, to try and get those crucial points up. But nothing said, you know, putting everything aside, there are still a few moments where I really, you know, feel that serious, even Black, they can, you know, just set things rolling. But hasn't really happened. Even Senior, as a matter of fact, they've got so much. And again, you know, you talk about Quantum Rage, we also have to, you know, cut them some slack because they lost out on one of their best players. That is IQ, who recently, you know, made his way into the I8 roster for all the good reasons. Of course, you know, filling up Crypto's shoes was such a tough task, but boy, oh boy, he did indeed give his best, and he's still not there yet, but I'm definitely sure he's on the right path.
For sure. I mean, right now, I8 is not exactly on the best spots possible, if I'm not wrong. They're on the 10th spot in the overall rankings, and that is the only team closest to all the other South Asian teams in the overall rankings. So, yeah, I8 is definitely doing okay so far in the overall rankings. I mean, it's just the first day. They still have 3 more days to go if you cut this day out. IT Alex, though, he's caught a little bit of fire onto himself as well, as he is taken down a bit low. But look at IT, what is this? Demo inside the bush, didn't even expect him to be here. And Demo just strikes in like Venomous Snake, and the deserted lands. And damn, he takes him down. Demo, what was that? That was a surprise and a half.
Just a rattlesnake, you know, in the American deserts. But you know, talking about the geographical area of Miramar, I think it's somewhere around, you know, maybe Mexico. But regardless, IHC didn't manage to get one off, and 420 boy was clearly not anticipating that. Was just taken aback. But yeah, again,
I feel bad.
You have to feel bad. This comes out of the fact that T20 QWERTY did not drop down at San Martin, and this is what really bothers me. You know, might as well take a fight against Godlike Stalwart than get picked off like this. Is what I want to say at this point. But we do have the circle shifting up a little bit north, and it's been ages since we did last cast. Maybe an Oasis circle. I would love to see that happen, and that is exactly where Red side are headed towards. And Quantum Rage, look at that massive northern rotation that they're trying to pull off over here. And if this works out, I mean, they're going to be really happy.
They indeed will. They indeed will. But Quantum Rage right now, they just don't want anything to do with all the other teams right now. They just are on their own path. It seems like they're on a path of peace. They don't want to fight at all. They just want to keep themselves away from all the action that's currently happening. But as you do see the replay too, this is exactly how the first knockout was found from the side of T2K, and how lucky is Sandesh to find an M416 right off the bat. That's never me. I never find a gun, especially an M4.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of M4, to be honest.
What?
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm more of that Scarl guy. And you know, if we do have any Scarl guys in the chat, just raise your hands. Might say hello. Because, come on, I mean, this has been one of those trends where in Miramar, we've seen a lot of Scarls being used. And not just the Pakistan region, but even in the global stages as well. And for all the right reasons, you know, just received a little bit of a minor buff lately. And M4, no matter how much it gets nerfed, still, it's that bread and butter weapon, you know. Joker of all trades. And master of none. But, well, let's see. Team VENOM Legends in real close proximity to MABETEX, who've already taken out a casualty over here. But VENOM Legends are not really showing that battle instincts and seem to back out.
Well, I guess he values safety more. But yeah, right now, MABETEX, speaking of safety, MABETEX have definitely been quite a big surprise for me inside this entire PMPL thing that's happening, right? I mean, I'm also speaking about the league days and stuff. And MABETEX, considering they were the previous seal, just because Demo is not inside the roster, there has been such a big downfall. And that speaks volumes about Demo himself. This team used to revolve around Demo so much, it's crazy. And just because Demo is gone, MABETEX is on a complete big downfall.
Yeah, I mean, Team Seal, they had such a glorious past, if you remember. There were times, you know, at moments where they used to dominate. There was also a time they managed to, you know, win 3 games in a day. And then we were, you know, kind of anticipating them to win the entire thing. But they kind of managed to whiff things so bad. That
in the grand finals all the time.
No, they could not even make it there. No, that makes things even worse.
You're talking about the old times.
Yeah, the old times. I mean, I do not know what the reasons were. Some inner conflicts. I'm not quite sure about what really happened. But that was a tournament where they kind of really threw things out of the window. But has been sort of a, you know, kind of have themselves rejuvenated, tried a few things here and there. Of course, you know, losing out on players kind of hurts a little bit. But again, you know, the professional players looking for better opportunities, and for all the reasons, you know, good reasons, being an ex-professional player, I do understand why it happens. You know, of course, with the fans, it kind of gets a little difficult to sort of reason out with them when you kind of get attached to a certain player, to a certain team. Let's say, you know, for example, I think there was a time when Crypto just left i8, so much of a backlash, but when you eventually sort of tend to understand. Whilst all that's happening, you know, T20 QWERTY, they're clearly losing out on numbers, one of them falling prey to the players of DE Warriors. And now the circle takes a certain shift. Now, High Voltage, they're in such commanding position. A position that I believe Skylightz Gaming held on to in the previous game of Miramar that we had.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is this coming for High Voltage, Necro? What do you think?
There's definitely a chance, but later on, if you remember, Skylightz Gaming instantly, as they realized that the circle is not exactly forming around the creative fields, they decided to switch the spot to Regicide, where Regicide is right now. So it really does come down to the circle. If the circle is right on top of that mountain, then High Voltage, yeah, this can definitely be an easy pickings for them. And I think so they probably will, because no matter what, they should be able to wrap up a lot of information around it. But they should be quick enough on their feet, too, to get away from that mountain if the circle shifts away. That's where they will really be judged, truly. But right now, IHC, as they're on the move themselves, T2K is in the front. Legends being spotted out. His squad out in the open, too. But are the shots going to be taken? No is going to be the answer for now. Legends going to have a clear rotation. Even the entire team of T2K has now been spotted. Oh, Skylightz Gaming. They find themselves under the fire of DRS. And already, as DRS have tasted some blood, they definitely do want to go for the confirmation, but it's a bit too far away.
I mean, the plethora of teams making a rotation from that eastern side sort of makes my heart pound. But Skylightz Gaming, I'm pretty sure they are going to have no trouble in trying to get that res back up, as AJ scouring on for the other bodies out there, trying to get as much information as possible, as Quantum Rage has spotted out Ashad in the far fray, trying to just pepper a few bullets here and there, knock right in front of him. Now this is again one of those players we really need to watch out for. Ever since, you know, a part of Regicide, he's made such huge strides, and look at the way Cena gets picked off.
Precise.
Yeah, I could not understand why he had to prone in that particular situation right out in the open. It was bound to get, he was bound to get knocked out, and still decided to do so. But that being said, you know, teams are kind of trying to get to the center of the circle, as TUF on a collision course against Team Magnus, as players are falling down. 2 players already finished off. Oh, look at this. Jane, does he anticipate near Z? Indeed he does. tries to spray down, just throws in at the right spot, has very commanding position over here. But despite that, still gets taken down.
Yeah, they had no clue that the players of T2K were just crawling up with that punch boost, and 2 players in the front. They've managed to find the opening, and now Sandesh all the way in the back with a little bit of high ground right on top of the players of DEW. DEW are just getting dismantled. Nowhere to go. DEW will need to back away from this spot, but a nice retaliation fire. The recovery from the side of DEW to try and claw their way back inside this fight and maybe potentially save the man who has fallen down too, but that's not going to be the case. The elimination point. It's going to be stolen away by someone else. So DW, now they're just down to a 2-man squad. I said DW is a solid team inside Miramar, but that's sort of an unfortunate moment. Really wasn't expected even from the side of DW. Now Skylightz Gaming charging on a Thor, who is just down to 1 HP, and he will be shut down easily. TUF, of course, having quite a tough time inside these lobbies too.
Yep, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, despite all the odds, have still managed to come out swinging with 3 finishes already to their name. And this is one of those positions that they're really not acquainted, well versed with, because ideally at this point, like you said, you know, they would want to be at where High Voltage are right now, who are actually, you know, taking advantage of all that high ground information, being the king of the hills, certainly helping them out as Team Magnus trying to get some pieces out, as Nima has fallen prey, as Mafia Ninja also goes falling down, as Zen on a Sproul, but no, AJ had different plans. Manages to clutch it out in the final moments and will have no difficulties in trying to get that res back up. Still has time though. Knock barely surviving the onslaught coming out of Senior, but Quantum Rage just at the peripheries of the circle. Do they anticipate this little threat coming in from MABETEX?
I think so, they definitely do, yeah. I mean, the realistic expectation here has to be a threat approaching them, and that's what they're doing so far. They do seem quite ready for this one as well. The nades are being tossed in. Even MABETEX, they themselves are catching a bit of fire from somewhere else, so there's a little third party. And yeah, MABETEX, this position they found themselves in is quite bad. They cannot afford to stay in this one for long enough, because as they're also getting chipped away from the back, they will also be burning through a lot of meds. They do have a couple of smokes to work around with, but they want to make sure they have those smokes available even in the late game situations. So yeah, staying in that spot is not a good one. Skylightz Gaming is wrapping up from the back, and Skylightz Gaming, yeah, of course, this should be an easy picking from the side of Skylightz Gaming too, as they do decide to stop in the back. They found the opening. Skylightz Gaming know all the odds now are stacked with them. All the 4 players, the cavalry's there too. This is a perfect spread from Skylightz Gaming. Asia's chipped down a bit low, but it's completely okay. Now Quantum Reg from the up might just create a bit of problems, but no, it's DRS from the back, just third-partying this entire situation. Even MABETEX, they find a fantastic connection on the players of Skylightz Gaming. Those utilities are on the mark in Skylightz Gaming. They get eliminated within a blink of an eye.
Oh, yes, see, just shredding down the players of MABETEX from the backlines.
Oh
just when they were thinking, kind of were on a vision to deal with Skylightz Gaming, realized that, you know, they did not have any cover from the backlines. A really, you know, rough spot for them. And MABETEX, you know, did not even get a chance, you know, just scavenge any sort of loot coming in. And even the same goes for Skylightz Gaming. The way they just got caught off. And IHC do have that wry smile on their faces as TUF in real close proximities to DRS Delta. Very close to where the players of TUF are, as Edgar just strikes in, gets a beautiful knock. Killer a little late in trying to give in that cover fire, but Saar too low, taking damage from the zone. As Edgar might have dug his own coffin, as Gigantic pushing in from the sidelines, as Killer and Rules know that this is their fight.
Oh my
and
God.
Indeed they take it in fashion, as TUF are sent back to the server, getting eliminated at the 12th spot. And look where the circle is gone, Necro. Towards La Cobreria, towards where Skylightz Gaming called this home, but sadly, they're not going to be in the game anymore to relish it, to get that chicken dinner. In fact, Voltrux, the one player surviving, is going to be happy to take that spot, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's my last hope too for Team Cordy taking
I remembered.
So yeah, I mean, as long as Voltrix is alive, my hope's alive too for them to take this one home. But yeah, it's quite a thin hope. Hopefully he's able to win this one. But right now, as Godlike Stalwart approaching the players of High Voltage, of course the problems are being put up against their way. Top is being taken down way too low. Top has managed to find a little bit of trade on himself. as both of them are now way too low. Godlike Stalwart cannot continue on this path anymore. They will need to try and stop and patch himself up and maybe rethink how they really do want to execute this fight in general. High Voltage, they of course do have the man advantage, and now they're also spreading themselves out a bit. Godlike Stalwart, this approach really needs to be clinical. This execution needs to be really perfect, but the nades are just hurting way too much. Malik, another nade is going to find an opening, and top goes down. Godlike Stalwart, the wall of death as well approaching from the back. They cannot go for the res on the fallen player.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what are High Voltage on right now? I do not know what they had for launch, but they definitely be in business. As Kyante, spotting out Senior, and will just shift to the back of his vehicle. Gets a beautiful knock. Wow. The cojones on this lad. And Senior just watching him stranded as DRS approach really close to IHC, which could be one of the pivotal fights. But IHC is so well prepared. Alex with that grenade takes down Killer. Kyante all by his lonesome. IHC know that they've got this in the bag as just the nades keep pummeling down as rules. The final member surviving, the smoke giving away his position as he's being pushed in by the god himself, as he will get taken down and perished into the flames as IHC is such a commanding spot. This is their game to lose, Necro. No caps.
It indeed does seem like it is their game to lose. But again, with the way IHC have been able to rule that entire area, you can also say that there were so many third parties happening for that entire place. The players are IHC currently is dominating right now. If those third parties wouldn't have been the case, then IHC would have had some of the most biggest troubles to try and hold that place off. But yeah, as you said, the circle takes a big shift inside La Cabrera. Voltrux again finds himself in the most advantageous spot possible. I think so. A little bit of repositioning can definitely change a lot of things for Voltrux here, and he should try and do so. Maybe try and secure a better compound that he has currently available. But the players of Skylightz Gaming, they're definitely going to be having their hands on their forehead, because this is the drop spot of them, and they decided to rotate away from this one, and then later on they decided to come back inside La Cabrera where they got caught off guard.
Oh, I think, you know, if I were Voltrox, I wouldn't move a muscle, because again, where does he go? Because the moment he kind of steps out of his compound, he's gonna get spotted out, at least at this point, you know, considering IHC do have that high ground to themselves as Regicide in real close proximity. But look at Quantum Rage, they're indeed doing it. Finally they've got their minds in one place. They know exactly what they had to do. They took 5 games to have themselves settled in, now have made it to the top 5. And indeed, maybe Tuntunatan could have spotted out the players of Regicide. Knock knock. I do not think this is the wisest of ideas to engage in a battle, or maybe just deploy that smoke. Will reveal so much of that information, and if Regicide are watching out, which they did, Goku just gets shredded apart.
Yeah, just tapping away, some precise taps onto Goku. Goku knocked out, but he should be able to be back on his feet. The problem for Quantum Rage is that they're way too far away from the circle, and the Guardian Angels of the circle right now on that side are the players of IHC. Just for a 2-man squad that is already struggling way too much, to deal with a big, giant team like IHC will be next to impossible. So how are Quantum Rage going to try to figure out a way around it? Yeah, definitely seems quite tough as well, because even Regicide is causing a lot of problems. I mean, they are giving quite a nice fight against them. They find another opening. Regicide, they're just being suppressed down over and over again.
Yep, and you know, that's a concerning situation, especially when you're on the higher grounds. And in the meanwhile, IHC has all that information. They know exactly where Quantum Rage are. They know exactly where Regicide is positioned. Now they have to push inside the circle, and I do not believe they're going to let that happen. In the meanwhile, Regicide's buzz just coming out with those grand finishes out there, something that High Voltage never really anticipated in the worst of their nightmares, and will have to pay that hefty price. Are eliminated out of this game. In the meanwhile, Voltrox keeping the Pakistani dreams alive, still surviving. Regicide in a prime position right now to fight it out. I did not know, against all adversities, they made it into covers. How have these lads pulled it off, Necro?
Dude, this is way too interesting right now, because High Voltage being taken away. Voltrox needs to make it inside the circle. And the only reason why I said Voltrix can definitely just try to micro-adjust a bit over here is that I wanted him to cross over on the other side of this road. Because now, things are way too tough because the circle is already shifted away, which was anticipated, and now Voltrix will need to cross out in the open. How is he going to make it happen? He doesn't even know if someone's holding him off or not. So Voltrix really does want to take a safer route here. But the only way Voltrix can try to pull this rotation off is keep his position anonymous. So he can never use any type of smokes because that'll just give his position away and that'll just blow his cover.
You know
so
what?
Voltrix needs to stay quiet.
I think nobody knows of his presence over there.
Yeah.
I think, Voltrix has to find that perfect, opportunity. Needs to thread the needle, right? Has to let IHC and Regicide just fight it out and then might try to come in. But Alex having this prime position, Voltrix a little too impatient and I have to just eat my words up. And now it comes down to just two. IHC really close into getting the chicken dinner. Already 11 eliminations and just 2 remain. Boss right in front of IC and Alex having this high ground situation. I think really comes down to what the other player of Regicide can pull off, because look at this flank angle he's created. If somehow he can sneak in, maybe get a knock or two, maybe just he needs to take down Alex or maybe Demo or maybe 3 of them, needs to deal with everybody, but that's not going to happen because Ashan, he's been dealt with, and IHC know where the final player is. It is all a last hurdle for them, and they clear it off as IHC still maintain their steely demeanor even after getting that chicken dinner. No smile on their faces. Finally someone does. Just for a few moments, but again IHC know the path ahead is long and it is going to be hard, but still a second position is not going to bother them, as now they are the winners of the final game of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 1 of the PMPL Asia Championship.
Dude, I hate the fact that I even thought about IT while making the prediction. I actually thought about IT. I was like, maybe I should go with IT, man. But no, damn it. But at least Team Cordy had a decent game, right? At least they were able to stay in the top 3, I guess, which is quite okay. Voltrix managed to sneak all the way in top 3, was able to stay inside La Cabrera for a really long time. But if you would have made that micro adjustment, if you would have crossed on over on the other side of the road early off where no one was inside the city, then things could have been completely different. But again, we know that no one was inside the city. He doesn't.
Yeah, I really felt, it was all about a waiting game. I mean, I'd rather just give away my, elimination to the zone rather than giving points to the opposition, right? I think Voltrox could have really considered that possibility. But again, I mean, it was a really good game, especially for teams like Regicide and Quantum Rage, as a matter of fact, being at... they were kind of languishing at the very bottom, and this game is going to give them that confidence that it was needed from their side. And, we still have so much more to talk about this game, but we're going to do that after this short little break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with all the actions finally have finished off for day number 1. But a huge shout out to Oppo for making this entire event possible. But what a game of Miramar has it been. Finally the Pakistani teams finding some redemption, but the Mongolians come out swinging IHC this time right on top. The way the circle just jiggled and jaggled, just like, I love it. But I really liked how IHC made those rotations, right? Especially right from the very beginning. I think one of those important fights was against DRS, which they did not even have to break any sweat out there. Just managed to, just cruise through that fight, not even taking a single casualty. And Demo, this was one of those players that's being talked about a lot. 6 eliminations, 1,067 points of damage is impressive.
I mean, Demo always has to be an instrumental player, man, no matter what. I mean, he was an instrumental player inside Seal, and now even inside IHC, Demo has been quite instrumental. As you mentioned, 6 elimination points, 277 healing done, 5 knockouts. One thing can be said for sure, Demo popped off in that game, and the entire team of IHC indeed popped off as well. But you will also need to agree with this when I say that there was a lot of chaos on the right side of the map, and IHC has luckily found themselves in the prime spot. And IHC were pretty much just controlling the entire edge of that circle. They were kind of the guardian angels, and they were not going to let anyone sort of pass through. There were so many third parties happening. If those third parties weren't the case, then IHC would have definitely been in a lot much more trickier situation.
Considering the fact that they dropped down around Monte Nuevo and pulling off such a rotation,
exactly.
It's so beautifully played by them. But, talking about the players that really popped off, I really loved how Vaz played in those final moments, especially the wipeout on high voltage, courtesy to that one grenade. Really did snuff them out of their cover. In fact, just blew them apart. But talking about the other things, I really liked how the Pakistani teams approached this game, especially Quantum Rage. As a matter of fact, survived for such long times. And that little fight against Regicide that they were taking, even despite being on the lower grounds, that is something impressive. Now, talking about, DRS, they really looked strong up until they faced IHC. Could potentially have a nightmare tonight, the way they just got wiped out. The moment they park their vehicles, boom, 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 they just get wiped out. But talking about the match rankings, Necro, I mean, IHC pretty much 15 position points is what they have accumulated, 13 eliminations. But Regicide, T20 QWERTY, finding some breakthrough success over here will, of course, propel themselves up. Maybe we finally get to see some Pakistani team in the top 8 after the overall standings pop up.
I mean, speak of the overall standings, right now, of course, as IHC have got themselves quite a incredible game in general. Regicide 2 having quite a blast of a game for themselves. So at least at the end of the day, we're seeing some sort of momentum being built by some of these teams from the side of Pakistan, and that's a great thing. So this only indicates greatness for day 2, and at least that's what we're expecting, right? Day 2 is usually considered to be the day of comebacks, and maybe we might just see all the teams from the side of Pakistan region just make a comeback in the overall rankings. There's so many expectations, of course, even from the side of fans to live up to those will be quite pressurizing too, and hopefully none of these teams do crack under a lot of pressure. Now,
I mean, I really hope.
Again. But now, as we do have the zone analysis pop up, and I really, as you mentioned, the rotation that the players of IT made, and this is the perfect time for a zone analysis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, dropping off right at Monte Nuevo, and look at how they just embarked upon their journey, making it sure they went towards that western side. But, it was very important to hold on to that Crater Fields area, which something which, the players of high voltage, I believe, did from the very start. And look at how they chose that northern side for themselves, taking all the way up top. And then once the circle shifted, they went on and held on to that northeastern area. And that is where majority of the fights just came in, because the plethora of teams, the entire splash of colors came in from the eastern side, and they did not have to worry much about all those teams, right? They were just fighting it out amongst themselves, one of which were DRS. They were the survivors, man, but not for long, because after that, we all know really what came their way.
I mean, that was a prime example of when you say great minds think alike. A lot of teams thought that rotation will be quite the safer one, but that was not the case, man. All the other teams thought the exact same path. Even Skylightz Gaming thought the same thing, maybe thinking that, oh, okay, that path has to be the most clear, and maybe we should try and take that. But Instead, they found themselves in a big sandwich situation where they also needed to take care of the players of MABETEX, even DRS, and even Skylightz Gaming. And that's where the players of IT found themselves in the biggest advantage possible.
And you know, surprisingly, look at how much the pressure has been lifted off Godlike, right? Because, you know, a year down the line where IHC were going through their tough times, they needed somebody to come in and fill the role, right? Release some pressure off IC and Godlike. And Demo has been such an amazing addition to this team. You know, the kind of the role that he is, you know, performing over here, be the flanker, be one of the assaulters. He's just doing it all. I mean, when you know, when push comes to shove, we've seen him even get those crucial survival points, right? And it's been such an instrumental player of for IHC. I would love to see more out of him, even in the bigger leagues. That is PMGC. If IHC make it out there, top 3 position is what's gonna guarantee their slot. But you know, putting all that aside, it was a beautiful, well-executed, well-orchestrated game by IHC, where you just cannot say that, you know, they had that lady luck in their favor. And that is well reflected also in the open moments where they had their fair share of battles. All they had to do is keep their nerves calm in those initial stages of their game. But once things got heated up, they were not the ones to back off from a fight, were they?
Oh yeah, indeed. They did that. They played that one so perfectly. They held that entire chaos pretty well too. They realized they of course have the big advantage in that fight. They have the circle edge too. All they need to do is just maybe potentially try and wrap up some elimination points. And the third party from IT was of course the entire just game changing. As soon as IHC just started taking shots against MABETEX, that team of course got taken away, and then later on IHC just had a complete clear pathway because they knew no one's in the back. All they need to focus on is the left lines and maybe in the front lines too, and they did so perfectly. And this is exactly how IHC just dominated that entire game, and still Voltrix was able to make it till quite late. They haven't accumulated a lot of numbers, that's for sure, because only 5 elimination points and 603 damage dealt by Cordy. But if you do take a look at IHC, yeah, some big bars being built up.
Of course, you know, the skyscrapers are being formed over here by them, but you know, I'd still, you know, give a little bit of relief for T20 Cordy, especially 5 eliminations. Getting 15 points out of this game isn't too shabby considering how their performance in the other games had been. I mean, one good game in Erangel we did get to witness, but that was again, you know, 2 good games for T20 Cordy, even for Regicide as well. I mean, the first game of Erangel really went off well. Did have a good one in the final game of Miramar when I really felt that they were kind of going MIA. But IHC also stepping it up, like we said, you know, their game to win, and they did manage to win this one out. But Magnus, I8, TUF, even as a matter of fact, VENOM Legends, again a team which, you know, you started off from being in the Bangladeshi region and made that migration, having a Nepali squad. They made their way up until the Asia Championship, but you know, when you're fighting against, you know, the heavy hitters, this is somewhere they're kind of getting bashed a little bit, and they have to step it up. But taking a look at the overall rankings, I love this. I love this. Look at the difference between, you know, the top 4. Not a lot. Could just be anybody's game. We have a show tomorrow.
I mean, as expected, right? It's going to be easy to breach inside the top 5, but it's going to be tough to maintain that. And that's what we'll be able to find out, which team will be actually able to maintain that top 5 spot and which team won't be able to maintain that. But for now, as you said, it is way too close. Look at IIT, 70 points. Godlike Stalwart is 71, and the team on the 3rd spot has 69 points. So really close to each other. As you do take a look at the latter half of the board, though, even things are quite close on the latter half of the board. It's not going to be tough to make it on the first half, but it's going to be quite difficult for teams like Quantum Rage and Magnus to make it on the first.
All right. I mean, yeah, of course, especially finally getting some green flags out there. But I8, look at that, you know, at the 11th spot, Elementrix as well at the 13th. I mean, went through a whole renovation, and well, it was all as far as they could have come. But, you know, still day number 2, day number 3, they could stage a comeback. But a Regicide, a much important, you know, 2nd position for them, jumping 3 places up. And Quantum Rage are finally no more at the last spot. Magnus Esports surprisingly are, especially knowing about their heroics in the PMPL Pakistan region. Sort of breaks your heart. MABETEX, I really had a lot of expectations from this squad as well. But like you mentioned, losing out on Demo sort of has been an Achilles heel for this squad.
Yeah, it's like traumatic.
Yeah, and a trauma that they have to go through. But Skylightz Gaming, an overall view of how they've played today, 2 chicken dinners for this team. They really had their good time out there, but IHC getting their last laugh, and seems like, you know, in the GC, which I believe, you know, a little bit of correction, they've already qualified for. They're gonna have a fun time out there. But, you know, Nima, Mr. Boro, Mafia Ninja, AJ coming in really strong and sweet, especially after Galzin's departure. I really felt, you know, how are they gonna do without him, because Galzin being such an instrumental player for his team, and sort of was really imperative in the success of Skylightz Gaming. But I think they have really come out long and look really stable and sturdy right now.
I mean, he was a part of the squad for a really long time, right? And Skylightz Gaming, the best part about them that they always had these experiments, right, with all the players. They had a 5-man roster, and they always used to keep on shuffling things around. So even if Galzin left, that didn't hurt them big time, because they already knew how Mr. Bora thinks. They already knew how the other player thinks, no matter what. They have been with each other for a really long amount of time. So this definitely didn't really affect them quite a lot. But inside the grand finals of the PMPL South Asia, of course, the fall split, they were struggling big time. But now inside the South Asia Championship, where it matters the most, they're doing good, and that's what really matters, right?
All right, so taking a look at the Finnish leaders, you know, Demo right up top, Pika not far behind, Voltrox still having himself in the race, and Yante, you know, he's one of those players that, you know, we've been talking volumes about, and 11 eliminations for this lad, and look at the damage inflicted, has the highest amongst the lot. The survival time, though, could have been better. Same can be said for Voltrox. But again, we know Voltrox is one of the OGs from the region, and he's just doing what is expected out of him. And now this is the time, you know, for Gravity to really step up, because initially when Gravity did come up in the spring split in the Pakistani PMPL, he was the talk of the town. Initially, he had those nervy jitters, but now in the fall split, the sort of confidence that was oozing out of him, I really felt, you know, we have so much more to see out of Gravity in this rendition of PMPL South Asia Championship. But taking a look at how the entire day panned out, of course, High Voltage, the winners of the SA PMPL, did come out being the victors in the first game. To be next being, you know, toppled over by Skylightz Gaming, who've managed not just to get 1 but 2 in different maps as well. DRS finding success in Erangel, a very successful day so far, but Godlike Stalwart winning in a map that was kind of unanticipated in Sanhok. You would expect them to win a few games in Erangel as well. Few we thought they could have, but IHC finishing it out loud in Miramar with those 13 eliminations. What an amazing day. I mean, especially when you've got the top 4 so close to each other, you do know you've got a really exciting grand finals up ahead as well.
I mean, not just that. Imagine the amount of pressure the teams are going to be having who are really eyeing out for that trophy over here. I mean, Godlike Stalwart right now, they're the closest with 71 points, and then IHC with only 70 points. 1 point shy, man. That's all that's separating right now, that first spot. Just 1 point. And then you have on the third is Skylightz Gaming with 69 points. I mean, what else can you ask for? Just perfect build-up over here on the top 3. But later on, again, I'm quite impressed even by the consistency the players of T2K have shown. And T2K, they are slipping under the radar fixes, because we haven't really spoken a lot about T2K, because they haven't really had those many type of glamorous moments, but they're still able to stay inside top 5, and that's big.
Yeah, I think the only highlight moment I think we got a witness from Rig. I think in the first game of just with that ghillie suit making so much work down for his team, and kind of pushing it to the limits, and that was all he could get it for his team. But yeah, of course, I mean, T2K, they've been one of those rosters that were really highly talked about by the Nepali casters and our lovely friend Ansh himself. But again, you know, it is what it is, right? It all comes down to how you're feeling it, how you're going to perform, because no matter what the statistics say, no matter how good you're playing, once the zone shifts away from you, what are you gonna do? Either you become Zeus, try to just, you know, make a long rotation your way in, or just, you know, wait for the misery to strike. But regardless, it was an amazing day number 1 in the PMPL South Asia Championship, of course, brought to you by Oppo, and day number 2 is gonna get a whole lot more exciting. Of course, the top 4 teams are so close to each other. We would love to see, you know, maybe a 5th or a 6th also joining in the competition. But I have to say, you know, only the top 3 teams qualify for the PMGC. Now, again, this is where, you know, we've got 3 teams already qualified, Stalwart, then you've got I8 and even IHC. So maybe if they make it, then the slot goes to the next, but who knows who's going to win. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the games that we've had. We hope you enjoyed the show. But for now, Necro and I are going to be calling it a night. We're going to see you tomorrow, same time. And that... goodbye.